the Jack Benny Program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, today, March 17th, is St. Patrick's Day. As you all know, St. Patrick drove the snakes out of Ireland. So today we bring you a man who was run out of Waukegan, Jack Benny.
I'm glad you said man there anyway. Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, for your information, I wasn't run out of Waukegan. It was merely a request by the city fathers and mine. And being a sharp guy, I took the hint in 2 shirts and left. Well, let's not talk about me. After all, this is St. Patrick's Day. That's why I'm wearing this shamrock in my lapel.
Shamrock?
Yes.
That's a moth that took a bite out of that $12 suit and turned green.
Hey, don't be funny. This is a very good suit. Taste it. Feel it. Anyway, why aren't you wearing something green today?
I am wearing something green. See?
Oh, yes. What is it?
It's that gold bracelet you gave me for Christmas.
Mary, that's an old joke.
All I know is I polish my other bracelets. This one, the gardener takes care of.
Well, that's appreciation for. After all, Mary, it wasn't easy to get that bracelet. I spent over 3 hours at that claw machine. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Good. I didn't know it was going to be that good.
Say, Jackson.
What?
You're talking about St. Patrick's Day. Did I ever tell you the one about that friend of mine who got an Irish car?
An Irish car?
Yeah, every time you blow the horn, it plays Ireland Must Be Heaven because my motor came from there. Oh, Harris, you're the Barry Fitzgerald of the bobby sock.
Well, pull out your garters and get out of here, will you? Put on your garters, right? You always try to run
Say,
one...
Jack.
What?
Jack, since this is St. Patrick's Day, don't you think we ought to do a
This
little
program
play
is
for
starting
our...
out like we had no rehearsals at all. You want to know something? We didn't. Everybody walks in any time they want. Hey, Jackson, they holler. What is it? What is
Well, Jack, this being St. Patrick's Day, don't you think we ought to do a little play for our Irish listeners?
Well, we're doing better than that, Don. Tonight, for the first time since his release from the Navy, Dennis Day, the smiling Irish songbird, will be back with us.
Oh, so the kid's coming back, huh, Jackson?
Yep.
Gosh, Jack, Dennis has been gone for 2 years. I'll bet the Navy has changed him a lot.
I'll bet it has, too. Anyway, he ought to be here by now. I think I'll call his house and see what's keeping him.
Say, Mabel, what is it, Gatesville? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Bloomer Girl wants now. I'll find out. Hello, Mr. Benny. Huh? Dennis Day? What's his number? Okay, I'll call you back when I get him. Say, Mabel, did you hear Mr. Benny's program last week? Yeah, Ray Milan was on it. Gosh, he's wonderful, even if he is the Lost Weekend. Listen, Mabel, if you think Milan is the Lost Weekend, you should have a date with Benny. Those are my sentiments exactly. You want to know something, Gertrude? What? The contest has been over for 6 weeks and I still can't stand him. Yeah. You know, Mabel, 2 weeks ago he asked me to go to the Academy Award ceremonies, but I had another date. Gee, Gertrude, how come Mr. Benny always asks you to all those swanky affairs? Well, why shouldn't he? After all, my mother gave him the best years of her life. You know, I wouldn't mind going out on a date with Mr. Benny, but he's a sneaky type. Sneaky? Yeah, he's the kind who lures an unsuspecting girl into his car, drives her out to a dark spot, pretends he's out of gear, stops the car, and then spends the next 2 hours talking about his picture. It's enough to discourage a person, believe me. I'll say. You know, Mabel, I got a confession to make. Once I let Mr. Benny kiss me. Why, Gertrude gear shift. Say, Ed, tell me, Gertrude, what are his kisses like? Well, it's like when you're blowing bubble gum and the bubble collapses against your face. Well, between you and me, I'd rather have the gum. Yes. See, Dennis Day's number doesn't answer. I better tell Blue Eyes about it.
Hello? Oh, well, try him again later, Gertrude. Goodbye. Oh, say, Gertrude, what are you doing tonight? Tomorrow night? Tuesday night? Wednesday night? Thursday night? Christmas Eve? Oh, you're going to visit your mother. Well, don't be surprised when you walk in, sister. Goodbye. Well, we might as well get on with the show till Dennis gets here. Come on, Phil, let's have a band number. Played by Phil Harris and his Hour of Harm Orchestra. Hey, Phil, you know, this is St. Patrick's Day. Why didn't you do something for the occasion, something Irish?
I did. I put a harp in my band.
Oh, yes. You got a girl playing it. See, you know, her fingers must get calloused and sore plucking on all those strings.
Well, it's her own fault, Jackson. She forgot the bow, so let her do the best she can.
She's our orchestra leader for 10 years now. Phil, you don't use it. Come in.
I beg your pardon, but hello again.
Dennis! Welcome back, kid. Welcome back. Gee, it's good to see you. Gosh, Mary, doesn't he look wonderful?
Oh, he sure does.
Oh, boy, I never expected this. Are you going to kiss me too, Miss Livingston?
Why, certainly, Dennis.
Doggone, Dennis, I can't get over it. You look so mature. You've changed so.
Well, sure he's changed, Jackson. This kid's been in the Navy for 2 years. He's grown up.
Yeah, up.
Dennis, tell us about yourself. Did you enjoy your 2 years in the Navy?
I sure did, Miss Livingston. The Navy's wonderful. I went all over the South Pacific, and I saw plenty.
I imagine you did, kid. Say, I bet you had a lot of fun, too. Say, Dennis, I've been wanting to ask you something. Tell me, kid, how about those waves?
That's what made me seasick.
Yeah, grown up.
Yeah. You know, Dennis, I was all over the South Pacific, too, and I ran into some pretty rough seas. In fact, once I was tossed overboard.
Oh, I was tossed overboard lots of times.
You were?
Yeah, but the captain made the fellows cut it out.
Dennis, the boys kept throwing you overboard. That's terrible.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. The Japs kept throwing me back.
He was a pickle in the middle.
Yeah.
Say, Dennis, when you first joined the Navy, how did they know how to classify you? I mean, how did they know what rank to give you?
Oh, that was easy, Miss Livingston. First, I had to fill out a lot of forms, answer a lot of questions, and then for 2 days they gave me a written test.
For 2 days? That must have been quite a test.
And after it was all over, they made me an ensign.
An ensign? An ensign?
Yeah. I wonder what they'd have made me if I'd have passed.
Maybe it's just as well you didn't. We won the war this way. But come on, Dennis. We all want to hear a song. What's it going to be?
Well, since today is St. Patrick's Day, I thought I'd sing Jenny Boy.
That's swell. Go right ahead.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. It's I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I will may be, he'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warm, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until you
sung by Dennis Day. And now...
Say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you, how's Mr. Allen?
Who?
Fred Allen.
Well, kid, it was nice seeing you again.
No, Phil. In fact, I'm glad he brought it up. Dennis, I'm happy to tell you that Fred Allen has the same old program, the same old jokes, the same old...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. That's not fair. I've heard all of Fred's programs, and they've been very funny.
Yeah, Mary, I wouldn't mind if his jokes just laid there, but they crawl out of the radio and stain your rug. Some program.
That just shows what you know, Jackson. I think the funniest thing in radio is Allen's Alley.
Oh, you do, huh?
I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
I think Mr. Benny is much funnier than Mr. Allen.
I think so, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, I do. And what's so great about Allen's Alley? Anybody with half an ounce of talent can do that.
Oh, yeah? I'd like to see you do it.
Well, I'll just show you, sister. Phil, get your band ready while I put this clothespin on my nose so I'll sound like Fred Allen. Now, I'll go down to the alley, and you kids will play the parts of the people that live there. Okay, Phil, music.
And so, Kenny Delmar, I won't say it's been very windy, but last night...
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Well, if it isn't Cleveland. Cleveland, Penny, Delmar, and I were just discussing the high winds we've been having here.
Well, Mama says that all the wind is caused by the pickets.
The pickets?
Yes. She says they carry their signs too high and walk too fast. And Mama also
Just
says...
a minute, Cleveland. I have a brother-in-law in the last row who's not quite through laughing. Anyway, I imagine your mother knows all about pickets. I understand she's been picketing Lindy's restaurant because the lamb chops look better in their panties than she does in slacks.
Oh, Mama
I don't know.
says
You
it's-
write this stuff on Thursday, and then on Sunday nothing happens. What was that, Cleveland?
Oh, Mama doesn't wear slacks anymore.
She doesn't. Why did she stop wearing slacks?
A policeman gave her a ticket for pulling a trailer without a license.
Well, so much for your mother and her homegrown bustle. We've got to get down to Benny's Boulevard.
What is your question for tonight?
Our question is Fred Allen or Jack Benny the better comedian?
Shall we leave?
As one of my eyes said to the other, let's pack our bags and go. Well, I see Senator Harris is home. There's a 10-gallon hat and a 5-gallon jug on the porch. Let's knock on the bunghole and see what he's got to say.
Somebody, I say somebody, knock.
Yes,
Harris is the name. Senator Harris, that is. I'm from the West.
From the West.
When
eh?
I'm east of the Mississippi River, I'm in enemy territory. I hate the East. My favorite actress is Mae West.
Look.
No man living can make me go see East Lynn.
All
I
right,
never go
Sam.
out of the house on Easter Sunday.
Senator.
When I bake bread, I won't use yeast.
That's Yeats.
I thought you'd get a rise out of it. Speak up, son. What you got on your mind? This is a free country.
Well, I'm trying-
Never saw anyone like this, son. Your mouth just like the front door of General Motors. Wide open, but nothing's coming out.
You're tired, eh? Well, Senator, the question tonight is, who is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
I brought it up in the Senate. Now watch this one, son. It's tricky. I brought it up in the Senate, and it made Senator Tidings glad. Ha, ha, ha. Glad tidings. That's a pun, son.
I heard it.
That's an anecdote, you nanny-goat.
Now, wait a minute.
You're like a midget, son. Everything goes over your head. Own up, son. You got a mind like a chicken.
What?
A cluck, that is.
Look, Senator, just tell me which comedian you like best, Allen or Benny?
Where's Allen from?
Boston.
How about Benny?
He's from Waukegan.
Waukegan's west of Boston, ain't it?
Yes.
Benny's the one. So long, son. So long. Remember the words of Horace Greeley. Go west, young man. West, that is. So long.
So long.
So long.
So long.
So long.
Where's that sound effect man? Always late. Late, that is. Well, I suppose the senator has gone back to his newspaper. He spends all night reading Westbrook Peckler. I wonder if Titus Day is at home. He's always so moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Day, I see you're at home.
Yep, day in and day out, days in.
Yeah, I see, but you say your eyes look all red.
Been crying, Bob, reading a sad book.
What's the title of it?
Forever Amber.
The title, Forever Amber, isn't a sad book.
Tis when you're my age, Bob.
Well, I have a very important question to ask you tonight. Who do you think is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
Well, Bob, that's a moot question.
Moot question.
Yep, moot be Allen, moot be Benny.
I see. Well, which one do you consider the better comedian?
Never hear 'em myself. When they come on, I put my radio out in the hen house.
In the hen house? Why?
Steps up production. Every time Allen and Benny lay an egg, my hens try to match it.
And that really increases your egg production.
Did up to last Sunday.
What happened last Sunday?
All my hens kill themselves straining. So long, boss.
Well, I guess Mr. Day has his troubles, just like the city folks. Let's try this next house.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like it and the whole rest.
Ah, Mr. Kitzel.
You was expecting maybe Fibber McGee and Molotov?
Tell me, Mr. Kitzel, how is the hot dog business?
Very good, except for one thing. Mine customers have trouble making up their minds.
Making up their minds? To what?
Whether they want the pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, or the mustard in the middle and the pickle on top.
I can see where that would pose quite a problem. Anyway, what I'm trying to find out tonight is who you think is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
In mine house, that is making argument. Mine wife, Tulule, is liking Fred Allen.
And you?
I am liking the great Gilderstein.
Oh, the great Gildersleeve.
Yes, when Gilderstein is broadcasting, Tulule is leaving the room.
I see.
When Fred Allen is broadcasting, I am leaving the room.
What happens when Jack Benny is broadcasting?
The radio is leaving the room.
What?
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like them and the whole rest.
I suppose Mr. Kitzel's life would be complete if people could just make up their minds where they want the mustard. Well, here's the last house in the alley. I wonder what a knock here will bring.
Greetings all. It's time for play, for Rogers here with Ronald, eh?
You have more poems for us tonight?
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard? To the rum to the gin, I understand you're going steady with Raveland.
No.
Or I said to myself, this is not for me, as I picked up the dice and threw a 3.
No.
Or my mother has rolled her stockings down since she heard Van Johnson is back in town.
That's just it. Tonight we are trying to find out who is the better comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
Precisely why I'm here. I have written a poem.
Now, what is your... Wait till I get this on tight. What is your comedian's poem called?
Allen or Benny.
How does it go?
Allen or Benny? The question rings, and the nation is put to a test. From city to hamlet, you hear the cry, is Allen or Benny best? Allen has bags and Benny is cheap, and they're both on Sunday night. So millions of people from coast to coast tune in to hear them fight. And I often wonder just what it means as they hurl their epitaphs. For while they're knocking each other out, Cass Daly gets all the laughs.
Well, I never thought. Thank you, Rochester Openshaw. And now Phil Harris and his No Goodman Orchestra will play Onesie Twosie because that's as high as they can count. Take it, boys.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another story about his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And incidentally, I'd like to tell you about a swell American custom. The custom of serving sherry wine just before dinner. Petri California sherry. You know, especially when you have guests, while you're waiting for that call to the dinner table, there's nothing better than a good glass of that good Petri sherry. You don't need fancy glasses for Petri sherry. No, sir. That wine tastes good out of any glass. And it looks good, too. Beautifully clear and the color of precious amber. Just try that Petri sherry and you'll feel like smacking your lips after every sip. Oh, and say, Petri makes two kinds of sherry. The regular sherry and Petri pale dry sherry. Just to make sure you get the perfect sherry for the whole family, don't buy one, buy two. But do be sure the sherry you buy is Petri sherry. Petri, the proudest name in the history of American wine. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him.
Come in. Oh, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor. Say, where are the puppies this evening?
Mr. Bartell, don't you think it's about time you began to refer to them as the dogs? They're almost a year old, you know.
I stand corrected. Where are the dogs this evening?
Well, they had another furious battle with a dead seal on the beach today. My housekeeper, Mrs. West, is giving them a much-needed bath.
They certainly have an aversion to seals, don't they? Well, Doctor, are you all ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, my boy, and as yesterday was St. Patrick's Day, I decided to tell you a story that took place in Ireland a few years before the turn of the century. I imagine that you've heard of kissing the Blarney stone, haven't you?
Oh, yes, Doctor, though I've never understood exactly what it meant.
Well, let me explain it to you, because the ceremony plays a very important part in the story tonight. Blarney Castle is an imposing 15th century ruin a few miles outside the town of Cork. The castle is many stories high, and in the foremost tower, the famous Blarney stone is situated.
What's supposed to be the point in kissing it, Doctor?
The stone is considered a powerful talisman, and the legend runs that whoever kisses it is endowed with eloquence for life.
Say, Doctor, if I ever get over to Ireland, I'll certainly kiss that stone. But you're such a storyteller yourself, Doctor. How about you've kissed it, huh?
No, Mr. Bartell. I'm afraid I never had quite enough courage.
Courage? Well, why does it need courage, Doctor?
Well, because the Blarney stone is set in a most inaccessible position on the outside wall. To kiss it, it is customary to lower the candidate for eloquence over the rampart, head foremost, with a friend hanging on to his heels.
From the top of a castle? It does sound dangerous, Doctor.
It was, my boy, so much so that in recent years a great row of iron spikes was put round the parapet to prevent an accident. Though, of course, at the time tonight's story took place, there was no such guard.
And I have a feeling that an accident did take place, Doctor?
No, Mr. Bartell, let me tell you the story from the beginning. Sherlock Holmes and I were staying in the city of Cork, where the great man had just solved the singular affair which the local press had referred to as the Leprechaun Murders. A few days before our departure for England, we paid a visit to Blarney Castle. I must confess that I had a certain desire to test the miraculous powers attributed to the Blarney stone. I very soon changed my mind, however, as Holmes and I stood there, high on the turrets of Blarney Castle, and watched the terrified initiate being hauled up by his ankles and yelling at the top of his voice. Pull me up! Pull me up quickly! I think I'm going to faint! Great Scott, I had no idea that kissing the Blarney stone was such a hazardous proceeding, huh?
Yes. It would seem that eloquence could be more easily obtained than by hanging suspended by one's ankles from a battlement with 100-foot drop below and kissing a piece of stone.
Oh, I'll never do that again, Paul. Never.
I must say, I don't blame the fellow.
And yet, my dear chap, on our way over here, you expressed a sneaking desire to kiss the stone yourself. I'll be very happy to hold your ankles if you want to try the experiment.
No, thank you. After witnessing the ceremony, I've changed my mind.
Then I suggest we make our way back downstairs. I don't think there's much more to be seen up here.
Well, by the way, Holmes, do you know the origin of the superstition regarding the Blarney stone?
Yes, I do, old chap. The stone was, the story of the stone dates back to the middle of the 15th century. A certain Cormac McCarthy, called the Strong, a descendant of the ancient kings of Munster and builder of this castle, chanced one day to save an old woman from drowning. In her gratitude, she offered Cormac a golden tongue, which would have the power to influence men and women, friends and foes, as he willed. She told him to mount the battlement and kiss a certain stone in the wall 5 feet below the gallery running round the top. He followed her directions and obtained all the fluent persuasiveness she had promised.
And I suppose the story spread, and the Blarney stone has been a magnet to pilgrims ever since.
Yeah, a pleasant legend.
Holmes.
Yes, old chap?
Tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day. I bet there'll be quite a bit of excitement in the village tonight. Don't you think it'd be rather fun to pay a visit to one of the local inns?
Splendid idea, old chap. Our rather arduous work here in Ireland is concluded, and I think we're more than entitled to a little gaiety.
In Dublin's fair city, the girl is so pretty, but
Charming, quite charming. A waiter and singing at his work.
Singing very well, too. Just the same, I wish someone would come and take our order.
Oh, there's a barmaid. I'll see if I can catch her eye. Hi, Miss.
Would you gentlemen be after wanting something?
Yes, my dear. My friend and I would like a little refreshment, and what would you suggest?
What would I suggest, Your Honor? Oh, begorra. There's but one drink a gentleman like yourself should be after pouring down you, and that's the cream of Connemara. Whiskey that'll soften your heart and make you glow with a good feeling, so that the little people will be after visiting you.
It sounds delightful. Bring 2 glasses, will you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I must say I never heard an English barmaid go into such rhapsodies over a nip of whiskey.
No, the Irish are distinctly more colourful in their speech. It's an interesting fact, though, Watson, that the Irish are curiously unrewarding in the criminal world. England, Scotland, America, Australia have all produced classics of crime, but the Irish murders, almost without exception, have been purely physical, affairs of hot blood.
You say that rather regretfully, Holmes.
No, my dear chap, no. I say, Watson, look at this rather florid-looking gentleman coming towards our table.
It looks to me as if he's a little under the weather.
You fellas have got to have a drink with me.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you, but we've just ordered one.
Well, you've got to have it with me. I went to the races at Cork today and made a killing. I'm going to buy all the drinks here tonight.
I'm afraid that...
Nothing to be afraid of. I'll sit down with you for a moment. My name's Hankin, Geoffrey Hankin. What's yours?
Mine is Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do,
sir? How do you do?
Your Honors, that'll be 1 and 6.
Here, I'm paying for these. Here. Half a crown, and you can keep the change.
Oh, blessings on you, Your Honor.
Oh, well, if you insist on paying for our drinks, Mr. Hankin, here's your very good health.
Yes, indeed.
You're both English, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
So am I, and it's certainly a relief to hear an English voice again.
Oh, you don't like the Irish lilt, sir?
Can't bear it.
Personally, I find it rather charming.
Yes, indeed, so do I.
Well, you wouldn't if you had to live with it all the time. Sometimes I think that if I hear one more Irish tenor singing Molly Malone, or one more reference to the little people, I shall go raving mad.
You live in Ireland, sir?
Yeah, I have to. I own a half interest in the Tweed mill here, you see. In any case, my wife's Irish, and she thinks there's no other country in the world, so I suppose I'm stuck here. See that couple sitting at the table over there?
You mean the fellow with the very beautiful girl?
Yes. The man's Michael Corcoran, my partner.
Oh, the girl's absolutely ravishing.
You'd like to meet her?
I'd like to, by George, yes. What do you say, Holmes?
Oh, very well, Watson. The combination of my natural curiosity and your taste for a pretty face would seem to suit the occasion admirably.
I might as well warn you, Doctor, that the pretty face belongs to my wife.
Your wife? Oh, good gracious me. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to...
Oh, well, you better bring your glasses with you. Molly, my dear, I want you to meet 2 English friends of mine, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson? Won't you sit down and join us?
And this is my partner, Michael Corcoran.
How do you do, Mr. Corcoran?
How do you do, sir?
I'm glad to meet you. Please be seated, gentlemen.
Are you visiting here in Cork,
Yes,
Holmes?
Mrs. Hankin, but we're returning to England in a few days.
You've been to Blarney Castle, I hope.
Oh, yes, we were there this afternoon.
And did either of you have the courage to kiss the Blarney stone?
No, we didn't. I'm afraid it's an athletic feat that's beyond me.
It's a lot of rubbish, that's what it is. Kissing a slab of stone.
Have you the courage to do it, Geoffrey?
Oh, of course I have, but I don't want to make a fool of myself. Where's the barmaid? Kathleen.
I'll make a wager, Geoffrey, that you haven't the courage to kiss the stone.
How much will you bet, Michael?
I'll wager a £10 note on it.
It's a bet, and you fellas witnessed it. I'll kiss the Blarney stone at noon tomorrow, and you'll be £10 the poorer, Michael. And I suggest that Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson be present as well. They can act as referees.
Geoffrey, dear, don't get so excited.
Well, I don't like it when Michael suggests I don't have courage.
You want some more drink, Mr. Hennigan?
Yes, all of us want some.
No more for me, thank you, Mr.
No more for
and
me,
I
thank you.
think you've had enough, Geoffrey.
Don't tell me when I've had enough, Molly.
In Dublin's fair city, the girl...
Oh, no, not that filthy song.
Yes, Mr. Hankin, I find the traditional Irish melodies quite beautiful.
And I find them revolting.
Stop! Geoffrey, quiet.
Would Your Honor be wanting me to sing another song?
My honor would like you to shut up that filthy caterwaul.
Really, sir, really. I call that
Geoffrey.
most uncalled.
Sean, please go on with your singing.
In Dublin's fair city...
You heard me, you great bog-trotting gazoo. I said shut up, and I meant shut up!
Oh, Geoffrey, I'm leaving here at once. Michael, please to take me home.
It'll be my pleasure, Molly.
You're an ugly man, Mr. Henkin. Knocking down poor Sean when he was singing just like a bird.
Oh, the devil with him, and all of you.
No Irishman will be after forgiving you for this night's work. No, not the little people of old Ireland.
Ireland either. You've made more enemies, Mr. Hankin, than you'll ever see. But you'll be knowing they're there.
Fiddlesticks, you can't frighten me with your stupid Irish superstition.
Well, bless my soul, that was a charming little party, I must say.
Englishmen like Hankin are a disgrace to their country. Fortunately, they're not representative, though.
Yes, I must say I'd hate to have a curse put on me like that barmaid laid on him.
Watson.
Yes?
Did you see the glances which Mr. Hankin's partner and his wife exchanged as the brawl started? There was more menace to him in those glances than in all the threats of all the little people in Ireland.
Yes. I thought that there was something between them. I say, Holmes, that bet about Hankin kissing the Blarney stone at noon tomorrow, do you suppose...
I suppose nothing, old fellow. But there are forces at work here that I don't like. I think, Watson, that you and I will be at the Blarney stone at noon tomorrow. It's possible that the bet made tonight is all part of a definite plan, and I have a feeling that the bet is still on. Quite windy up here today, old fellow, at the top of the tower, isn't it?
Yes, it's just past noon. I wonder if that man Hankin is going to keep to the terms of his bet.
We shall soon learn. In the meanwhile, are you sure that you wouldn't like to change your mind and kiss the Blarney stone yourself?
I'm quite sure, thank you. Ah, here they come now.
Yes. Hankin and his partner, Mr. Corcoran. The bet is on, Watson. Good day to you, gentlemen.
Oh, hello. My friends from last night.
Well, I see you're going through with the bet, son.
Oh, yes. Geoffrey set his mind on the 10 pounds of mine.
Your wife didn't accompany you, Mr. Hankin?
No, she didn't. I'm afraid I'm rather in disgrace for my behavior last night. Molly made me go round and see that waiter fellow that I hit. I offered him money, but he wouldn't take it.
Did you offer him an apology?
Apologize? To a waiter? I should say not. Well, come on, let's get this stupid farce over with.
Are you sure your nerves can stand it, Geoffrey? There's a drop of 100 feet or more below you.
Oh, don't worry about me, Michael. Just hold on to my ankles tightly and don't let go. I'll climb onto the parapet. There we are. Now hold on to my feet, Michael, and lower me gently.
I'm holding you, Geoffrey.
Then lower away.
Right you are, Geoffrey.
Great Scott, I wouldn't do that for £100. Sliding head first down a vertical wall.
That's enough, Michael. I can reach the stone.
Oh, his boots. They're slipping through my fingers. I can't hold
Let me help you.
I'm slipping. Pull me.
Hold on to him. Hold on to him.
Oh, he's gone. I just couldn't hold him.
Great heavens. No man could survive that drop.
Mr. Corcoran, you deliberately let your partner slip to his death. This is murder.
But I don't understand. I'm a strong man. But he just vanished out of my hands like a greased pig.
Let me see your hands, Mr. Corcoran.
This is dreadful. Dreadful.
There's grease on your hands. Grease. And with a faint trace of boot blacking.
Good Lord, Holmes. That
means, Watson, that someone, knowing that Hankin was going to kiss the Blarney stone, smeared his boots with grease so that he would slip out of the grasp of whoever was holding him. As clever a method of indirect long-distance murder as ever I've encountered.
You'll hear the remainder of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, so I'm going to remind you that Petri California Sherry is not only wonderful before dinner, but it's good almost any time. If you had to choose just one wine for almost any occasion, that wine would be Petri Sherry. Petri Sherry is a perfect wine to serve in the afternoon or in the evening. It's good before dinner, yes, but it's swell after dinner, too. In fact, with a bottle of Petri Sherry on your shelf, you've got practically a small-sized wine cellar. So get a bottle of Petri Sherry soon. And remember, you can't miss with any wine that has the letters Petri on the label, because all Petri wine is good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, this is quite a story you're telling us tonight. What happened next? I suppose you went down into the castle grounds and looked for the dead man's body?
Oh, we tried to, Mr. Bartell, but the authorities were curiously uncooperative. They refused to let us search, insisting that the police be called first. And so, Mr. Bartell, half an hour after the tragedy, Holmes and I found ourselves standing in a tiny police station as we told the story to the local sergeant.
Sure the saints be praised, Mr. Holmes. 'Tis a terrible story you've told me. Tomorrow I'll be after arresting Sean O'Flaherty.
Sean O'Flaherty? He's the waiter at the inn, the one who sings.
That he is, and he sings like a breath of spring. I'll be sorry to see him hanged.
But you've got no proof that he was responsible for the murder?
Proof, you say, sir? Well, I can't arrest a big manufacturing man like Mr. Cochrane, can I? Or a fine lady like Mrs. Hankin.
But you can't arrest a man without any evidence of guilt.
Oh, I can't I? Then supposing I tell you that Sean O'Flaherty cleans the boots at the hotel where Mr. Hankin was staying.
He does, eh? Then he had the perfect opportunity for the greasing of Hankin's boots this morning. And we know he had a motive for harming him.
You're right, sir. And from what I have heard of the dead man's behavior last night, half a dozen people could have heard him make the bet that he'd kiss the Blarney stone today. Sean O'Flaherty's our man. I'll have to arrest him tomorrow.
Tomorrow? But good heavens, man, aren't you going to do something today? A murderer's at large.
Today is blessed St. Patrick's Day. Oh, sure, let the poor fellow have the day in peace. Oh, he won't run away.
But my dear son... will you come back with me to the castle and search for the body? They refuse to let me do it alone.
On St. Patrick's Day? That I will not. We would need a crew of helpers, and where will I be after getting them on the blessed St. Patrick's Day? No, we'll do that tomorrow, too. No, today is a day for celebration.
Oh, your methods astound me, Sergeant.
Do they now, sir? Don't be after fretting about me. Just enjoy yourself today. Tomorrow we'll see what can be done about it. Well, good day to you, gentlemen.
Oh, bless my soul. I've never seen such a happy-go-lucky policeman in my life.
It's infuriating. If only I were allowed to examine Hankin's body, I could get to the bottom of this.
Well, what are you going to do now, Holmes?
The police won't help us. Then we must take the law into our own hands. I think we'll start off by going to the hotel and seeing what we can find out from Sean O'Flaherty.
I was going to Ballymore a day, I well remember, for to view the lads and lasses on the 5th day of November with a murring do a day and a murring a do a daddy. Oh, your honors would be after speaking to me, Sean O'Flaherty, perhaps?
Yes, Sean. Did you know that Mr. Hankin, the man who struck you last night, was dead?
Dead? Well, if ever a man deserved to be beneath the sod, 'twas Geoffrey Hankin himself. A mean, ugly man. The saints be praised that he's gone. How did he die, sir?
He was murdered.
Murdered? Well, bedad, I'm not surprised to hear it. Who murdered him, sir?
At the moment, the police seem to think that you are the culprit.
Myself? Well, how would I be after murdering the man, sir, when I don't even know how he died?
He died when he fell from the top of Blarney Castle as he was trying to kiss the stone.
He fell because Mr. Cochrane, his partner, couldn't hold on to his feet. His boots had been greased.
And we know that you have been cleaning his boots, Sean.
That I have, sir. I cleaned them this very morning. But I put no grease on them, if that's what you'd be after suggesting.
I'm suggesting nothing. I'm trying to establish a few facts. Do you know Kathleen, the barmaid?
Oh, and why shouldn't I know her, sir? She's to be me wife before the winter sets in.
She pronounced a curse on the dead man last night, just after he had knocked you down. It's possible that she may...
Here she comes, huh?
Sean, my darling, what are the fine gentlemen doing here?
Oh, Kathleen. They've come to ask me questions about the death of Mr. Hankin. He fell off Blarney Castle today and got himself murdered, they say.
The saints be praised. But what has that to do with you, my darling?
Well, the gentlemen tell me that the village police think that I might have greased his boots so that he slipped to his death.
The village police is as stupid as my father's big sow. If Mr. Hankin fell to his death today because his boots were greased, I can tell you who did it.
Indeed, who?
The little people. I warned Mr. Hankin last night that the little people would be after him. He insulted the Irish.
Oh, come, my dear. You don't seriously expect us to believe in the little people?
And why not, Your Honor? We have them here. There's those who say the fairies all be dead, but I know different. I've seen them. When I was a slip of a girl, close to where I lived, there was a rat. That's a fort, you know. And the rat was a fairy's fort. We never dared touch it with a spade or cut down a tree growing on it or carry away a stone. We'd put our ear to the ground at night and we could hear the fairy music rising up from under the ground. Ah, they're gentle people. Most of the time. But they'd grease the boots of a man like Mr. Hankin if they didn't like them. That they would, Your Honor.
Holmes, I'm certain that we're wasting our time here.
I feel so, Watson. And get the whole thing turned on the greasing of those boots. If only I could have the boots in my hands. If only I could make laboratory tests. But until that dolt of a police... But of course! I have it, Watson.
You have what, Holmes?
The answer, I hope. Get hold of Mrs. Hankin and Mr. Corcoran. Have them meet me in the Blarney Stone Tower in half an hour.
And you, where are you going?
To the police station to try and convince the sergeant that even though it's St. Patrick's Day, it's his duty to help me trap a murderer.
Do you know, Mr. Holmes, you're an obstinate man. It's blessed St. Patrick's Day, and yet you insist that we meet here on the top of Blarney Castle. What do you think you can prove?
Who murdered Geoffrey Hankin?
Yes, but why do Molly and I have to be here?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. And poor Geoffrey's body still lying somewhere below us.
Mrs. Hankin and Mr. Corcoran, I asked Dr. Watson to bring you here for a good reason, I assure you. You ready, Watson?
Quite ready, Holmes.
Good. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You asked me why I've assembled the three of you here. I'm going to reconstruct the crime. I shall play the part of the victim. My friend Dr. Watson will represent you, Mr. Corcoran. Now, I straddle the parapet. So. Watson, hold on to my feet, will you?
I've got him, Holmes.
And lower me down the face of the wall.
Right, sure. Holmes, hold tight to the wall. Try and push yourself back. The murderer's tried to get you. Your boots are covered in grease. Come away.
Grab my trouser legs, Watson.
I've got him, Holmes. Come, up you come. There we go. Oh, that was a near thing.
Devilish plot, Sergeant, and very cleverly carried out. My boots were ungreased when I entered the castle, and yet someone has been able to apply grease to them without my knowledge within the last few minutes.
Sure, and how is that possible, sir?
I don't know, Sergeant, I must confess.
Holmes, you stumbled as you came up the darkened staircase. Do you remember that?
That's true, old chap, I'd forgotten. And you, Mrs. Hankin, and you, Mr. Corcoran, were kind enough to assist me to my feet. An excellent opportunity to apply the grease. Now we know that one of you two is the murderer. I must have a jar of grease somewhere. Now, Sergeant, will you search the lady while I search Mr. Corcoran?
But this is ridiculous.
Of course it is. How could we be guilty?
Well, if you're not guilty, you've got no objection to being searched,
Well,
madam.
upon my word, here in your purse, Mrs. Hankin, is a jar of grease.
What?
Now, what have you to say for yourself?
Now, can't you say, Sergeant? Except that she engineered her husband's murder and tried to engineer mine.
Oh, no. No, I knew nothing about Geoffrey's murder. Oh, Michael, darling, I swear to you.
Don't worry, my darling. I'll not let them hurt you. I'm telling you, you're wrong, Mr. Holmes. I was the murderer.
Oh, no, Michael. You mustn't sacrifice yourself for
I
me.
think this little play acting has gone far enough. Mr. Corcoran, you have just offered us what you think we will accept as a false confession. But I've established the one thing I wish to know, that you love your late partner's wife and she you.
I'm proud to admit that, Mr. Holmes. And now that she's a widow, I can say it in the open. But what are you implying?
That you murdered your partner.
But the grease on your own boot, sir. I just found a jar of it in Mrs. Hankin's handbag.
Oh, that, my dear Sergeant, was all part of my little plan. As to the grease on my boots, I confess I placed it there myself, just as I planted the jar of grease in your bag, Mrs.
But why,
Hankin.
Holmes?
A fraud accomplished two ends. It forced you, Mr. Corcoran, into a betrayal of your love. But what was more important, it proved from what Dr. Watson's natural reactions were that a man holding the greased boots could not fail to realize that fact at once. You brazenly committed murder before our very eyes, Mr. Corcoran, hoping to appear as an innocent victim of another's plot.
Your theory is an ingenious one, Mr. Holmes, but how can you prove it? I can claim that my hands are unusually insensitive, not the delicate fingers of a doctor like your friend.
Yes, he's right, sir. How can you prove it?
When, with your kind cooperation, Sergeant, we find the body of Mr. Hankin and examine it, I shall study his boots. If the grease was applied at the hotel, as it would have been if Sean O'Flaherty had done it, the boots will reveal dust from the walk here. If there is no dust, the grease must have been applied as you grasped your partner's boots with grease-smeared hands, Mr. Corcoran. You should know best what my tests will
Grab
reveal.
him, Sergeant. Grab him.
Come back here.
Come back.
Oh, Michael, don't! Please don't!
Goodbye, Molly, me darling.
Great Scotty. He jumped off the parapet.
Now, Mr. Holmes, you can see that I was right, sir. Wasn't I?
What do you mean, Sergeant?
In waiting until tomorrow to get the search party. Now we can be after finding both bodies at the one time.
Well,
Doctor. That was really an unusual story.
Yes, even now I get a bit of a shudder when I think of that afternoon at the castle.
I don't blame you. Doctor, you know something? Earlier this evening, I said that if I ever got to Ireland, I'd certainly want to kiss the Blarney stone, remember?
Yeah?
Well, I've changed my mind. I'd no more want to hang by my heels to kiss that stone than... Well, just let's forget it.
But, my boy, don't forget, if you kiss that stone, you get the gift of eloquence. You'd be the most convincing fellow in the world.
So?
So, well, whenever you talked about Petri wine, you'd really do people a favor because they wouldn't be able to resist trying it.
Oh, talking about Petri wine isn't important, Doctor. The best way to determine just how good Petri wine really is to taste it. One sip and there's all the proof you need. That's because the Petri family has developed the art of winemaking to a truly fine point. They've been making wine for generations. And all of the things the Petri family knows about turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine have been handed on down in the family from father to son, from father to son. That's why whenever you want a swell wine, for any occasion, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story in which that arch-criminal Professor Moriarty played a most important part. It deals with the theft of a famous painting, of a strange night that Sherlock Holmes and I spent trapped in the interior of a giant metal vault, and of mysterious bloodstains in an empty room.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in this Arthur Conan Doyle story, A Case of Identity. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Bulldog Drummond, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of The Soul of Democracy and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages and how each one influences his own and future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss W.B. Yeats and the poetry of Ireland. We present Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, Ireland, land of immemorial sorrows, of wild gaiety and somber melancholy, of exuberant humor and strange superstitions, of heroic enthusiasms and sorrowing submission, of utterly loyal women and wide-wandering men, is unique among all peoples of the earth. Possessed of a druidic tradition and an ancient culture equal in fascination to that of Arthur and the Round Table, early Christianized, repeatedly torn by invasion, conquered and long dominated by a more materialistic race, Ireland has ever been warmed by a fire of devotion, flaming in every Irish heart. English-speaking peoples may quarrel among themselves, but instinctively they present a united front to the world. Across the centuries, Irish troops helped fight England's battles, and the dominant people finally became generous. With the establishment after the World War of the Irish Free State, much of the old independence was regained. Meantime, late in the 19th century, the Irish awoke to fresh consciousness of their cultural inheritance, with an eager desire to recover it and achieve a new culture worthy of the great tradition. The outstanding leader in that awakening was William Butler Yeats. Reared a Protestant but temperamentally sympathetic with all in the Catholic tradition, passionately loving the ancient culture with its weird fairy lore, establishing the Irish theater and writing numerous plays for it, associating other artists with the movement, especially Lady Gregory and Synge, struggling to free the cultural awakening from all partisan political bias, he led in achieving for Ireland a new national culture, not equaled in any other nation of our time. Always the Irish have loved and produced poetry and song, but their poets had been handicapped either by writing in hatred of England or, like Tom Moore, having to write primarily for an English audience. The idea of Yeats was that the new art should be free from both limitations, without political intent, and created for the Irish people. Yeats was born near Dublin in 1865. His paternal grandfather, for whom he was named, was a clergyman of County Down. His maternal grandfather, the dominating William Palexfin, a seafaring shipowner of Sligo. The extensive autobiography published shortly before the recent death of Yeats contains reveries over his young years, portraying a sensitive, dreamy child growing up at his grandfather's home in Sligo and early fascinated by the Irish fairy lore and the nature world of lakes and mountains. His father was a distinguished painter, member of the Royal Hibernian Academy, influenced by the late pre-Raphaelites, and then turning to French masters. While highly gifted, he was so fastidious as to be ever repainting a work, and so finding difficulty in finishing it. Of his schooling, Yeats says, "Because I found it hard to attend to anything less interesting than my thoughts, I was difficult to teach." He was late in learning to read, with irregular terms in dame schools. At 9, he was sent to London and put to school in Hammersmith, where he felt himself to be a foreigner in a strange land. The family came to live at Bedford Park. There were compensating annual visits to Sligo on his grandfather's ships, and when Yeats was 15, the family moved to Dublin. Another period of desultory schooling followed. But his real education was going forward through his rambles and studies in natural science, and his father's reading great poems to him. For a time he was in an art school, the father vainly hoping the son might also become a painter. At this period, Yeats came more closely in touch with the belief of the Irish countryside in the other people, the world of mysterious beings imagined to influence human life. In the Irish fairy lore is a sinister element not present in the English tradition, which has nothing comparable to banshee and leprechaun. The Irish custom of referring to the fairy race as the good people springs from the fear of disaster coming from them. As a child, Yeats believed implicitly in the fairy lore. In the Dublin period, he became deeply interested in theosophy and other Oriental faiths. This led later to a study of older occult mysteries, turning him back on the Druid tradition of his own race. While in no sense a mystic, this ever-deepening interest in the mysterious continued, at least in emotional and poetic form, his childhood faith in the fairy lore. In the autobiography are numerous passages recording instances of fulfillment of dream premonitions, of thought transference, of second sight, giving glimpses of the mysterious beings of the popular imagination. As he grew to manhood, Yeats came to recognize poetry as his life call. He was working to that end when again in London at 22 for 4 years. There he came into close contact with William Morris, Henley, Oscar Wilde, Arthur Symonds, and other literary men, which contact was his college education. The first work giving him audience was The Wanderings of Oisin, published at 24, a rendering in exquisite poetry of a part of the ancient Irish inheritance. It was the beginning of a service for Irish folklore, comparable in a measure to what Tennyson had done for England in The Idylls of the King. With little ear for musical notation, Yeats had keen appreciation of the beauty of words and labored earnestly to achieve it. He wrote slowly and with the fastidiousness of his father's painting, polishing and repolishing for perfect artistic form. In the first period of poetic work, His lyrics often strike a happy note, and there is much description of the nature world. Meantime, he founded the Irish Literature Societies in London and Dublin, and dreamed of establishing an Irish National Theatre. He tells of discovering that in the performance of all drama that depends for its effect upon beauty of language, poetical culture may be more important than professional experience. This indicates the aim in all the best of his own dramatic work, since it was beauty of language for which he constantly strove and which he surpassingly achieved. Early in his 30s, Yeats formed his friendship with Lady Gregory. Each was deeply to influence the other. She gathered up the ancient folklore and beautifully translated it, afterwards writing her charming plays for their theater. She kept Yeats from wasting himself on journalistic work, telling him, "The only wrong act that matters is not doing one's best work." She made her beautiful home his home whenever he wished it. He tells us that until he was 50, he never earned more than $1,000 a year. She insisted on lending him money to keep him free to work at his poetry. He mentions repaying $2,500 through the proceeds of an American lecture tour, which task seems to pay those from other lands better than poetry. The first play by Yeats to be given on the stage was The Countess Kathleen. It had been bitterly attacked on religious grounds because, Yeats says, the Irish take symbols for realities. Some 20 policemen were present to prevent a riot. The play was nevertheless successful and launched Yeats on his career as stage dramatist. The Countess Kathleen is a weird, symbolic story of the Great Famine. The Countess lavishes her wealth to relieve the misery, but it is too vast. Merchants from the power of darkness come to buy the souls of the starving wretches. These evil ones rob the Countess of her possessions, and in desperate resolve to aid the sufferers, she sells her soul and dies. The angel tells her poet lover, Alil, "The light beats down, the gates of pearl are wide, and she is passing to the floor of peace. The light of lights looks always on the motive, not the deed, the shadow of shadows on the deed alone." Next came the tender and lovely Land of Heart's Desire, in which Yeats interprets the Irish fairy lore with its fascinating yet sinister mystery. The young bride, Mary Bruin, loving her husband but lonely of heart, not yet brought to submission to the dull routine of life, is tired of it all. So longing for freedom, to dance with the others on winds, waves, and mountains, she yields to the fairy charm and dies. It is all symbols, but what subtle symbolism of life. The Shadowy Waters, dedicated to Lady Gregory, with a prelude poem on the 7 woods of Cool, her home, is in the same key with Heart's Desire. Forgale sails the remote seas, following the bird guides, under the lure of the transcendent that lifts and disturbs the heart of man. The chords of the light irradiating harp, a far more beautiful and effective symbol than Wagner's, works the magic of the love potion in Tristan und Isolde, fusing Forgale and Dectora in the immortal, fatal charm of love and death. As the rope is cut that binds their ship to the safely homeward bound treasure ship, Dectora exclaims, "The world drifts away, and I am left alone with my beloved, who cannot put me from his sight forever. We are alone forever, and I laugh, Forgale, because you cannot put me from you. The mist has covered the heavens, and you and I shall be alone forever. O flower of the branch, O bird among the leaves, O silver fish that my 2 hands have taken out of the running stream, O morning star, trembling in the blue heavens like a white fawn upon the misty border of the wood, bend lower that I may cover you with my hair, for he will gaze upon this world no longer." And Forgale, "Beloved, having dragged the net about us, and knitted mesh to mesh, we grow immortal, and that old harp awakens of itself to cry aloud to the gray birds, and dreams that have had dreams for fathers live in us." It is all the haunting melody of words, transfused with the emotion of the moment that is eternal, of the lure of the impossible dream that transfigures and breaks life. The same mood, with more of action and human reality, is in the beautiful and tragic Dardery, and in the stormy On Bailey's Strand. Kathleen Ni Houlihan, a poetic play of tender beauty, interprets that spirit of Ireland whose challenge to the Irish heart is beyond all appeal of wife and home. Nevertheless, with Yeats, it is the power of the eternal spirit of Ireland, with no hint of political antagonism or racial hate. With the help of friends, the Abbey Theatre was finally established, and Yeats' dream of a truly national Irish theatre realized. Lady Gregory was his right hand, and Synge, till his early death, his left. Synge's playboy was almost as bitterly attacked as the Countess Kathleen had been. The pure poetic drama with sustained beauty of language did not prove as successful on the stage as those plays pungently portraying phases of Irish character with the aid of dialect. The later plays of Yeats, written under the influence of Lady Gregory, and often in collaboration with her, depart from the pure poetry and symbolism of the earlier examples. Yeats wrote beautiful prose as well as poetry, and with the same artistic finish. The autobiography contains an amazing range of frank and pungent characterizations of those associated with the Irish awakening in both its cultural and political aspects, thus giving a full history of the revival. His disgust with the overemphasis of the political and consequent clouding of the cultural phase is everywhere evident. When the Irish Free State was established, Yeats was made one of its first senators, showing the recognition he had won, as also his deep interest in Ireland's freedom. In 1923, much to his surprise, he received the Nobel Prize in Literature, the inscription stating that it was given for his consistently emotional poetry, which in the strictest artistic form expresses a people's spirit. With his wife, Yeats journeyed to Sweden to receive the award. The closing portion of his autobiography, On the Bounty of Sweden, shows how deeply he was impressed both with Sweden's progress in the arts and her skillful handling of the problems of representative government. Apparently, the smaller nations have much to teach the big ones in the solution of problems both cultural and political. In his later lyric poetry, Yeats entered a third period. There is no more the decorative element of his earlier verse, nor does he lean on the great tradition of Ireland's past. The poems deal directly with life, its tangles and experiences, and every word is made to count with precise significance. There is still great beauty, but beauty subordinated to interpretation of life. Overall is a somber mood of autumn with winter promised. In his plays as in his poems, Yeats is distinctly poet rather than stage dramatist. As creator of pure poetry, he can be ranked first of his age, working steadily to the end, and his death so recent, occurring January 28, 1939, more than the other masters studied, he is of our own time.
W.B. Yeats and the Poetry of Ireland has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Next week, Dr. Griggs will speak on G.K. Chesterton, a modern man of letters.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Dennis Day, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald in Top of the Morning. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and the top of the morning. For quite a few years, we've been looking forward to St. Patrick's Day and the Lux Radio Theater falling on the same day, because we wanted to bring you one of those charming, whimsical tales that only the Irish can tell, chock full of will-o'-the-wisp, the little people, and the wearing of the green. And as our stars of tonight's enchanting romance from Paramount Pictures, we have Dennis Day singing the songs of old Erin to that delightful Colleen and Blythe. And because we should have at least one Irishman who's kissed the Blarney Stone, that grand character actor, Barry Fitzgerald. And now, before the curtain goes up, I want you to hear of an important discovery about Lux Toilet Soap. That is wonderful news for your complexion.
Yes, tonight I want to make you a promise. A promise that you can improve your complexion, make it feel smoother, firmer, Look fresher, clearer with daily Lux Soap Care. And here is the new discovery that proves this promise. Lux Soap Care has skin tonic action. Remember that phrase, skin tonic action. It means that Lux Care actually stimulates your inner skin. Now, you've probably always thought of your skin from the outside. Tonight, think of your skin from the inside, because the real improvement begins on the inside. Scientific tests show the more you stimulate your inner skin, the lovelier your outer skin looks. And that's just what skin tonic action does for you. It means your complexion will look smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer, even younger. Yes, scientific evidence proves that Lux Skin Tonic Action will make a real difference in the loveliness of any normal, healthy skin. And that probably means your skin. You can easily prove this for yourself. Start your daily Lux Care now, and you will see that just one cake of Lux will make your complexion definitely smoother, definitely fresher. You can count on this. We would not make this promise unless we were certain that Lux would fulfill every word of it. So try Lux now. Lux Toilet Soap Care and the beautifying benefits of Skin Tonic Action are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company.
Now, Top of the Morning, starring Anne Blythe as Con, Dennis Day as Joe Mulqueen, and Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony McNaughton.
My name's Joe Mulqueen. Oh, it's a good Irish name, all right, but the closest I'd ever been to Ireland is a paid-up membership card in the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick and the Fife and Shillelagh Marching Club. The closest, that is, until a couple of weeks ago. You see, I happen to work for the Manhattan Insurance Company, and one day the boss called me in.
I just got a cablegram, Joe. Another big theft. They filed a claim for $500,000. How well do you get along with the Irish?
Well, I root for Notre Dame regularly. Why?
Because you're taking the next plane for Ireland.
Well, why pick on me? What do I know about Ireland?
Well, your mother came from there, didn't she?
Well, that's no advantage.
And the only other man available is Manny Epstein.
That's no advantage either.
Now, the theft of the stone was reported a few hours ago in Cork.
What kind of stone?
The Blarney stone.
Hey, what are you trying to give me?
I know, it's crazy, but we're stuck for $500,000.
But, boss, you can't insure a thing like the Blarney stone.
We did. And the point is, we can't afford that kind of loss. Your tickets and expense money are outside. Now, here, 6 pages of notes. You can read all about it on the plane. Now, get going.
And when I get there?
Check with the Cork police, a fellow named Inspector Fallon. Don't let anyone else know who you are. Just be friendly, mix with the people, and find that Blarney stone.
Sheila August Carlange.
Meaning what?
That's Gaelic. I think it means here comes the British. Well, ik wil de zee speten there, Dorton, boss.
Keep in touch, see? And keep those reports coming in.
Well, according to the notes, the theft had been reported to the village police force consisting of 2 men, Sergeant Bryony McNaughton and Officer Huey Devine.
Oh, it's all too true, Huey. The Blarney stone has disappeared. And as the legal arm of this village, we belong at the scene of the crime. Now go fetch a bicycle.
Hey, look, Bryony, look. Half the village is coming to hear you verify the circumstances.
No. Get back to your business and let Huey and me attend to our own.
Bryony, the stone is gone from the castle.
Aye.
Oh, terrible. There'll be no more gift to the Blarney. Oh, a speechless world. Oh, it's a sparkling calamity. Hey, Bryony, look. Your daughter. Morning, Con.
Morning, Huey. I brought your lunch early, Father.
Take it back, girl. Too much to do today.
Oh, then it's really gone, just as the legend said.
Oh, aye, indeed, that someday the Blarney stone will be stolen. And there will follow strange accidents and unhappy deeds.
Don't wait up for me, Con. I'm a busy man today. Now, out of me way there, out of me way.
Oh, you'll be proud of your father now, Con.
Oh, yes, it's a large day for Bryony McNaughton. Oh, for 30 years there's been no such time.
That's right, Con, that's right. This is the proof of Bryony.
Oh, yes. A chance for him to be looked up to for his share of time. And that's a small wish. Oh, find it, Father. Find the stone.
here by the castle steps. Now, it's footprints we're looking for.
Ah, footprints. Oh, you've got a vast treasure between your ears, Bryony. A supreme brain.
Aye, yes.
Hey, Bryony, there's footprints, look.
Divine, those are my footprints.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Inspector Fallon. Well, we got things started, sir.
Divine, rope off this entire area before it's turned into a picnic ground.
Yes, sir. Immediate, sir.
And what about me, sir? Now, I could either...
Go back to the village, Bryony.
But the case, sir, the terrible theft.
You operate under the police department of the city of Cork. You got no jurisdiction here. Now, you'll do us more good if you tend to your own job.
You mean that I can't help, sir?
I'm sorry, McNaughton, but we'll be moving too fast for an old man to keep up.
An old man?
Well, maybe not. But who'd bet you'd have the price of another sunrise? Now, please, McNaughton, you'd better go back.
Yes, sir. Not the price of another sunrise. And that from a little man who weighs no more than an echo. Well, I'll stay on the case, and I'll solve it. I'll solve it if it's the last thing I do.
Well, the case was still wide open when I reached Cork. First, I checked in with Inspector Fallon, then I bought a lot of oil paints and a canvas and headed for the village. En route, I spent an hour or two at Blarney Castle, then I paid a week's rent at the local Waldorf and spread the word around that I was an artist. I wandered over to the first meadow I saw and set up the easel. As expected, it wasn't too long before I had an audience.
Would it be right, sir, to say you're a painter of things? Of course he's a painter. The brush is the proof.
Oh, hiya, men. Well, I'm glad to see you appreciate the finer things.
It is a picture, is it?
Well, sure it is. Thought I captured the scene rather well myself. Trees, cows, the river. Oh, well, I guess I'll be going back to the village now.
Can we help you?
Swell. You grab the easel and the art critic here can carry the paint box.
The brushes are full of paint, sir. It's a great mess.
Oh, the brushes. Well, where can I wash them?
There's a little river, sir, at the end of your nose.
Well, let's mosey over, shall we? Say, that robbery created quite a stir around here,
And the evil deeds begin already. Already have 6 cattle died of no cause at all. And there's the man who sneezed.
Sneezed? Is that bad?
Well, sneezing is one thing. But would you not see it odd for a man to sneeze without closing his eyes? Oh, the Blarney grief has started for certain.
Well, I'm sure sorry, fellas. Meanwhile, let me wash out my brushes.
It's the madness of Kelly you've made of this thing, sir.
Oh, that? Well, that's the palette. Give it to me. I'll take my knife and scrape the paint off. Well, now. And who do we have over there?
Con McNaughton, sir. Doing her washing, as any proper girl should. It is said, sir, that the stream of Don Doris is surely the fairest place alive to wash, or to wish.
Is that a fact?
Sir, would you be cleaning her paint, or would you be staring at Con and her laundry work?
Oh, yeah. Let's get going here.
Now she's staring at him. And coming this way. I'm Con McNaughton. And who are you?
Joe Mulqueen. Oh, my, what a doll.
Aye, there's little to match the beauty of Con McNaughton.
And now would you have anything else to say?
Just, amen.
Oh, you're American then?
How can you tell?
Oh, it was easy, since they're the only ones who know just the tail end of a prayer. Oh, I see. America. The Land's End.
I beg your pardon?
And the knife in his hand.
Oh, I forgot to clean it. I'll be right with you.
Here's his knife.
If it's blood you're thinking of, it's only red paint, such as his cow is made of.
Oh, I'm pondering on other matters, Pierce O'Neill, the prophecy. The prophecy is related by Biddy O'Devlin.
What prophecy, Con?
Oh, being a boy, you wouldn't know, but a prophecy that has come to Biddy down through the ages. Oh, help me with my bundle, Pierce. Hurry.
Hey, what's the rush? What you talking about? Who's Biddy? And what's this prophecy?
You'll have to ask Con McNaughton, sir, if you can catch her.
Well, I will.
You'd better wait for another time. It's in her mind now. And as any fool knows, the mind of a woman is a dreadful thing to dwell upon.
Even in Ireland, huh? Well, I went back to the village, but I'd no more than hit Main Street when the law closed in. Yep. Bryony McNaughton and Huey Devine hustled me straight to the Hoosgow.
Now then, Mr. Mulqueen, Suppose you tell us just what you were doing exactly hanging around Blarney Castle this morning.
Oh, that. Well, you see, I was painting. You know, pictures. Go ahead and take a look at them.
Hey, he's painted something here, Bryony. Oh, it's a thing of great confusion.
Yeah. Take a look, Sarge. I rather think I've got something there, don't you? Note the expression on the cow's face. Treated her in profile, you see.
Tell me, you paid money to learn to do this?
It was a gift from heaven.
Well, I'd leave the church. Now, I'll give you one more chance. What are you doing in this village?
Look, I just told you, Sarge, but if you're going to run your jail this way, I'll just have to take my business someplace else.
All right, Devine, lock him up.
Lock me up? Oh, now, look, fellas, on what charge?
Vagrancy's enough. And to that, add invading the privacy of the cow.
Oh, Bryony, that's a gigantic reply.
I didn't think it was so big.
Yes, and you can stay in there until you're ready to answer some questions.
Like, for instance?
Telling us your name's Mulqueen. Now, supposing you tell us your real name.
That is my real name, Joe Mulqueen.
They say the true check is in a man's face.
Well, in this case, it's hard to tell, Huey. Because there's practically nothing in it.
Look, first you toss me in the pokey, and now you tell me I'm not Irish. Look, fellas, I got to draw the line somewhere.
Well, I'll interrogate you further when you've had time to think things over.
Hey, Bryony, you left your concertina there in the cell. Oh, we're about to hear a tune played.
Another gift from heaven, I suppose.
As beautiful Kitty one morning was dripping with a pitcher of milk from the fair Coleraine. When she saw me, she stumbled, the pitcher it tumbled, and all the sweet buttermilk spilled on the plain. She said to me, you know, what shall I do now? Sure, such a pitcher I'll ne'er meet again. 'Twas the pride of my dairy, Barney McClary. You're sent as a plague on the girls of Coleraine. I sat down beside her and gently did chide her that such a misfortune should give her such pain. A kiss then I gave her, and there I did leave her. She'd bowed for such pleasure, she'd break it again. 'Twas haymaking season, I can't tell the reason. Misfortune will never come single, 'tis plain. For very soon after poor Kitty's disaster, the devil a pitcher was left in Coleraine.
Sung like a civilized angel, Huey.
So that was a sweet noise, Bryony.
Go on, Huey, open the door.
Huh? Let him out?
Yeah. What about the charges, Bryony?
Oh, I just dismissed them.
Bryony, isn't he the tender lad?
Joe, listen, after hearing you sing, I've decided you've been telling the truth. Now, what are your plans for tonight?
Well, I was going to bed early. You see, I thought I'd take my brushes and catch the sunrise.
We're having a party at our house tonight. Would you care to come? I said, would you care to come?
Hey, Bryony. The lad's studying the picture on your desk. The picture of Con.
Yeah, she's me daughter, Joe. Looks just like me.
Your daughter, huh? I just canceled the sunrise.
Good. And about tonight, just ask for the house of Bryony McNaughton. You can't miss it.
You know, Sarge, you've been pretty nice at that. Yep. I may even do your portrait someday.
Oh, no, not that, no.
Lots of character there. It's spread all over.
Oh, Bryony, he likes you.
You have a nice face, too.
And so sweetly disposed, Bryony. Not a word or reproach for arresting him.
I can see that you were tricked by my plan, too. Do you know what I think of John McQueen? I think he's our man.
No.
Yes. First, the Blarney stone is stolen. Then, out of the morning, a stranger comes with no explanation except that he paints pictures you'd be ashamed to hang in your broom closet. Now, what do the facts suggest?
Bryony, it was your poise that tricked him. Now, what's our plan?
To fool him with friendship till we find some evidence. So tonight, while he's at the party, You'll be at the hotel searching the zoo.
Oh, Bryony, your intellect's loaded with molecules.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that, Huey. But on certain things, Bryony McNaughton doesn't have to be bitten by a fox. Oh, no.
Meanwhile, I'd gone back to the hotel, plugged in the dictaphone machine, and proceeded to dictate my first report on the case of the missing Blarney stone. Proceeding at once to the village, where things started getting a little rough. Seems like everybody in town's a little wacky. Anyway, the officer in charge is a cute old codger named McNaughton. Doesn't have much talent, though. Doubt if he could find the curve in a pretzel if you furnished him with a blueprint. But he's a sweet old man. Leaving soon for a party at his home. Will advise further tomorrow. Signed, Joe Mulqueen. Oh, P.S. If anybody steals one of the pyramids, Manny Epstein's your man.
Before we return with Act Two of Top of the Morning, here's your Lux Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
With a picture of intrigue in Anchor, the true story of World War II's most notorious spy. You'll see the whole expose in 20th Century Fox's gripping documentary, 5 Fingers.
James Mason, as Cicero, shows how the valet of a British ambassador sold top secrets to the Germans.
Lux lovely Danielle Darrieux plays Cicero's co-partner in espionage. And Michael Rennie is the British inspector.
Libby, speaking of top secrets, what am I bid for Hollywood's top beauty secret?
Oh, why, John, everyone knows that glamorous screen stars depend on Lux soap to make skin really lovelier.
Yes, when you see lovely Danielle Darrieux in 5 Fingers, look at her Lux Smooth skin. You'll see that Lux Soap Care, with its skin tonic action, makes a real difference in the loveliness of skin. And girls, you can be sure that the beauty care that works for Hollywood stars will work for you, too. So try it now. See how soon Lux Skin Tonic Action can improve your skin. Remember, it's proved. The more you stimulate your inner skin with Lux Soap Care, the lovelier your complexion looks. You'll see, you'll feel it is definitely smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer. Yes, just 1 cake of Lux Toilet Soap with its skin tonic action can bring this quick new beauty to you. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Top of the Morning, starring Dennis Day as Joe, Ann Blythe as Con, Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony, and Dan O'Hurley as Huey Devine.
Well, that night I went over to Bryony's house for the party. Frankly, I was hoping to make a little time with his daughter. But when I got there, Con was having a session with an old lady who sat in the corner.
Oh, and what happened today, Biddy O'Devlin? Oh, it would frighten a star.
As the wisest woman in 9 counties, I've already heard.
Then it has been fulfilled, the first condition of the prophecy.
Well, to give you a definite answer, Con, it all depends. On the other hand, there's the second condition.
Oh, tell me, Biddy. Tell me again.
That he shall come to your house in a coat of Glenaney and sing like the imprisoned bird of Connemara.
Biddy.
Well, girl?
There he is talking with Father. And his coat's as green as the map of Ireland. Not only that, he's... Oh, Biddy, look, here they come.
This way, Joe, this way. Biddy O'Devlin, this is Joe Mulqueen. I have him for my friend.
Good evening.
He has a generous face, Blarney.
And you've already met me daughter.
Oh, we did, Father, this afternoon.
Then run for the beer con, I'm dying.
Ah, yes, Father, right away.
And what of the rubber Blarney and the Blarney stone?
Oh, there's nothing to report, Biddy.
And while we wait, the evil deeds go on. Today I saw a man walking in the sun, and the strange part is he did not cast a shadow.
No shadow, huh? Well, what do you think of that, Joe?
I think it's a whale of an act.
Oh, the beer, Father. For you and Biddy.
And none for Mulqueen.
Well, I've been thinking that perhaps Mr. Mulqueen would rather dance if there was someone to ask him. You do dance, Mr. Mulqueen.
Well, I might get by if you leave.
Then I should like to dance with you.
They go together, Blarney, like fleas and a dog.
Oh, do they now?
Did Con tell you what happened today?
The prediction? That's a yarn made up for a village girl 500 years ago. How would it count in days like these?
Blarney, it's your telephone. Hughie Devine, and his voice is as pale as a bucket of lard.
Hughie, is it? You'll excuse me, Biddy. It's me official capacity.
A moment later, Blarney rushed from the house, jumped on his bicycle, and disappeared. There might have been those who missed him, but not Con and me. By now, we were alone, out in the garden.
So I thought I'd tell you about the lilac bushes, Joe, out here in the garden.
But, Con, there aren't any lilac bushes.
That's true. For in this part of the country, it is said that the children's breath on the air is perfume enough.
Oh, do you have to believe in every fairy tale you hear? I guess it's nice once in a while, but you overdo it around here, don't you think?
Oh, it's true. But at least we know they're fairy tales. And it's a better way to think of the fields we'll walk in, the sons we'll want, and the men we'll marry.
Hey, how about those men?
Ah, not enough prayers to St. Anne, I suppose.
St. Anne?
Oh, the saint of lovers. All the girls pray to her. It's a short prayer. Please, St. Anne, get me a man.
Where do I get in line?
How do you mean, Joe?
Oh, honey, you're starting to get some action already.
Action?
Well, how could you miss?
Well, what are you planning on, Joe Mulqueen?
Well, back home, they call this making a pitch.
Or could I ask you now, back home, is there such a thing as a slow pitcher?
You're in love with someone anyone would know. Takes up all your dreaming and makes you sort of glow. I guess you think your laughter covers up your sighs, but you've got a love look in your lovely eyes. Oh, you're in love with someone, anyone I know, like to have his chances, a lucky so-and-so. Forever and forever, he'll be loving you naturally. If you're in love with someone like me.
Singing is a very rich custom. I like it.
Yeah, well, I guess it's time for Joe to be rolling. Good night, Con.
Good night, Joe.
And by the way, if you get a flash from St. Anne, keep me in mind.
And he sings like the imprisoned bird of Connemara.
I was in kind of a hurry to get back to the hotel. I had a hunch that if I wasn't too late, I'd find company up in my room.
Now, before you get upset, Mr. Mulqueen, we'll have you know this is an official police visit.
Well, hiya, Huey. Bryony.
We've been searching your room.
Well, if it's the Blarney stone you're looking for, I'm afraid...
You'll do me the favor to answer me questions. This machine here, what is it?
Oh, that's just a dictaphone machine. You talk into it and it plays back.
Now, that's a pretty scheme.
Would you mind having it played back?
Oh, well, maybe some other time, Bryony.
That's an order. Play it.
Well, we can play a little bit, I guess. You sure you want to hear this?
Play it.
But it's just... Oh, well. Manhattan Insurance Company, attention, E.L. Larkin. First report on the theft of the Blarney stone.
Hey, Bryony, it's him. It's his voice.
Keep quiet, Devine.
Arrived on schedule, made contact immediately with the Cork police.
Hey, the man's a detective.
Play on, Judas Mulqueen.
Proceeding at once to the village where things started getting a little rough. Seems like everybody in town's a little wacky. Anyway, the officer in charge is a cute old codger named McNaughton. Doesn't have much talent, though.
Oh, Bryony, I'm filled with despair.
Well, that's about all. Not much else to it.
More.
More? Oh, but it's just routine, you see.
Huey, press the button again.
Doesn't have much talent, though. Doubt if he could find a curve in a pretzel if you furnished him with a blueprint. But he's a sweet old man. Sweet old man. Sweet old man. Sweet old... He gets stuck like that sometimes. Anyway, that's really all there is to it, you see.
Oh, Bryony, your heart must be as heavy as a bag full of anvils.
Oh, I don't blame you for being sore, Bryony, but now that you know we can work together, huh? I'll need your help.
No, you won't. For if you're not wise, Joe McQueen, you'll get some other machine that'll make you so. Come on, Hewitt.
Top it all, Father, last night when Joe sang in the garden.
Yeah,
don't you see, Father, Biddy O'Devlin's prediction is right.
Biddy O'Devlin. Any properly trained woman would have been dead years ago. And as for Joe McQueen, I detest the man.
Oh.
And that's the sum of my observations. Now, bring me my breakfast.
Yes, Father.
Con,
Yes.
did you say how the next condition went?
Oh, I thought you had no interest in
Oh, I don't. But if you were just now to blot it out, how would it go?
Well, it is said that he will speak in a great voice, the sound of which will come from small places not dreamed of.
Well, I don't believe it. Here I am with a great kind to solve, and the daughter of me days, talking and listening to predictions. I bid you good morning. I'm going to work.
Now, you heard what Sergeant McNaughton said. Mr. Mulqueen, you've been requested to leave town on the next bus.
Oh, now, wait. I came here to the police station to... Well, after all, cooperating is one thing, but tossing me out of town is quite a switch. What's happened, Bryony?
Oh, just changed my mind. And there's no hurry about leaving, just so long as it's immediate.
All right. I hate to leave with that reward and everything, but a fella can't win 'em all, I guess.
Reward, did you say? Tell me now, what reward is that?
Oh, the usual thing posted by my company, $5,000.
Joe, sit down. Would you care to sit down? Yes. Now, and about that reward, you'd be the one to get it, I suppose.
No, not eligible. I just make the recommendation.
Oh, well, then maybe Bryony could get it.
Oh, sure, if he finds the Blarney stone.
$5,000.
Oh, Bryony, to be rich. It's a comfort even to the dead.
Of course, we'd have to work on the case together. Now, what do you say?
You're on it.
Okay. Now, first of all, who's on your list of suspects?
Cormac Gillespie.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Well, for one thing, Gillespie was seen on the grounds the night of the robbery.
Well, that's a fair start.
He's an ugly creation, Joe.
If he had to walk around the world, you wouldn't lend him an old shoe.
But he's the only one who'd stand to profit from the stone being gone.
Oh? How?
He's buying up farms. With all the accidents and the cattle dying and such, it's easy to find those who'll sell for cheap.
Cormac Gillespie has spoke to me cousin already, asking to buy his cattle.
No, I'm afraid it'll never hold, fellas. Well, anyway, dig up all you can on Gillespie, will you?
And nobody's to know you're a detective, right?
Oh, no. Artiste.
Oh, Bryony. $5,000. Oh, I'm delirious for you, Bryony.
No. Quiet down, Huey, quiet down. Amongst the wealthy, laughter is kept at a respectable pitch.
I spent the rest of the day running a check on Gillespie, but it all added up to zero. Even Bryony had to admit it.
Well, maybe you're right, Joe. Maybe Gillespie is innocent. But what would you say to this now? 2 days ago, Gillespie called on Huey's cousin Tomeen to buy his land. Huey's cousin turned him down. And this afternoon, while you were gone, Huey's cousin died.
Oh, the seizure was very sudden, Joe. His wagon turned over on the road and killed him dead.
Killed him, huh?
Yeah, well, perhaps now certain people will believe in the accident.
If you're wondering, do I think Gillespie killed Tomeen? The answer is no.
Oh, it was an accident. But Cormac Gillespie counted on the accident's happening.
I was his only relation, Joe. Oh, my heart's destroyed with the grief of it all.
I don't see any tears, Huey.
Well, now, you see, as Bryony can tell you, I'm what you might call it, an internal weeper.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, that's true, Joe. That's true. The tears fall on his inside.
I just saw his will, Bryony. Tomeen left me everything.
Did he know?
About the accident, I'd like to see where it happened.
Oh, Joe, do you mind? I'm that overcome with me loss.
Well, it could wait until some other time.
Hey, could we all have a drink, Bryony? It helps with the sorry, you know.
Let's go over to the pub, boys. A nice glass of beer and a word for the woes of the world.
Oh, thank you, Bryony. Thank
There was a telephone in the local saloon. I slipped away from Bryony and the bereaved and put in a call for Inspector Fallon. I had a great idea, and if Fallon okayed it, our chances of finding the Blarney stone might improve considerably. Fallon okayed it. Meanwhile, what about Bryony's daughter, Con? Well, right about now, Con was seeing Biddy O'Devlin, her pretty head spinning with 500 years of legend.
And it happened, Biddy, it happened. The fourth prediction. His voice will come forth from small places not dreamed of.
But it's the fifth one that really counts, Con.
Ah, that I love him or no one at all.
And the important part, if your love is returned, he will tread heavily on your heart.
Biddy, to be loved in return, is there no way to guarantee it?
Well, I could put a curse on him.
Oh, no. I don't think a curse would be fair.
Besides, it does little good to curse an American. They never seem to know the difference.
I guess I'll just have to wait. Biddy, will you look out your doorway?
It's himself walking on the road.
Joe Mulqueen, and I'm the favourite of fate. Oh, could you give me a wise word to go on?
Well, now, go to him. And should he hit you in the eye with a lump of coal, it's a sign you're making no progress.
Oh, thank you, Biddy. Thank you.
And may you never have reason, Con, to hear the last and terrible condition that I'm afraid even to speak of.
The old church, Joe, built 700 years ago, along with this little low wall I'm walking on. It's luck to walk on it, they say.
How about sitting down on it?
I would say that's good luck, too. Now help me down before I...
Hey, take it easy.
Oh, the stone, it moved.
Are you all right?
Oh, I told you it was luck. Any other stone, I'd have broken a leg at least. Well, we're sitting, Joe.
You know, I'm going to have to teach you to play post office.
Is it a difficult game to learn?
Not for a natural-born athlete. Say, what about the romance situation around
here? Oh, it's been said of our village that here the greatest pleasures are the reading of books and the kissing of girls.
Keeps a girl pretty busy, huh?
Oh, yes. Unless, of course, she's married to a great reader.
How about you?
Oh, I've been kissed, Joe. 67 times, of course. 30 of the 67 were at fairs and parties, and, well, that hardly counts.
Oh, it's still a fine showing. Fine.
Oh, but there's Maggie O'Shea, who lives down from us, who's been kissed 81 times.
Local record, huh?
Oh, by far.
Would you like to establish a new one?
Oh, yes. I mean, that is...
You're in love with someone anyone would know. Takes up all your dreaming and makes you sort of glow. I guess you think your laughter covers up your sighs, but you've got a love look in your lovely eyes.
Oh, 'tis sweet to think that where'er we roam, we'll see on me.
Oh, you're in love with someone, anyone I know. Like to have his chances, lucky so and so. Forever and forever he'll be loving me naturally. If you're in love with a someone like me.
By the time I took Con home, Maggie O'Shea was running a poor second. Con invited me to stay for supper.
I hope you're not starving, Joe. We'll wait till Father gets home.
He's kind of late, isn't he?
Oh, it must be the case. Oh, it's his great opportunity, Joe. My father was never first or best at anything.
Oh, he's coming now, Con. He's coming up the path.
Will you tell him of us?
If I can squeeze a word in.
Joe's here, Father. We're waiting supper.
It would sit on me stomach like a keg of nails.
Well, aren't you coming in? We've got something to tell you.
Haven't you said enough already, Mr. Mulqueen?
Said enough.
Mr. Mulqueen, did you or did you not telephone Inspector Fallon about a plan?
Well, sure I did, but I...
And did you tell him that you'd have to be careful of me? And that I was a problem?
Oh, now, wait a minute. That isn't what I meant at all.
Well, I've been removed and made assistant. Huey Devine is the new sergeant.
Devine?
Oh, but what has Joe to do with this? I don't understand.
He's a detective, Con. Sent over to find the Blarney stone.
Oh, Con, now look. If Fallon's got jumpy or something, I can fix it.
Will you leave, Joe? Will you please to take yourself out of here?
Con, please.
I'll leave some supper on the back doorstep. That's another one of our silly customs. Supper for a beggar, Joe. Or one who is poor in spirit. You have your choice.
I couldn't figure it. Sure, I told Fallon I had a plan, but there was nothing in it about taking Bryony's stripes away. And now Fallon had gone back to Cork and wouldn't return until morning. Meanwhile, old Biddy O'Devlin had a visitor.
Why should I have listened to him, Biddy?
Because Joe Mulqueen's the one you chose.
Well, the prediction's done and it's of matter to no one.
Except for the last condition, Con.
It's been fulfilled.
A last one beyond that. A condition I've had no breath for.
You'll have to say it, Biddy.
Aye. If you should turn him out of your house, and that you've done, he'll go to the wood of Calais. There a song will be sung in the light of the moon, and your man will die.
No. No, that's not true. Oh, what's to be done, Biddy?
Being a part of the prediction, neither you nor I can warn him. Would do no good.
Oh, there must be some way to keep him from the wood of Calais.
If you were to pray, you might do it.
I will. I will. I'll pray until my knees hurt.
Do. And then pray sitting down until you get the same result. There a song will be sung by the light of the moon, and your man will die.
Top of the morning will continue in a few seconds. Now, my guest, Paramount's Lux Lovely starlet, Susan Morrow. Susan's just seen a preview of that wonderful new musical comedy, Aaron Slick from Pumpkin Creek.
It's really a very funny picture, with Alan Young, Dinah Shore, Robert Merrill, and Adele Jurgens.
And Paramount staging the world premiere March 21st in Indianapolis with Alan Young in person.
Dinah Shore and Robert Merrill sing some wonderful new hit songs in Aaron Slick from Pumpkin Creek.
Yes, and Alan Young is hilarious as the country bumpkin who saves Dinah Shore from the city slickers.
Those big-time operators are Robert Merrill and Adele Jurgens. Adele really is slick-looking, too. What a Lux Lovely complexion Adele has.
I'd say you too, Susan.
Oh, I'm a Lux enthusiast, too, John. Especially since coming here. I'm out in the sun so much, my skin could be quite dry.
That's why Lux Soap Care, with its skin tonic action, helps you, Susan, and helps so many women with dry skin. You see, Lux Skin Tonic Action stimulates your inner skin, helps it retain natural moisture, so your skin naturally looks smoother and fresher.
I do find my skin much softer with Lux Soap Care. All I do is cream in the rich lather, rinse warm, splash cold. The result? Wonderful.
Thank you, Susan Morrow. Girls, try Lux Toilet Soap Care now. You'll see Lux Skin Tonic Action can make your skin smoother, firmer, fresher, clearer. You'll see why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Top of the Morning, starring Ann Blythe as Con, Dennis Day as Joe, Barry Fitzgerald as Bryony, and Dan O'Herlihy as Huey Devine.
I kept pretty busy the next day, and by the time Inspector Fallon arrived in the village, I had a couple of interesting items to tell him.
What are you angry about, Mulqueen?
That nice little parley you put over. On account of you, Bryony McNaughton's been demoted, and I lose my gal.
I've told you what we thought of the old man. Now, what have you found out?
Well, Inspector, I've been out in the country, that spot in the road where Huey Devine's cousin was killed.
Well?
You're right, Fallon. It wasn't an accident. That cart was pushed over. On my way back, I had a little confab with an old gal named Biddy O'Devlin. We cooked up an idea how we can swing it tonight. Only McNaughton plays or we don't play at all.
Okay. You need any help in the meantime?
Got all I need. Biddy O'Devlin's for the light work and a kid named Pierce O'Neill for the heavy duty.
Plus McNaughton. A small boy, an old woman, and a man with rheumatism. Can you think of anything worse?
No, but I'll work on it. See you tonight, Fallon.
Hello?
It's Bryony McNaughton, Con, your own father.
Oh, but why aren't you home, Father? Supper's waiting again.
It's a...
A song will be sung by the wood of Calais, and the singer will die.
We met that night in front of Biddy's cottage. Inspector Fallon, 2 of his men, Bryony, and Huey Devine. I went in alone to give Biddy her final briefing.
Joe Mulqueen. I'm to sit here in front of the fire and not move, saying only enough to hang myself.
Well, that's not exactly the rosy outlook, Biddy, but don't you worry. I'll go outside now and wait with the others.
Before you go, Mulqueen,
Well?
there's a warning should be given to you about the wood of Calais.
Oh, it'll have to keep, Biddy. Our man will be coming any moment. Thanks anyway. You can come in now, men. Biddy's all ready to talk to us.
Oh, that Biddy's a grand woman. She's the first person you know ever to see a stick with only one end. Now, what do you suppose she'll tell us, Huey?
No, look, Bryony, maybe I'd better wait out here and guard the door from enemies.
Well, it's all been taken care of. Go on in, Devine.
But Joe Mulqueen, he's walking away.
Oh, I'll be with you in a minute, fellas. Just go on in the cottage. Pierce. Now, all you gotta do is wait in the woods. Just sing out if you hear anyone coming, right?
Someone like Cormac Gillespie. I'll warn you, Joe. Good luck.
I went back into the cottage, and there Biddy was rocking back and forth, staring into the fire with the law of the land gathered around her.
I'm ready to begin now.
Just tell us about the Blarney stone, Biddy. Where is it?
Now, Bryony, there's no need to rush the good woman.
It was stolen to cover up a black deed. And the black deed was the killing of the cousin of Huey Devine.
Like I always suspected, Cormac Gillespie.
With the stone gone, accidents were sure to follow. And the death of the cousin could seem an accident like any of the rest.
Hey, what's that?
That's the warning from Pierce.
Warning, Joe?
Oh, you didn't let the lad sing.
He was to let us know if someone was heading here.
And who would be heading here, Huey, but Cormac Gillespie?
Gillespie?
All right, boys, let's get him.
Come on now.
I was right. I was right. Gillespie.
Yes, the plan was working out as scheduled. Gillespie stood in the moonlight just long enough to be recognized, then darted off into the darkness of the woods. We all followed, all except Bryony. You see, our plan was to have Bryony slip back into the cottage and wait there. Wait until we heard another warning from Pierce.
Huey.
Did I scare you, Pierce? It's a sweet voice you have, boy.
That rock. Huey, no.
A sweet voice to charm an ear. Or give a warning.
Please, Huey. Please. Let me go.
You'll sing no more in the wood of Calais.
Come in, Huey.
You leave me no choice, Biddy. You know, don't you?
Aye. It wasn't Gillespie. You killed him, Hughie. You killed your cousin.
I brought a length of rope for you, Biddy. I'll do it swift.
Just
I
stand
promise.
where you are.
Bryony! Oh, Bryony, they played a terrible trick on me.
Did you need your cousin's money that badly?
Oh, for dressing up, Bryony, and travelling. Oh, should the sceneries a man could behold if he only had the money.
Drop it, Hughie. Drop the poker.
Oh, see, you're the friend of me days, Bryony. Stay away. Please, Bryony, please.
That's better. Joe, Inspector, you can come in now.
Good work, McNaughton. You're all right, Mrs. O'Devlin.
It's a night to discuss for 100 years.
But you'll not find the Blarney stone. I'll not give you that pleasure.
We'll find it. Dillon, you and Frank, take him out to the car.
Oh, Bryony! Bryony, I'm terrible alone. I'm terrible alone. Bryony!
No. Where could he have hidden that stone?
If a man is wise, he hides a loaf of bread in a bakery and a monk in a monastery.
It's a cinch, Fallon. All you have to do is search every stone quarry in Ireland.
But if you... Mulqueen, the boy Pierce, where is he? Why hasn't he returned?
I told him to come back just as soon as
Hughie Devine. You must have found him in the wood.
Oh, love you, quickly now. Follow me.
There's a saying, or there should be, that nothing in the world's softer than an Irishman's heart, or harder than his head. When we found Pierce, he was sitting up, rubbing his head and wondering what it was all about.
I wouldn't believe it. Not a mark. Your head, boy. How's your head?
No better, no worse than most, Mrs. O'Devlin. Did I do as you wanted, Joe?
Oh, you were great, Pierce.
Well, it's late, Joe Mulqueen, and me mother will want me. Good night to you all.
Good night,
Pierce. Lad. Good night.
Joe, has anything happened to you?
It's Con.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, but Biddy said
It was the boy Pierce O'Neill did the singing, Con.
Oh, then the last condition, Biddy, it's untrue.
The prediction is true to the last word. The song will be sung in the wood of Calais. It will be interrupted by violence, and the song will never be finished by man.
He's still singing. Your ears, woman.
So, not by man, but finished in the hills by the boy O'Neill.
We took Biddy back to her cottage, then started to walk back through the woods to the village.
Hey, what's the matter, Bryony? We're walking too fast for you.
Joe, you and Con go ahead. Me and the inspector. I will sit down on the wall here and find our breath. The exertions of the evening, you know.
Ah, we'll walk slowly, Father.
Well, I don't mind admitting I'm a little winded myself.
Con, are you sure your father's all right? After all, he's...
Oh, there are times, Joe, when I wonder how you ever got to be a detective investigator.
What?
Well, there's an old man back there who only thought we'd rather walk alone.
Why, that sly old...
Father, what's happened?
I was in the wall.
Hey, how come you're sitting on the ground?
I'm sitting on the ground because I was sitting on the wall when it tumbled me off.
Joe, look, the same stone and the same wall, the same one I slipped on yesterday.
Yeah, you're right.
That's strange. A loose stone in a wall that stood firm for 700 years.
Holy smoke, it's the stone, Fallon, the Blarney stone.
It's what?
Well, look at it.
Well, I can't. Bryony's sitting on it.
Oh, you'd better get up, Father.
Well, if that's the Blarney stone, then I've just touched it.
Fallon, will you look? You've got the description, haven't you?
Joe, that's it. That's it.
Now, what do you know about that?
Oh, Father, you're a hero.
Oh, about the reward, Joe. Sitting on the stone that way, now, wouldn't you nearly have to tell them that I found it?
Who else?
Well, congratulations, McNaughton. And about your old job as sergeant. You are reinstated.
No, I think not, Inspector. You see, the reward I spoke of, it wouldn't look well for a sergeant to be a wealthy millionaire.
Think it over, McNaughton. I've got to find a wagon and a block and tackle.
You know, Con, seeing you and Joe now, I don't mind the predictions so much after all.
But I don't need a prediction to marry. For I've kissed him, Father. And Joe's the one.
I didn't even know it was an audition.
Well, now, just remember that you're going to marry an heiress. I've read about it in books, but it's grand to see.
When you're strolling down the Boreen,
that means the lane. A friendly brook will sing you this sweet refrain. Paid me la falcha and slancha to you, and the top of the morning too.
When it's early in the air, Rock, that means the spring.
Is that a fact?
The birds are glad to see you. Here's what they sing. Paid me la falcha and slancha too.
And the top of the morning too. Oh, it's great how they greet you in Ireland. Learn the words so you won't have to guess. It's a toast to your health or one thing, and 100,000 welcomes no less.
In your heart you're feeling Shaneworth, that means okay.
And if you meet a Colleen, here's what you say. Paid me la falcha and slancha to you, and the top of the morning too.
In a minute, our stars will return.
Safe Lux Flakes. Lux gives your stockings gentle care, gives your stockings double wear. Safe Lux Flakes.
Nylons washed the Lux Flakes way last twice as long, the experts say.
Everywhere a lady goes, it's hard on stockings, hard on hose. Starting, stopping, driving, shopping. Stretch, strain, stretch, strain. Everywhere a lady goes, it's hard on stockings, hard on hose. Stretch, strain, stretch, strain.
Scientific strain tests show that stockings washed the gentle Lux Flakes way last twice as long. And over 90% of the makers of nylons recommend Lux Care. So start the Lux Flakes habit this very night. Remember, Lux Flakes gives you double the stocking wear. It's like getting an extra pair of stockings with every pair you buy.
Extra pair, Lux Care. Double wear, Lux Care. Nylons washed the Lux Flakes way last twice as long, the experts say. Safe Lux Flakes.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Sure, and here they are for their curtain call. Dennis Day and Blythe and Barry Fitzgerald. Barry, we haven't seen you here in a long time. Where have you been?
Oh, me? Oh, well, that's a ridiculous question.
Sure, and your name is Barry.
Where else would I have been but in Ireland?
Oh, Barry, but you're the clever one there. Now, were you making a picture of visiting friends?
Well, both. I went to Ireland to make the John Ford production, The Quiet Man.
And what part do you play in the picture, Barry? The quiet man?
Well, did everyone know me to be quiet? I did. No, I'm a chauffeur.
A chauffeur. And now, what is that, please?
Well, it's something you could use, my girl. A chauffeur arranges marriages for young people.
Oh.
Well, here we have something different, Barry. It's called Leap Year.
Oh, better than that. We have something called Lux Toilet Soap. Used faithfully every day, it makes a girl's complexion irresistible.
Then we know you're single by choice, Anne, because you're one of our loveliest Lux girls.
Hey, how about me?
Why? Do you use Lux soap, Dennis?
Sure, and look at me. I got 2 shows.
And I understand you'll have a very special guest on your television show next Friday night, Dennis.
Yeah, poor fellow. He's only got 1 show.
Oh.
He has to take in laundry to make ends meet.
The poor fellow. And bless your generous heart, Dennis. Who is he now?
A song plugger named Jack Benny.
Bedad, that's a terrible calamity. Now, what's song for next week here, Bill?
Next week we'll have a story that's particularly appropriate for this season of the year. It's one that you requested again and again. Come to the Stable. And from the original cast of this moving 20th Century Fox drama of modern faith and inspiration will be Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe.
Oh, it's a beautiful story, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and Aaron Gobra. You know, there's been a lot of talk tonight about the wearing of the green, but here's John Kennedy to tell you something of both green and new.
Here's proof that new green Chlorodent toothpaste gives you a clean, fresh mouth all day long. The January Reader's Digest presents facts revealing why Chlorodent, the amazing new toothpaste with magic chlorophyll, gives you the most effective deodorizing action ever discovered.
Reader's Digest reports tests which showed why Chlorident is 50% more effective in combating mouth odors as compared with a toothpaste without chlorophyll.
Yes, by brushing your teeth with Chlorident regularly, preferably after meals, you can have a clean, fresh mouth, not just for minutes, but all day long. Because Chlorident contains chlorophyll, nature's greatest purifier. Chlorident fights tooth decay, common gum troubles, too. Chlorident gives you complete mouth care in a single product.
Buy a tube and see for yourself why Chlorident, the chlorophyll dentifrice, is winning friends faster than any other toothpaste in America.
Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantee the quality and performance of Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Chlorident Toothpaste, as presented on this program, or your money back. Now we invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe in Come to the Stable. This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
Anne Blythe appeared through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, now releasing Flesh and Fury, co-starring Tony Curtis, Jan Sterling, and Mona Freeman. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Come to the Stable, starring Loretta Young and Hugh Marlowe. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The beautiful Irish saint, Brigid.
Now, what do you make of that? Oh, it's myself who's had a vision. Now, it's obvious at last that the Lord must think very highly of me for the good Christian life I lead, and for loving me fellow men and all. And I'll beat the living daylights out of any man who denies it, I will. Oh, I should make a note of this historic date in the year 474, when the Lord permitted a good Irishman to see his holy angels in a vision. And that's not all either, because I saw more than angels in my vision. Brigid? Brigid, me own sweet darling daughter, is it yourself sitting here in the darkness of your room?
It's myself, Father.
Well, what would you be doing sitting in the dark?
Meditating.
Well, would you kindly light a candle so that I don't break one of my legs falling over the stool?
Father, I wanted to be alone for a little while. I did.
Then it's in love you are. Oh, but sure, there's not a man in all of Ireland worth of your great beauty, me darling.
Oh, the way you talk.
Now, Brigid, will you kindly light a candle?
Like a child you are.
A child?
Bragging about your daughter's so-called beauty. It's sinful, it is.
Sinful, is it? Now, pray tell me, who takes the credit for your great beauty?
The Lord.
The Lord, indeed. And so I see no sin when it comes to bragging about the Lord's good work.
Oh, you get around things, you do.
Yes, but you'd better light another candle, my darling daughter, because I've some wonderful news to convey to you.
Oh?
I've had a vision.
I don't doubt it. After last night.
After last night, she says. Now, it was just Father Mail and myself enjoying a mug of ale. It was in holy company I was. Father Mail being the nephew of the saintly Bishop Patrick and all, and myself who knew the saint when he was with us.
You were talking more about your sins than about Bishop Patrick.
Only the sins I forgot to mention last time I went to confession. And I promised Father Mail I'd remember all of them the next time.
And I'll be first in line to remind you.
The way you talk. Now, if it wasn't for being the fine, upstanding Christian gentleman that I am, the Lord wouldn't have sent me a vision with all them beautiful angels in it.
Angels?
Oh, angels. Now, I'd been down to the village, having a little chat with Murphy, the horse trainer, thief that he is. And on me way back home, I rested me weary bones on the hillside overlooking the lake. And suddenly, all around me, there was a glorious and a radiant light. And that was when I saw them, the angels. Angels in all their shining white raiments. Oh, it was a wondrous sight it was, Brigid.
Father.
And what else do you think I saw? I saw you, my own beautiful daughter. Oh, you were there with them, and one of them was pouring the holy oil on your head, anointing you. And you were kneeling there and praying and looking like the most beautiful saint that was ever born. Oh, sure, I see you don't believe your dear old father.
Is it really true, Father?
It's as true as I'm standing on my own 2 feet right here.
How strange. Oh, what a strange thing.
If you ask me, it was a sign.
It must have been.
Indeed it was, a sign of your own future sanctity. Oh, what a reward for me own righteous life it is. Oh, to think that me own darling daughter's going to become a saint, just like me old friend Bishop Patrick.
Father, I'm not cut out to become a saint, and what's more, Bishop Patrick was not your friend.
Yeah, well, he was the friend of all mankind, so what's so wrong about considering myself his friend? Oh, wait till Father Mel hears about me vision. Now, do you suppose he'll believe it?
If it's true, he'll know it is.
Ah, sure, that's good, and I have nothing to worry about because it is true. Oh, Brigid, my darling, the Lord must think a lot of me fine, noble character, and maybe that's why he gave me such a beautiful daughter as yourself. Oh, what a wonderful thing it is, to be sure, to be a fine Christian like myself.
Father Mel, it must be true.
I have no doubt of it, my child.
Me father saw a vision then.
Well, he's not the first one in history to have seen one.
Oh, I do not deny it, Father Mel, nor do I doubt it had some special meaning.
For yourself, since you were part of it.
It's truly a beautiful thing to realize.
It is indeed.
What do you suppose the meaning of it was?
I think you know.
I've been thinking for a long time that sooner or later I must take the veil and devote myself to serving the Holy Mother.
Yes, I know you've given it a lot of thought.
I'm old enough to know my own mind.
I think you do, my child.
And it wouldn't be renouncing the world, not for me, Father, because I'd want to remain in the world and be among people and be helping them.
And I have a feeling you could help a lot of people, Brigid. You have a way with you, and you've strength and character. But now there's another thing, too.
No, what would that be?
You've a great many admirers.
Oh, them.
Have you given any thought to abandoning all ideas of marriage?
Oh, yes, indeed, I have. And then perhaps they'll let me alone. The way they're always chasing after me, you'd think they'd never seen a girl before.
Well, you happen to be a very beautiful girl, Brigid. It'd be very unnatural if young men didn't chase after you.
It's a problem I have. But it's one I can settle, I think. The trouble is, Father, sometimes I have to admit I'm sorely tempted.
No, you wouldn't be human if you didn't experience some form of temptation.
There are one or two of these young fellows who... well, they disturb me. And I'll soon not be disturbed in that fashion.
Yes, I can understand that, my child.
Well, the sooner I take the veil, the better I'll like it, Father. So if you'll be so kind as to start making arrangements for me, I'd be more than grateful.
If your mind is made up, my child.
Oh, it's made up, Father.
God bless you.
And now, if you'll excuse me, Father, I'd like to be able to spend a few minutes alone with the Holy Mother at the shrine. It's something to talk over with her I've got, and I think she's the only one who can help me.
I'm sure she'll help you. I'm sure you and the Virgin get along very well together.
Oh, yes, Father. I'm sure she hears everything I had to tell her and listens with a lot of patience. We get along very nicely. Holy Virgin, it's me despair, this beauty of mine. Mind you now, I take no credit for it because it's what the Lord gave me, but in my own case, It puts me in the way of temptation, and it puts thoughts in my head that shouldn't be there. Now, I've a special favor to ask of you. If it's not asking too much, if you could arrange matters so that I'd become unwholesome to look at. Ugly's the word. Make me ugly. Now, would you do that for me, Holy Mother? Make me so that I'll not be attracting the attention of male creatures. Because now I've made up my mind to serve you, Holy Mother, and I don't want to be bothered with young fellas chasing after me while I'm preparing myself for the veil. Hail Mary, full of grace. Hail Mary.
Asked the Holy Mother to make you ugly?
Well, Father, look at it this way. It'd be a great help to me if I was less attractive to look at, especially while I'm preparing myself for a holy life.
Oh, it's not true.
Oh, but it is.
Oh, it's not true. I'll not believe such a thing.
And so you'll not be bragging anymore about your daughter's beauty.
Oh, now, Brigid, tell me you're playing a joke on your poor old Christian father. Tell me you didn't do this thing.
If I told you that, it wouldn't be true.
Oh, but she wouldn't take any notice of such an unreasonable request, not the Holy Mother.
Oh, I suppose she'll have to weigh the pros and cons of the matter before deciding one way or the other.
Oh, what a terrible thing to ask of her. Brigid, me darling, run back to the shrine and tell her you're sorry and that you made a grievous mistake.
Father, I'll do no such thing.
Yes, but... Oh, wait a minute now. Wait just a minute, me fine young lady. What about my vision?
Your vision?
Aye, my vision. Oh, it's nothing we have to worry about, you see. I can tell you now, my fine daughter, that the Holy Mother's going to turn you down. Because in me wondrous vision, you were even more beautiful than you are now. Now, what do you think of that?
Oh, no.
So if I were you, I'd forget all about becoming ugly.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the Holy Mother decides.
And while we're at it, there's another thing I'd like to mention.
And what's that, Father?
Well, the idea of becoming a nun.
Well, you've always known I want to be one.
Well, sure, but it's myself, your own father, who's been sort of looking forward to bouncing me own grandchildren on me old knees and seeing you married to some fine young prince. Or king.
But I thought you liked the idea of your daughter becoming saintly. Like Bishop Patrick, you see.
Well, do you have to be a nun to become saintly?
Father, in my own case, yes.
Oh, so that's the way it is with you, is it?
I'm afraid so, Father.
And when do you start preparing yourself to become a nun?
Day after tomorrow, Father.
How long will it take?
Well, I suppose it depends on what progress I make. I think I'll go to bed now. Good night, Father. And keep the faith.
Yeah, well, it's about all a Christian can keep, it would seem to me, if he can't keep his own daughter with him.
My child.
Do you see the sign already, Father Mel?
But your face.
A sign me talk with the Holy Mother's having results.
Oh, but you had a sleepless night, and that's the reason your eyes are swollen and your face is puffy.
I never slept so soundly in my life.
Well, then, oh, no, it can't be.
You can see it for yourself, Father Mel. It's as ugly as sin unbecoming. And all my beauty's vanishing. I thought I'd let you see for yourself.
Oh, what a thing to see.
So, can we now proceed with my spiritual instruction, Father Mel?
I think we'd better, if I can put my mind to it.
Oh, it's a nightmare I'm having.
Now, Father.
Oh, it's not true.
You can see it is true. And that the Holy Mother's decided in me favor.
Oh, sure, she wouldn't do a thing like this to you.
She's thought it over, and she's decided that it's best for me to be ugly.
Oh, dear, this is too much for me to bear. I'm going to see Father Maird about it and convince him to have a chat with the Holy Mother and well, see if she won't change her mind about you.
Now, Michael, the fact is, and it must be obvious to us both, that your daughter, as well as yourself, is the recipient of some sort of miracle.
A miracle, is it?
What else would you call it?
Well, I suppose it is, but it's not the kind of miracle you'd expect now, is it?
Now, if you give the matter reasonable thought, you'll begin to see the wisdom of it. Your daughter, for all her strength of character and her devotion...
Oh, she is devoted, all
well,
right.
for all that, she has human weakness, and she is well aware of it. And her beauty was no great help to her.
Well, there is a strange thing for you, Father.
If her beauty had been taken for granted, she'd have been all right.
Oh, you think so, Father?
But what with you and everybody else, including myself, telling her how lovely she is, we've all made her too self-conscious. And instead of rejoicing in the Lord for the beauty he gave her, she's become afraid of it.
Afraid of it? Oh, so you think it's that way, do you?
She wants to concentrate on her devotion to the Holy Mother and not be plagued by the attentions of young men while she's preparing to take the veil. In brief, she's sacrificed her beauty.
Sacrifice? Oh, so that's it, is it? Oh, what a noble thing to do, Father. Well, you see, it's the way she was brought up, myself being what I am.
A fine example of a good Christian.
And me daughter being influenced by me. Now, wouldn't you say that has a lot to do with it?
It must have, Michael.
And the news of the strange miracle spread all through Ulster and most of Ireland. And those who had known my daughter Brigid were shocked by the change that came over her. But when the great and glorious day came for my darling daughter to receive the veil, the church was overflowing. And there she was, kneeling before the bishop. And that was when a wondrous thing happened. Oh, I don't believe it. Holy Mother, in His presence we stand. What's happening to me eyesight? Oh, Lord, is it myself who's going daft and losing my good sense? Or has the Holy Mother given me daughter back all of her beauty? It's true what we saw, Father Mel. Yeah? Father?
We saw it happen, my son.
Oh, she was made beautiful again as she took the veil. It was another miracle. The Holy Mother restored my daughter's beauty at the very moment that she took the veil.
It was a very impressive thing we saw happen. And it's had some results already. At least 40 or 50 girls and young women in these parts are now clamoring to become nuns.
Oh, it's a great day for a virtuous Christian, Father. I suppose I'd have to be calling me daughter Mother Brigid.
Well, now, it's a little too soon for that, but you will be called Mother Brigid pretty soon, I imagine.
And it's myself, her father, who'll be going down in history, I suppose, eh?
If you warrant a place in history, Michael, I'm sure history won't neglect you.
And so in the months following, me daughter Brigid's taking of the veil, I said me goodbye to her, and she went off on a special mission for the church, travelling all through Ireland, establishing, as she did, religious communities wherever she went. Till one day, in the province of Leinster, she was visited by a deputation. Now, at the time, she was spending a few days on a farm, bringing consolation to the farmer and his wife. And it was milking a cow she was, when the head of the deputation, Father Paladin, approached her.
Mother Brigid, I believe.
I believe so, too, whoever you are. Oh, forgive me, Father. I didn't expect to see a priest standing behind me. This poor beast needs attention. If she doesn't get it, she'll become sick. It's a shame it is the way some people neglect animals, forgetting that each animal is one of God's own creatures.
It is a shame indeed.
Well, Father, if you'll excuse me back, I'll be listening to what you have to say.
I'll be direct, Mother. We want you to serve this area.
And how can I do that?
By remaining here. By taking up permanent residence. You see, this province has a special need for you, Mother.
It has it?
You've become famous, Mother, all through Ireland. The miracles that attended you, and the amazing success you've had in establishing religious communities. If you remained here, it would call attention to us, attract visitors to our shrines. You would bring prestige to Leinster province.
Well, are those... Father, you must forgive me, but I cannot lend myself to such a scheme. I'll be no medium for publicity.
Oh, Mother, will you reconsider?
If my superior so order me to remain in your province, I'll obediently comply, Father. But if it's left to my own decision, I'll be moving on as soon as my work here is finished.
Mother, they say you have a way with you of communicating with the Virgin. Let me beg you to take this matter up with her.
Now, do you suppose the Holy Mother of Heaven would want me to be a party to such a thing as you propose?
Well, I can't speak for the Holy Mother, of course.
You put me in a fine pickle, you do.
And you'll take it up with her?
It seems to me I have no choice, Father. Holy Mother, it's a problem I have, and I'd be so grateful if you'd settle it for me. They want me to stay here like some sort of advertisement for tourists and the like. Mind you, the priests and the people who put this up to me, well, they're nice enough, but it seems to me I've no proper business lending myself to such a thing. But that's my own opinion, Holy Mother. And maybe I'm wrong. And so if you'd be so kind as to let me know what I should do, I'd be more than grateful. Holy Mary, full of grace. Father! My own father, what in the world are you doing here?
Oh, 2 days and the best part of 3 nights I've been riding my faithful horse. And it seems to me I must have ridden halfway across Ireland to get to you.
But what's the matter?
Well, it's words I have to put to you. They came to me in a well, I was going to say I had another vision, but it was more of a dream this time. And all I could see were the words that I had to learn.
In the name of all the saints, Father, what are you talking about?
Well, if you'll ask me inside yonder farmhouse and offer me a mug of something to quench my thirst...
And before I do that, I'll see that your horse's thirst is quenched.
The horse... Oh, aye, for the good and noble beast that he is.
Now that the poor farmer here has spared you from his stock of ale, will you kindly be telling me about these words you dreamed?
Well, my own darling daughter...
Reverend Mother, if you'll be so kind.
Oh, yes, to be sure. Well, now, these are the words that I dreamed.
I'm listening.
The disciples went out into strange and foreign lands, spreading the word of God, propagating the faith.
Say it again.
The disciples went out into strange and foreign lands, spreading the word of God, propagating the faith.
Advertising the word of God, so that all men should know about our Lord, so that all men should come to know his love for them.
That's what the rest of the words were. And it's what I knew I had to tell you.
What made you come to me?
Oh, it was like a message that was given to me to take to you, Reverend Mother.
Wait here for me. I must go to Father Malden at once and tell him I will remain in this province.
And so she did. She stayed in the province of Leinster. And should you ever be going there, you can still see the famous monastery that she founded at Kildare, to the glory of God and for the propagating of the faith. Oh, it's a wonderful thing it is to have been the father of an Irish saint. But it could happen to any Irishman, I suppose.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray in Knute Rockne, All-American. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The tang of coming winter is in the air. The smoke of burning leaves is the perfume of the season. And during the past few weeks, millions of Americans have made their traditional weekly pilgrimage to the football fields of the nation. Thankful this year, as never before, that such peaceful battles are still theirs for the asking. Every school and college in the land has its gridiron great, heroes of fact more thrilling than fiction. But the greatest of them all was Knute Rockne. His name is a symbol of the American will to win, but win or lose, to play the game the American way. Tonight in Knute Rockne All-American, you'll hear the true-life drama of the beloved Notre Dame coach, played by Pat O'Brien, who is starring in the same role in Warner Brothers' great screen success. Pat's performance in the picture is earning the combined cheers of screen and football fans. And with him tonight, we have Ronald Reagan and Donald Crisp, also of the picture cast, and Fay Ray. Knute Rockne was a good deal more than just a coach to his players. So there's a good deal more to his story than just football. It's the saga of a hard-driving fighter who made life always exciting, of the woman he loved and the adventures they shared. It's our answer to your many letters requesting this play, letters we're glad to answer. We get a particular thrill out of letters like this one from a lady in Wisdom, Montana, a town of prophetic name. She writes, I want to thank you for giving us such grand plays in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. We live in the Rocky Mountains, miles from anywhere, and it's a treat for us to hear such wonderful programs. You know, I used to think that Lux Flakes were too expensive to use on a ranch, where there are endless dishes and clothes to be washed. But I found I was wrong. They're really economical. Then she proves she's thrifty by adding, I buy Lux Flakes by the case, so I'm never without it. Words of wisdom, ladies and gentlemen, from Wisdom, Montana. But now for some action at Notre Dame. We raise the curtain on Act One of Knute Rockne, All-American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne, Ronald Reagan as George Gipp, and Donald Crisp as Father Callahan. In 1892, Lars Rockne and his family left their home in Voss, Norway. Among millions like themselves, simple, hard-working people from the old countries, they followed the new road of equality and opportunity that led to America. It was in the city of Chicago that Knute Rockne grew up. Like other boys of his age, Knute was often sent to the store. Like other boys, Knute was often hours late in returning.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, and still he is not home. Martha, that boy is never here for dinner on time yet.
Papa?
Ah, here he is now, Lars. Knute, where have you been and what have you been doing?
Outside playing the most wonderful game in the world. It's call football.
Knute, your nose is bleeding.
Is it? Somebody stepped on it. I guess that's part of the game.
Tell him, spiel it. Wer schlägt Spiel, als die Samtje trocken an Esja?
Oh, Papa, don't talk Norwegian. Talk American. We're all Americans now.
In 1910, Knute Rockne entered Notre Dame. He was older than the other students of his class. He was 25, and his rugged frame showed evidence of the hard years of work he'd put in to earn the money for his education. Those years were not wasted. Knute was a junior in 1913 when Father Callahan, the president of Notre Dame, summoned him to his office.
Come in, Rock.
Morning, Father Callahan. Father Nolan.
Hello, Knute. Here, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, just relax, Knute. I've got nothing on you this time.
Oh.
Knute, you have only one more year to go for your degree.
I hope so.
You've made a fine record in the past 3 years. Honor man in your class, and next fall you'll be captain of football. That's a very rare combination.
Thank you, Father.
Dr. Newland here tells me you've got the best brain for chemistry of any man in his class.
I guess it must be a pretty dumb class.
No. You have a definite talent for science, Knute. There's going to be a great future for men like you in the next few years.
That's a great compliment coming from you, Father Nolan.
Wait until you hear the rest of it.
Knute, I want you to help me this summer. Stay here as my assistant with pay. As you know, I'm trying to perfect a new formula for synthetic rubber, and I need a good man to check my experiments.
Well, I don't know just what to say, Father. There must be 100 men who'd fight for the chance to work with you.
Then you'll stay.
Well, I'd like to, and I appreciate it. You understand? But, well, you see, Father, Gus DeRay and I have just signed up for the summer at Cedar Point to work as lifeguards.
Lifeguards? That's no work for a man with your intelligence.
You're passing up a great opportunity, Knute.
Oh, I realize that, Father. Maybe next year...
I'm not interested in next year. My work won't wait. I picked you out because I thought you had some brains.
But you see, I promised Gus...
He promised Gus. Knute, I could make a first-class scientist of you inside of 10 years. That's what you were born to be anyway. You big Swede.
Who can say for certain what a man was really born to be, Father Newland? That's God's will, not ours. Someday Knute will find his right place in the world. And whether it be science or not, I have a feeling it would be the one thing he was meant to do. Of course, Knute, I don't suppose you and Dore would be taking a football along to Cedar Point by any chance?
Well, we kind of figured we'd kick it around the beach a little. Yeah.
And I'm trying to make a chemist out of him.
All right, toss it, Gus.
Right at you.
That's the stuff.
How do you say we rest a while, eh?
Yeah, it was nice passing, Gus.
Say, Rock, did you see the Tribune this morning?
Haven't seen a newspaper in 2 weeks.
If you'd stop mooning around Bonnie's skiles like a lovesick calf, you might learn some news.
Oh, stop, will you? What news?
Notre Dame's playing Army this fall.
The Army? When? Where?
At West Point, November. The paper says they've got the greatest team in history with 3 All-Americans. We'll get a nice little trip back east, but they'll probably tear us apart.
Who said so?
Oh, don't be a sap, Rock. The Army will outweigh us 20 pounds to the man. We couldn't lick him if we took a shotgun along.
All right, we'll take a shotgun.
Oh, you ought to wear a hat, Rock. This sun's beginning to get you.
Listen, Gus, this game means a lot to Notre Dame. It's our first big chance, don't you see that?
Yeah, it's big, all right, but so's a freight train.
Gus, we're going to beat them. Big as they are, we're going to beat them. No, don't laugh. I got an idea. Those eastern teams, like the Army, are all power, knock you down and run over you like a steamroller. Well, if you can't go around a steamroller, maybe you can go over it. No team has ever used the forward pass as the major threat of its offense. Consequently, no team has had a good defense against it. We're going to pass the Army, Gus. We're going to pass them dizzy.
Rock, if it works, it'll make history.
All right, let's start making history. Come on, you're at quarterback. I'm it in. Come on, let's get the hang of it. I'll cut in sharp. Now let me have it.
Here she comes, Rock.
That's it. That's it.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yeah, great.
We won't have many more like it, Knute. The summer's nearly over.
That's right, Bonnie.
You're going back to Notre Dame next week, and I'm going home, and...
Yep.
We won't be seeing each other again for a long time.
That's right, Bonnie. Not till next Christmas vacation. I'll tell you what I'll do, Bonnie. I'll spend a week with the family in Chicago, and the rest of it with you folks. How's that?
Well, that'll help. Till June.
Oh, Bonnie, I don't know what we're going to do. What we're going to live on after we're married. You're taking an awful chance.
We'll get along. I can cook and sew, and you'll get a job.
Well, Father Newland seems to think he can make a chemist out of me. Think I'd be any good at it?
You'd be a success at anything you tried, Knute.
Bonnie, I know I'm not what you'd call the romantic type. But I'll do everything on earth to make you happy. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
There's something else I wanted to tell you tonight, Bonnie.
Yes, Knute?
Gus and I have got a great surprise cooked up for the Army.
Oh.
Bonnie, it's going to make history. Listen, nobody ever thought of using the forward pass, see? I mean, not the way Notre Dame's going to use it, you see. Gus takes the ball from center, like this. He fades back like this, and I run down the field, count 10, and now... Well, what's the matter, Bonnie?
Well, go on, Knute. And now?
You know, now somebody ought to kick me right square in the seat of the pants.
Final score, Army versus Notre Dame. Army 6, Notre Dame 7.
Cut it out now, will you? Cut it out, I said, fellas. Let me down, will you? I feel like a fool up here.
Better take it while you can, Rock. You'll never hear this again.
Well, Knute, now that you've graduated with a magna cum laude, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I haven't decided yet, Father. I've had a couple of offers, but...
What kind of offers?
They're not very definite.
To coach football. Is that it?
Oh, yes, in a sort of a way.
I don't know why I'm dumb enough to offer you another job. Or why I bothered to look for synthetic rubber when you've got a solid head of it.
Did you say a job, Father Newland?
Maybe I've changed my mind.
Dr. Newland wants you to stay here at Notre Dame and help him teach chemistry. The job doesn't pay very much to start, but he has great hopes for you later on.
I'll take the job, and thank you, Father.
Good, good.
You'll start next term, Knute.
There's just one more thing, Father. You don't have any objection to my sort of helping Harper with the football team this fall, do you?
Yes, you're through with football. Get that into your head once and for all.
Oh, but it won't take up much time, Father, and the extra money will be a great help to me. You see, I'm planning on getting married.
I knew I should have picked a priest.
I'll only work with the team until I get on my feet. You don't think I'm crazy enough to take up coaching as my life work, do you?
Will you hand me that burner, Knute?
There you are, Father.
We'll finish this last test, then perhaps we get some sleep.
That's all right with me.
By the way, the boys tell me you're a good teacher, Knute. They all want to be in your class.
Yes, that's what worries me. I get no respect, none at all.
You'll have respect someday, all you can ever use, if our work here is successful. If we can find the answer, if we can make good rubber cheaply without using gum, a great part of the credit will be yours, Knute.
No, you're the quarterback on this team, Father. I'm just the water boy, always will be.
You can be anything you want. I've watched you ever since you came to Notre Dame. Since the first day you asked a question in my class.
I guess I was pretty much of a nuisance with my questions, wasn't I, Father?
Yes. That's how I knew you might make a scientist. And you will, Knute. Believe me, I know. You have the brains and the strength. These first few years are the hardest. Just live simply and keep your chin up. We're going to do great things, you and I.
Hello. Father Newland's lab, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Rockne speaking. What? When? Where is she? Yes. Sure, I'll be there right away.
Knute, what is it? What's happened?
It's Bonnie. The baby. It's here. Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie.
Honey. Don't yell. I just got Billy to sleep.
Oh. You want to put this stuff in my hair, Bonnie?
What is it now?
Creosote.
Sit down and keep the towel over your eyes. First it was bear grease. Then something called Old Doc Simpson's Sure Grow Snake Oil. And now it's creosote. I declare you've tried everything on your hair except grass seed.
Well, Joe Burns says creosote's the best of all.
Well, for telephone poles, maybe. The truth is, you've just worried yourself half bald.
No, I know, but Bonnie, can't you see a little fuzz coming in right there? See, I can feel it right
That's
there.
the fringe on the towel.
Oh.
5 years of coaching football and track without a single day's vacation. When this head of yours gets to look like a watermelon, you needn't expect any sympathy from me.
Maybe I can get some sympathy from these.
Well, what are those?
Travel booklets? Places to go? Pick out one you like.
Oh, Knute. Do you mean for us?
Sure. Go wherever you say. That one about Florida looks good to me.
All right. Well, I'll go into Chicago tomorrow and do some shopping. Florida. When do we leave?
Well, let me see. This is August. Football season starts next month. We can't go right away.
Well, then what about after Thanksgiving?
No. I've got to attend a coaches conference in Pittsburgh.
Oh, then after Christmas, January. That's the best time in Florida anyway.
No, not for me, Bonnie. I've got to make a talk to those boys at Mooseheart. Then we've got to settle our schedule for next year. The track team starts work in March. That'll take me into July.
And then the football season begins again. I see. Here, you keep these. Next year, turn them in for a new set.
All right. Come on. Get going in there. What have you boys been doing all summer? Fox trotting? Shift outside the tackle. That's better. Keep working in there.
How's it look this year, Rock?
We'll have a pretty fair ball club, I guess. What I'd give my right arm for is a halfback who can carry the mail. A big, fast boy who can run, pass, and kick like, say, Jim Thorpe.
A guy like that would never come to a little school like Notre Dame.
No, I know. I know. The sort of fellow I'm looking for only comes along maybe once or twice in a coach's lifetime. But I'm still hoping. And if I ever do find a boy like that.
Hey, did you see what I saw, Coach?
Who kicked that ball?
50 yards, easy.
Well, who did it?
Well, that fella standing over there.
Why isn't he in uniform? Wait a minute. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Come here a minute. Where you from?
Calumet.
Ever play any football?
Some in high school. Baseball's my dish.
Don't you like football?
Not much.
Go on in, get yourself in a uniform, report to the scrubs.
Why?
Because I think you might make a football player.
I doubt it.
Try it anyway.
All right, if you insist.
Wait a minute. By the way, come here. What's your name?
Gipp. George Gipp. What's yours?
Is he kidding me? Wait a minute. Where's that fella I sent in for uniform?
There he is, Coach. That's him laying down over there.
Mm-hmm. What's he tired about? Beg your pardon, Gipp. I don't mean to disturb your rest. Do we bore you?
No, I got nothing better to do.
Maybe I can fix that for you. Would you like to play?
Well, I have been sort of wondering why they gave me this uniform.
Get in there with the scrubs, the left half.
I haven't learned your signals yet.
They'll give you the ball. Just run with it.
How far?
You won't have to bother about that. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Say, we're not quitting, are we? What's up, I wonder? I don't know.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, hold it, fellas. Boys, this is Mr. George Gipp, freshman from Calumet High School. Mr. Gipp has kindly consented to carry the ball for the scrubs. Just call any play, any at all. They're all the same to him, so it'll be good.
Line up, you. All right, I'll take care of it.
Take nose. 8, 16, 21, 23, 9. Fight!
Hey, look at that guy. They can't touch him.
Go ahead, Gipp. Go ahead.
Hey, Coach, that's the varsity he's walking through.
Boy who can carry the mail. That's him.
There he goes. He's in the clear, Rock. It's a touchdown.
Here's the ball, Coach. I guess the boys are just tired.
Army, 17. Notre Dame, 27.
Michigan State, 0.
Notre Dame, 23.
Nebraska, 9.
Notre Dame, 14.
Northwestern, 7.
Notre Dame, 33.
You played a great game today.
Thanks. Rock get back yet?
He's been phoning me every 5 minutes. His office is full of newspaper reporters waiting to see you.
Oh, Rock can take care of them.
You're a strange person, George. You've been playing football for 3 years. And now, when you're the biggest news of any boy in America, you deliberately walk away from all that fame. Why?
Oh, I don't know, Bonnie. I guess I just don't like people to get too close to me.
You know, Knute and I often talk about you, George. We'd like our 2 boys to grow up and be like you someday.
You mean to play football?
No, not just that. To have your poise and thoughtfulness and your intelligence.
Did Rock say that?
Yes, he did. He said those qualities are rare in a boy of your age.
No. Rock's the rare one, Bonnie, not me. There'll be new fellas coming along year after year. A lot of them much better football players than I ever was. But there'll never be but one Rockne, here at Notre Dame or anywhere else. He's given us something they don't teach in school. Something clean and strong inside. Not just courage, but a right way of living that none of us will ever forget. Don't tell Rock I said that, Bonnie. He'd think I was an awful sap.
That's funny, George. He said the same thing about you. There'll never be but one Gipper. Here or anywhere else. I'm going to get you something for that cough.
No, I'm all right. It's just a little sore throat, that's all.
Don't you argue with me, George Gipp. I've taken care of babies and football players for years.
Hello, Rock.
Oh, so this is where you're hiding, huh? What's the matter? Too bashful to drop by and get your picture taken?
Oh, I didn't want to horn in your party, Rock. They get one of your profile?
Must be nice to read what a great fellow you are, on Saturdays anyway.
I haven't gotten that far. This paper says you're a genius.
So, let me see.
There it is. Read it.
Any coach can look like a genius when his team has a halfback like the Gipper. Oh, why, you. Well, they're right, George. They're right. As long as you're in there, I look pretty good. You've made a reputation for me. The team's going to miss you like a right arm next year. I'm going to miss you, too, George. Won't quite be the same house without him hanging around, will it, Bonnie?
No, it won't. Here, George, you take this. Lie down now.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Wait a minute, what is this? What's going on here?
George has a sore throat and a very bad cough.
So, let me see. Come over here to the light.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Rock. Season's over anyway.
Who said anything about the season? Open your mouth. Wide. You're all right. Come on. Get your hat.
Hey, anybody think you were still in the Army?
I saw enough of the Army to know what's wrong with you. Bonnie, we're going to the hospital. This is a sick boy. How's he doing, Doc? Is he any better?
No, Rock. I'm afraid not.
Is there any chance at all?
Rock, we've done everything we could. You know that. It's no use.
How long has he got?
I can't say. Perhaps the night, perhaps an hour. I think you'd better go in now.
George. Yes, Rock. George, this telegram just came from Waller Camp. You've been named as fullback on the All-American team.
Me? You wouldn't kid me, Rock.
No, I wouldn't kid you. I'm on the level. You're going to be all right, fella.
I haven't got a complaint in the world. What's tough about this? I'm not afraid. Only, Rock, someday, when the team's up against it, things are wrong, and the brakes are beating the boys, will you ask them to go in there with everything they got and win just one for the Gipper? I don't know where I'll be then, but I'll know it, and I'll be happy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Act Two of Knute Rockne All-American, starring Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray. But before we go on with our play, we'd like you to hear what's going on all over the United States. If you could fly from coast to coast, from Boston to San Francisco, everywhere you went, every day of the week, this is what you'd be likely to hear.
Send me a large box of new Quick Lux, please.
Right away, Mrs. Brown.
I need some Lux Flakes. Better make it 2 boxes.
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
A large size Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Jones.
New Quick Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Blake.
Lux, please. Lux, please. Lux.
Well, that's the way it goes. In hundreds of stores all over the country, women keep asking for new Quick Lux. American women certainly know what they want.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ruick. We want new Quick Lux.
You certainly do. You've proved it. You've made New Quick Lux the most popular soap for nice things in the whole United States by a vote of 2-1.
Well, what's so amazing about that? It doesn't surprise me one bit.
Well, Sally, isn't it pretty wonderful that twice as many women use Lux for underthings, stockings, and other nice things as use any other flakes, chips, or beads? Yes, ma'am, it's New Quick Lux 2-1.
But I'm not a bit surprised. You know, Mr. Ruick, sometimes I think you men don't give us women credit for having any brains. Of course we choose New Quick Lux. Well, think of what it does for us. How much it saves us. First of all, it saves our pretty things. Undies, sheer stockings, fluffy sweaters.
Yes, with Lux, they stay lovely looking longer. It's so gentle, safe for anything safe in water alone.
And it saves us time.
Because it's faster. In water as cool as your hand, it suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
And it's thrifty.
It certainly is. New Quick Lux goes further, gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of the 10 other soaps tested. That's true even in hard water. Fast, safe, thrifty. No wonder New Quick Lux has become the favorite American way to care for nice things. The choice of women all over the United States. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Knute Rockne, All-American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Donald Crisp as Father Callahan, and Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne. Someday, Knute will find his right place in the world. Those were Father Callahan's words. And Knute found that place, not in the laboratory, but on the football field. It was not an easy decision. It was made after long and careful thought, because he felt that his real job was coaching, turning out great teams for Notre Dame, turning out men.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, come on. All right, men. Starting a new season today. Got a tough schedule ahead of us. We're used to that at Notre Dame. Now, let's get this straight before we start. I don't want any fellow out here to think he's any better than anyone else. And that goes for you Lettermen, too. Football consists primarily of tackling and blocking. And nobody can make this team if all they can do is carry the ball forward, pass, or punt. Any of you spoiled high school stars who do want to learn to block and tackle, turn in your suits tonight. Turn them in tonight. You can't make the team here. The Notre Dame system is based on teamwork. Teamwork, which means a combination of self-sacrifice, brains, and sweat. And the brains come first. Now, I'll expect you to work hard, but I'll also expect you to maintain a high average in your classes. We want to win if we can, but you didn't come to Notre Dame just to play football. 5 years from now, the public will have forgotten even the best of you. Remember that. All right, let's see what you look like as a dummy. Come on, get moving.
Notre Dame, 28. Rutgers, 0. Notre Dame, 48. Carnegie Tech, 0. Notre Dame, 19.
That clock says 1:15. Is that right, Doctor?
Seems to be 1:15 a.m. on the dot, Mrs. Rockne.
Thank you, Professor. It was very nice of you both to come and sit up with me, but I'm sure Knute will be back soon. The last train from Chicago was due 10 minutes ago.
Well, as members of the Notre Dame faculty, Mrs. Rockne, this is our humble way of helping to celebrate the team's illustrious victory.
When I celebrate, I never go to bed before 1:30.
Bonnie.
Oh.
There he is.
Bonnie, I've just seen something. I've got the idea of a lifetime.
Knute, what is it?
Doc, Professor, I saw a show in Chicago tonight. Chorus girls, a whole row of them.
Knute.
Chorus girls?
At your age, Rock?
No, I don't mean that. It was the rhythm, like poetry to watch them move. Effortless, beautiful. Those girls gave me an idea for a new kind of a backfield shift.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, I tell you, it'll revolutionize the game. No lost motion, no waste of momentum, split-second timing. And the public will love it. It's new, it's colorful, it's great showmanship. Here, Doc, let me show you what I mean. Stand over there.
Now, listen,
Professor, you hold your spot right there, and I'll take the tailback position. Bonnie, you get in there at left half.
Me?
Come on, we need one more for a backfield.
Oh, all right.
All right, now good. Now, when I yell hip, everybody takes a step, then a hop to the left like this. All right? 1, 2, step, hip. Swing your arms, get the rhythm. All set? Okay, here we go. 25, 36, 51, hip.
Well, watch it, Doctor.
Fun, isn't it?
All right, try it again. Put some zip in it, Doc. Here we go. 38, 42, 29. Hip! Oh, Bonnie, you're way ahead of the ball. Wait for the hip.
I was not ahead of the ball. I fell over the coffee table.
All right. We got 4 boys coming back next year. 4 boys who'll take to the ship like ducks to water. Once more now. 21, 58, 55. Hip! One, two, step, hip. 1, 2, step, hip. No. All right, hold it. Hold it, boys. Hold it, Mike. Hold it. Oh, you're all out of step. Swing your arms wide like this. Get the rhythm. You look like a brakeman flagging a train. Oh, and you, Miller. You know you've only got 2 feet. Do they have to step on each other? Stilder, you're moving too slow. Whole point of the shift is to catch the opponents by surprise, off balance. Oh, yes, Crowley. I hope I'm not being too personal, but did you ever learn to dance?
Well, I can waltz a little.
Yeah, I kind of thought that's what you were doing. All right. Now listen, boys, listen. We've got a great thing in this shift, if we do it right. And I selected you four, because I know you can do it right. It's made to order for you. I know it's tricky. That's the beauty of it. And if it works the way I figure, it'll revolutionize football. All right, let's try it again. All right, Mike, put another nickel slot. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, hip! 1, 2, 3, hip! 1, 2, 3, hip! Come on. Faster.
What is this new miracle that Rockne has wrought? This bolt of Irish lightning that strikes from all sides with such blinding speed and fury. A ship, they call it. Yes, but Heisman of Georgia Tech also has a ship. So has Tad Jones of Yale. But theirs are simple tunes compared to Rockne's symphony. For this ship is music, the music of a master's hand. Knute Rockne, whose ingenious brain perfected the forward pass, has brought a great new thrill to football and to its millions of followers. In the brilliant hands and feet of the 4 horsemen, Elmer Layden, Rip Miller, Jim Crowley, and Harry Struder, the Notre Dame ship has become a prairie fire, burning north, east, south, and west, relentless and unchecked for 3 straight years.
All right, that's settled, Bonnie. After the game tomorrow, we leave for Florida on a nice, long vacation.
Yes, dear.
Just sit on the sand of Miami Beach and do nothing all day long. Absolutely nothing.
Yes, dear. All day.
Oh, Bonnie, I hope you didn't forget to pack my flannels.
I've packed them every fall for 12 years. Even the moths are beginning to lose hope.
Oh, now, Bonnie, that's not fair. Who is it?
Hiya, Rock.
Oh, yeah.
What do you got?
Come on in, boys. Come on in. Well, what's on your mind?
Like to get a statement, Rock. What's the dope on the Army game tomorrow?
Notre Dame and 13 points.
The cadets are plenty tough this year. They think they can break the 16-game winning streak of Notre Dame.
That's what they say.
That's right, Coach. Boys, this is off the record. But nobody can stop our team. They said we'd miss the 4 horsemen. We'd fold up like a bridge table without them. If anything, we're even better. We've been undefeated for 3 straight years. And tomorrow we'll take the Army into camp just like we took the rest of them.
It's almost unbelievable, but it's true. The powerful Notre Dame team is going down to defeat. Army, 27.
Notre Dame, 0.
Well, I still can't figure why we couldn't wait in New York for a later train.
Well, I wanted to slip into town before daylight.
But the students usually like to come down to the station and welcome the team back, don't they, Knute?
Sure, when we win. For 3 years, they've met every train. We lost this game. I lost it. No, I was too cocky, had a swell head, thought I could outsmart everybody. I don't blame the folks in South Bend, whatever they think of me. Because I let them down.
Don't take it so to heart, Knute. There's always next year.
Bonnie, I don't even want to get off the train. We're facing tomorrow. Can't. No, we won't get off, Bonnie. Let's go straight on through to Chicago and then down to Florida the way we always planned. Maybe in 2 or 3 months they won't feel so badly about it, and then I can come home. That's what we'll do.
South Bend. South Bend.
This is it, Knute.
South Bend, Mr. Rockne. Rush off, sir?
Well, Knute,
All right, Bonnie. Go and face it.
I think that's best.
Listen.
What is it?
Well, it sounds like. Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Maybe if folks didn't understand the newspapers. We didn't win this game. We lost.
Who cares? We've still got you, Rock.
Thanks.
Why, you shouldn't have stayed up for us, Father.
If the rest of Notre Dame can, I guess I can.
Father, I never had anything like this happen to me before. All those boys down at the station. Didn't you hear what they said? Who cares if we did lose? We've still got you, Rock.
And have we still got you, Knute? There's been a lot of talk these last few months about large offers to you from different colleges. None of us would blame you if you did leave. Any man must better himself if he can. We've just wondered what you'd do. That's all.
How could any man better himself with friends like mine? No, I'll never leave Notre Dame, Father. I'll never leave Notre Dame.
Thank you, Knute. Thank you.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Pat O'Brien, Fay Ray, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Crisp in Act 3 of Knute Rockne All-American. Ladies, did you ever wash a sweater and have it come out half its original size and all faded and scratchy into the bargain? It's maddening and expensive, isn't it? Why not take a tip from a woman who knows a lot about sweaters and how to care for them? She's a lady from Saskatoon, Canada, and she's written us a very interesting letter. Will you read it, Sally?
Mm-hmm. She says, I have a number of sweaters which I received from the old country, made of the finest wool. Some of them are 3 or 4 years old, but you would never know it by looking at them. Their color hasn't faded one bit, and they're still as soft as when I first got them. Yet I can truthfully say that I've washed them between 40 and 50 times, always in lukewarm Lux suds.
Now, that's a fine letter. It's not surprising that New Quick Lux is by far the most popular way to care for sweaters. First of all, it's so gentle and mild. And then it's so fast. In water as cool as your hand, an ideal temperature for washing sweaters. New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Finally, it's thrifty. A little Lux goes a long way.
You know, I think you ought to warn women about 2 things that are very hard on sweaters, Mr. Ruick. 2 things that may shrink them badly. Hot water is one, and the other is cake soap rubbing.
You're right, Sally. With Lux, you don't need hot water, and there's no rubbing either. So you can see why woolens stay lovely looking longer with Lux Care. Oh, now, Sally, how about giving the ladies of our audience the Lux method for washing a sweater?
Well, first you draw the outline of your sweater on a piece of heavy paper for a pattern. Then whip up some nice, rich, cool Lux suds and just squeeze them through the sweater. Don't rub. Rinse in water as cool as the suds. Press out the moisture in a Turkish towel. Then lay the sweater flat on your paper pattern and ease it into its original shape. Pin with rust-proof pins and leave it to dry. After it's dry and you've taken the pins out, press the edges gently with a warm iron over a damp cloth to take the pin marks out.
Thanks, Sally. Remember, New Quick Lux is safe for everything safe in water alone. It comes in the same familiar box, and it doesn't cost you a cent more. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Knute Rockne, All-American. They still like to talk in football circles of the famous Knute Rockne system. But his success was based on more than system. It was based on patience and good sportsmanship, on a deep understanding of the boys who worked with him. One afternoon before the Navy game, Rockne received a letter from the father of one of these boys.
Listen to this, Hunk. Now, Rock, I have waited 3 years to see my son play for Notre Dame, but you've never given him a chance. Unless you dislike the boy personally, why don't you give him a square deal? I promise you he'll tear that Navy line to pieces. Signed, John O'Flaherty, class of 1906.
Maybe you ought to take a job at Sing Sing, Rock. Then the alumni wouldn't bother you.
Yes. I saw that O'Flaherty boy on the hall. Send him in here.
Sure. Hey, Charlie, send O'Flaherty in.
Here's one from the Moose Heart Orphanage. Dear Knute, me and the other boys up here have been reading all about you and the Notre Dame team. We have got a football team, too. Will you let us call ourselves the Rockne Colts? We don't have real uniforms, and we don't know many good plays, but we have got lots of spirit. He's got a postscript down there. It says, win that game Saturday.
Did you want to see me, Coach?
Oh, yes. Yes, sit down, O'Flaherty. Just had a letter from your father.
From Dad? What does he want? To sit on the bench with you Saturday?
No, he wants me to put you in the game.
Oh, but I'm not even going, am I?
No. Your dad's got a lot of pride in you, hasn't he?
I guess so.
That's a great thing for both of you. Don't ever let anything happen to change it. You know why I'm not taking you to Baltimore?
Well, I guess it's because I'm just not good enough.
No, that's not it. You are good, O'Flaherty. You are good. You're just not big enough, O'Flaherty. I've never played you because I was afraid you'd get hurt. I've kept you on the squad all these years because you've got spirit. Great spirit. Better than your dad's, if you ask me.
Oh, he'll get over it. You know how fathers are.
I ought to. I'm one myself. Oh, I'd like to put you in there next Saturday. But against that big Navy line, you're taking off a beating. You might fumble. Lose the game for us. That'd break your dad's heart, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
If we win, they may forget it. And if we lose, you can blame me for not playing you. Either way, it'll make him happy. What do you say, O'Flaherty?
Just thanks.
Good boy. See you this afternoon, son.
Yes, sir.
Hunk.
Yeah, Rock?
Add O'Flaherty's name to the list for Baltimore.
Well, Rock, he never goes with the team.
I know. He's going with us this time. I'm going to let him kick off.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Rockne. Yes, it is serious. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Rockne can't see anyone. Doctor's orders. Yes, I'll let you know.
Now you're crazy, Doc. It's my leg, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, it's your leg. But you're my patient, you stubborn Norwegian. And you're a very sick man. The veins of your legs are swollen up like manila ropes. You've got phlebitis, and you've got it bad.
I could get up and walk right now. What is phlebitis, Doc?
It's an inflammation of the veins. And if you move around, there's a strong possibility of forming a blood clot that would travel up to your heart.
What did that do?
Well, your insurance company wouldn't like it. I've warned you about this for 10 years, but you wouldn't listen. You've let those boys of yours smash into you year after year, knock you down, run over you. Now you're paying for it. You're not 20 years old, you're 42. And if you don't obey my orders, you'll never be any older.
No, but, Doc, we're playing the Army on Saturday, and the boys...
I don't care if you're playing the whole schedule on Saturday. You don't move out of that bed. And those are my orders.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
Yes, Knute?
Bonnie, I want a wheelchair.
What?
A wheelchair, Bonnie. A wheelchair. We're playing the Army on Saturday.
It looks like an Army day. Score at the end of the half. Army 6.
Notre Dame 0.
Here's Rock, fellas.
Well, boys, I haven't a thing to say. You played a great game this first half. All of you. I guess we just can't win them all. Boys, I'm going to tell you something I've kept to myself for years. None of you here ever knew George Gipp. It was long before your time. But you all do know what his tradition stands for at Notre Dame. Well, the last thing he said to me was, Rock, sometime when the team is up against it, when things are wrong and the brakes are beating the boys, tell them to go in there with all they've got and win just one for the Gipper. I don't know where I'll be then, Rock, he said. But I'll know about it, and I'll be happy. That's all, boys.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on!
Army, 6. Notre Dame, 7.
Football scandal attacked by noted educators. Cry of professionalism raised by college authorities. Football purge opens in New York. I suppose you've read all this, Rock?
I've read every word of it. Noted educators, are they? They've got no argument. Public doesn't believe this stuff.
The public believes whatever it reads in the papers, Knute, unless it is denied in type just as large and preferably larger. The coaches of other colleges all over the country want you to go to New York, Rock. They need your name and voice to speak for them. Will you do it, Rock?
All right. I'll go. But I'm not going to mince any words.
Mr. Rockne, the original idea upon which all college sport is founded is that a normal amount of exercise is helpful to young men engaged in their studies. Do you agree with this definition?
No, as far as it goes, yes.
How would you amend that definition?
Games such as football are more than merely helpful to boys. They are an absolute necessity of the nation's best interests.
Why, Mr. Rockne?
Because every red-blooded young man in any country is filled with what we might call the natural spirit of combat. In many parts of Europe and elsewhere in the world, this spirit has manifested itself in continuous wars and revolutions. But we have tried to make competitive sports act as a safer outlet for this spirit of combat. And I believe we've succeeded.
Do you mean to imply, Mr. Rockne, that college football, as practiced at Notre Dame, is a form of pacifism?
Well, I suppose you could get an argument on that from some of our opponents. But that is precisely what I mean.
Mr. Rockne, have you ever interceded for a football player who fell behind in his classes and had to be suspended from your team?
I have not. If any player flunks his class, he's no good to the coach or to the school he attends. And the coach who goes around trying to fix it for athletes to be scholastically eligible when mentally they're not, well, he's just a plain everyday fool.
Mr. Rockne, couldn't football be replaced by some other game? Something less violent?
What game would you suggest?
Well, hockey, for instance.
Well, no, just a minute. As a matter of fact, I once suggested that very idea to Father Callahan, our president. I explained the game to him in detail, and he seemed downright interested. Until we came to the use of the sticks. Then he held up his hands. No, he said. No, that game is never for this university. Notre Dame will never endorse any game that puts a club in the hands of an Irishman.
In your opinion, Mr. Rockne, what is college for? Where do these elaborate spectacles of sport fit into the scheme of education? What is their contribution to the national intelligence?
Gentlemen, we are living in the 20th century. To limit the college education to books, classrooms, and laboratories is to give to education too narrow a meaning for modern times. Now, if I have learned any one fact in my 20 years of work with boys, it's this. The most dangerous thing in American life today is we're getting soft. Soft inside and out. And we're losing that forceful heritage of mind and body that was once our most precious possession. Now, these coaches and I, have given our lives to working that flaccid philosophy out of our boys' minds and bodies. We believe the finest work of man is building the character of man. We've tried to build courage and initiative and tolerance and persistence, without which the most educated brain in the head of man is not worth very much. Now, our boys at Notre Dame have played all over the country. They've gotten to learn that Southerners aren't lazy, Northerners aren't cold, Middle Westerners aren't hicks, Californians aren't big and dumb. They've found from all sorts of America what America is, and in that process they found themselves. Now, I don't know, Professor, I don't know how you'd grade a boy for learning all these things. 50, 75, 90, perhaps. But wouldn't it be a good idea not to grade anyone's contribution to the national intelligence until all the results were in, say 5 or 10 years after he's graduated, when his record and character aren't hung on the wall like a diploma, but are hung inside the man himself?
Oh, Knute, this sun is wonderful. And so good for the children.
Why, of course, Bonnie. Didn't I promise you we'd come to Florida?
Yes, dear. 17 years ago.
Oh, no, 70. Couldn't be that long.
Oh, don't worry about it now. Just relax.
Well, Bonnie, I promise you it won't be 17 years before we're here again. Every winter from now on, we'll take the kids and go south and really get some fun of our life.
That's never been much trouble for you. You know, the day we left South Bend, Father Callahan said to me, if Rock ever loses that laugh of his, I hope he doesn't outlive it long.
Mr. Rockne?
Yeah, something for me, son?
Yes, sir. Telegram, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here.
Thank you, sir.
What is it, Knute?
Well, I've got to go to California.
But not right away.
Yes. See, I promised those fellas I'd come whenever they needed me. Oh, there ought to be a union for people who can't say no.
You aren't going by plane, are you?
Well, Bonnie, if I take a train, it'll take me 3 days. This way, I'll get there in no time. I'll be back Monday.
But you know how I feel about flying, Rock.
Bonnie, I wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Come on now, honey. Help me pack. I'll wire from Kansas City tomorrow morning. When will this telegram reach Florida?
Within half an hour, Mr. Rockne. I'll send it right away.
They say there may be a storm ahead of you, Rock. Why don't you wait over here till the next plane?
Haven't any time to waste. I want to be back in Florida by next Monday. I'm on a vacation.
Passengers for the Los Angeles plane. Los Angeles plane.
So long. Soft landing, Rock.
Thanks, fella. You mean happy landing, don't you?
A transcontinental plane flying from Kansas City to Los Angeles crashed this morning on a hilltop 3 miles from this town, carrying to instant death the 6 passengers and 2 pilots. Among the identified dead is Knute Rockne.
We who are here are but a handful of his friends, come to pay our last tribute of devotion to his mortal remains. Of necessity, we are few in number in this hallowed place, though thousands are without the doors. But we represent millions like ourselves who are here in spirit, listening all over America. Knute Rockne might have gone to any university in the land and been gladly received and forever cherished there. But he chose Our Lady's School. He honored her in the monogram which he earned and wore. He honored her in the principles and in the ideals he set up in the lives of young men under his care. He was indeed her true son. Yes, Knute Rockne has gone. And who was he? Ask the President of these United States, who dispatched a personal message of tribute to his memory. Ask the King of Norway, who sent a special delegation here to represent him. Ask the thousands of newspaper men whose labor of love in his memory has stirred every heart in America. But above all, Ask the men and women from every walk of life. Ask the children, the boys of America. Ask any and all of these. Who was this man whose death has struck a nation with dismay and has everywhere bowed heads in grief?
Knute Rockne, born 1888, died 1931. He'll never be forgotten, for his doctrines live on in men he knew as boys. Men who now carry aloft his standard of fair, clean play and sportsmanship. Among them, Rip Miller, Navy, James Crowley, Fordham, Harry Stuhldreher, Wisconsin, Frank Thomas, Alabama, Eddie Anderson and Frank Corridio, Iowa, Charlie Bachman, Michigan State, Noble Kaiser and Mal Elwood, Purdue, Jim Palin, Washington, Buckshaw, Santa Clara, Adam Walsh, Bowdoin, Gus Doré, Detroit, Clipper Smith, Villanova, Jack Mayer, Auburn, Marty Brill, Loyola, and Elmer Layton, Notre Dame.
So we bring to a close our play, tonight's performance of Knute Rockne, All-American. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone. But first, it looks to me as though Sally here had something to say, something rather complicated from the way she's figuring with that pencil and paper.
Almost an hour a day, 7 days a week.
What on earth are you doing, Sally?
I'm figuring out how much time a housewife spends washing dishes every year.
What's the answer?
Oh, wait till I finish figuring. 300 divided by 8, 3, 7. Well, just imagine. Why, that'd be 8 hours a day for 5 weeks out of the year.
That's a long time to have your hands in dishwater at the mercy of the soap you use. If that soap is harsh, it's bound to make them rough and red and unattractive.
No woman wants hands like that. It's much better to use gentle, new Quick Lux flakes.
Much, much better. And this has been proved by hundreds of women in tests of 5 leading dishwashing soaps, including Lux. Tests made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. Lux left their hands ever so much softer, smoother than the other soaps did. You can prove this for yourself. Try new Quick Lux in your dishpan tomorrow. Ask for the generous big box, the same familiar Lux package. It's fast, it's thrifty, and it's so mild, it helps your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Back in the center of our stage now is Pat O'Brien, the man who made Knute Rockne live for us tonight. And with him are Fay Ray and Donald Crisp.
Thank you, C.B. It was a great honor to be chosen to play the part of Knute Rockne on the screen, and then again here in the Lux Radio Theater. I've admired him ever since I was a kid.
Pat, you played a little football yourself a few years back, didn't you?
You've been holding out on us, Pat.
There wasn't much to hold out, C.B.
Well, now, the way I heard it, you were a star quarterback at Marquette and ran 90 yards for a touchdown against one of Knute Rockne's best teams.
That is more than a little exaggerated, Fezzi.
You mean it wasn't 90 yards, Pat?
You had run 90 yards sitting on the bench. I didn't get in until late in the game. Coach was, well, he was desperate. He'd used up the first, second, and third string backs. He was finally down to me. I played about 30 seconds, didn't even get my hands on the ball.
Outside of that, the story's true, huh?
Well, anyway, you can always tell your children that you played against a Knute Rockne team.
That's what I said to myself when I tried to get up for the 6th time.
That's a very comforting thought, Pat. By the way, Mr. DeMille, what's your next play?
14, 82, 91. Hey!
No, not football.
Oh.
I mean next Monday night.
Next Monday night. Well, we've got a play that's a sure winner, Donald. My Favorite Wife, adapted from Leo McCarey's RKO picture.
Who are the stars going to be, Mr. DeMille?
You like them all, Fay. Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. 3 of everybody's favorites. My Favorite Wife is a gay mix-up. It was one of the hits of the year on the screen, the story of a lady who returned from being shipwrecked on a lonely island to find her husband married again. It's a situation with great possibilities for Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick next Monday night.
And a swell time for the audience, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. If acting were football, you 3 would be a sink for the Rose Bowl. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett as Father Newland, Ted Bliss as Doré, Charles Seal as Doctor, Earl Ross as Chairman of Investigating Committee, Lou Merrill and Arthur Q. Bryan as announcers, Edwin Max as a reporter, James Eagles as O'Flaherty, Fred Shields as a professor, and Harold Daniels, Forrest Taylor, Bob Burleson, Joe Panario, and Celeste Rush. Our play tonight is an adaptation of the Warner Brothers picture Knute Rockne, All-American, which is currently being shown throughout the country. Ronald Reagan will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Santa Fe Trail. Donald Crisp is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture City for Conquest, and Fay Ray's forthcoming picture is the Columbia production Legacy. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
St. Patrick. I am Patrick, a sinner, most unlearned, the least of all the faithful, and utterly despised by many. My father was Calpurnius, a deacon, the son of Petitus, a priest, of the village Benavum Tabernii. From this place, when I was about 16, I was taken into captivity to Ireland, along with many thousands of people. At that time, I did not know the true God, because I had turned away from him, and did not keep his commandments, and did not obey the priests who used to remind us of our salvation. But in Ireland, as I tended the sheep of my master, the Lord opened the sense of my unbelief, that I might at last remember my sins and be converted with all my heart to the Lord my God. And now, in my old age, although I am imperfect in many ways, I nevertheless wish my brethren and kinsmen should know what sort of person I am, so that they may understand my heart's desire. I had been in Ireland 6 years, when one night a voice called out in my dream, "Soon you will go to your own country. See, your ship is ready." I took flight, and after walking many days in the strength of God, I came to a place where a ship was about ready to sail. I went to the captain, who was trying to quiet a pack of Irish wolfhounds.
Down, boy. Hey, now, what would you be howling about? Come, give me your head. I'll scratch behind your ears. That's it.
Who are you, and what do you want?
The name's Patrick, and I'd like passage. I can't pay my way.
It's plain to see you're not Irish.
That I am not.
Where are you from?
Some 200 miles to the west and north of this place.
You might be useful at that. My men are afraid of these savage beasts, and you seem to have a way with them.
They're not used to the sea and more frightened than they are anything else.
I'll take you on, and you'll earn your way by taking care of the house.
It's a fair bargain. I accept.
Not so fast. There's something you forgot.
Oh, and what can that be?
Every man must fall on my breast as a token of obedience.
'Tis a heathen custom, and I'll have none of it.
Oh, so it's a Christian you are.
By the grace of God, who guided me to your ship.
And escaped slave in the bargain, no doubt. That's no use asking to go along with us. Get off my ship.
Very well.
Get on with you. All sail! All right, quiet those brutes so you can hear me orders. Hey, lad, come back.
Oh, 'tis a gentle hand and a soft word you'll be needing to quiet me.
You may come aboard.
I'll come, but you must know, my God commands me not to worship as you do.
Well, I'll take you on in good faith.
Make friends with us in whatever way you like.
And thus I had my way with them, and we set sail at once. After 3 days, we reached land, and for 28 days we traveled through deserted country, and they lacked food and were overcome with hunger. And on the next day, the captain said to me,
Tell me, Christian, you say your God is great and all-powerful.
That is the truth.
Why then don't you pray for us? As you can see, we're suffering from hunger. It's unlikely indeed we shall ever see a human being again.
Be truly converted with all your heart to the Lord my God, because nothing is impossible for him. That this day he may send you food on your way until you are satisfied. For he has abundance everywhere.
You know, the way you speak gives one the strength to go on. Ah, lad, but unless your God show his abundance soon, we shall starve. Men, we march on. The Christian says that this day we shall have food. Halt! The beast sees something.
No, he smells it on the wind.
Look, Captain! There's a herd of swine.
Loose the dogs! After them, men. Patrick, give a hand. I'll start a fire. You gather more wood.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
You said this day your God would send food. Thank you, lad. But hurry on with the wood. The men will be back soon. Patrick, all the men are saying the same word. It was a lucky day when you came aboard. Here, they found some wild honey and want you to share.
Oh, thank you, Captain.
It's offered up in sacrifice to Crom Cruach.
The pagan idol? Take the honey, I'll not taste of it. And out of fear of God, I tasted none of it. We stopped for 2 nights and fully recovered our strength. And on our way, God gave us food and fire and dry weather every day. Until on the 10th day, we met people. I left the traders and made my way to Britain, and after suffering many hardships, was among my own people. And there, in Ireland, Father, every day I had to tend the sheep, and many times a day I prayed. The love of God and his fear came to me more and more. My faith was strengthened. My spirit was so moved that in a single day I would say as many as 100 prayers, almost as many at night. And then this vision came that sent me home.
Thank God, son. We feared we would never see you again.
Home. How good it is to be back amongst those I love. To feel the warmth of this fire, sleep under clean linen, and to hear the talk of educated men. You never know how you miss these things until you've been with them no more.
You have a strange way of talking, Patrick. As if there were silent music flowing under your words.
Living amongst the Irish for 6 years, one picks up a bit of their language. All in all, 'tis a beautiful land, and the people have a great love for it.
But not a land you want to see again.
Never. And yet, I owe it no harsh word or thought, for there I found God.
Then all the hardship you've been through, my son, was worth enduring. But now, we must talk about your future.
Oh, there's nothing I would like better than to settle down here for the rest of my life.
Then you can resume your education, and in the meantime, I'll see if I can arrange a suitable marriage. When I die, perhaps you can succeed me as deacon.
Whatever you say, Father. I'll be guided by your advice.
Now you're sleepy, son. Off to bed, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Patrick, for the last 3 weeks, I've been checking on suitable women. I think I've found just the one for you.
Oh, you haven't spoken to her parents?
Not yet, but we should lose no time, lest some other young man...
Father, don't do anything just yet.
But why, Patrick? After all, you've been away a long...
The other night, Father, I had a vision.
Yes? What kind of a vision?
Well, I awoke in the middle of the night, and there was a man named Victoricus, coming, as it were, out of Ireland, with countless letters. And he handed one to me, and Father, I could read only the opening words, for my eyes then dimmed with tears.
What did the letter say?
Well, it began, "The voice of the Irish." And it seemed at that moment that I heard their voice.
Visions, my son,
Thus
are not
did they
always...
cry out, as with one mouth. "We ask thee, boy, come and walk among us once more." Father, so pitiful was that cry, it fair broke my heart.
Well, not all visions are to be trusted now, son. It could have been a dream with no special meaning.
In that you may be right. And yet, I cannot forget so many thousands who were unbaptized and ignorant of God.
And that no doubt caused you to dream. So it's not a true vision, you see. I'd just forget about it.
One thing, sure. I've no desire to return to Ireland. But another night, whether within me or beside me, I know not. God knoweth. They called most unmistakably with words which I heard but could not understand, except at the end of the prayer, God spoke thus: "He that has laid down his life for thee, it is he that speaketh in thee." And, Father, I saw God praying in me, and it was as if it were within my own body, and I heard him above me, that is, over the inward man. And I wondered and thought with myself who it could be that prayed in me. And he spoke, saying he was the Spirit, and so I awoke full of joy. Father, I know now I must return to Ireland.
But, Patrick, now you've suffered enough because of them. You said it was a pagan land. If you return, they will surely kill you.
Then I shall die converting them to God.
But don't you realize you will first have to become a priest, and that will take years? And don't forget the Irish took 6 years out of your life.
I will go into Gaul for my education for the priesthood.
My son, I beg you to stay here. Now, you've just returned. Let others go. You may be sure in God's own time the church will send her missions to Ireland.
But, Father, it's I they cry out for.
Oh, I have only to look at you to know nothing I can say will change your mind. I must warn you there may be opposition to your mission, and, if you are permitted, dangers unto death. But when do you wish to leave?
In the morning.
Then get yourself ready. I'll tell your mother and your sisters and all those who love you of your decision.
And after I was ordained and sought permission to preach the gospel in Ireland, I was attacked by a number of my seniors who came forth and brought up my sins against me, and my unlearning was revealed for all to behold. But at the hour when I arose to defend myself, God put words into my mouth, and I spoke in my own behalf with boldness that was not of me, but of him. Your Grace and Fathers, as cause for proceeding against me, it's found after 30 years that as a boy of 15, in the anxiety of my troubled mind, I confided to my dearest friend what I had done in my boyhood, because I was not strong. I did not believe in the living God, nor did I so from my childhood, but lived in death and unbelief until I was severely chastised and really humiliated by hunger and nakedness, and that daily. On the other hand, I did not go to Ireland of my own accord, not until I nearly perished. But this was rather for my good, for thus I was purged by the Lord, and he made me fit, so that I might be now what was once far from me, that I should care and labor for the salvation of others, whereas then I did not even care about myself. Now, as to my lack of education, to my deep regret, I know not too well my Latin, but I do know and speak the Irish language. And if one is to reach the heart of the Irish, if one is to teach them the gospel, it will have to be in their mother tongue. Let us first win them to Christ and teach them Latin later. God did not frustrate the journey upon which I had decided, and the work which I had learned from Christ, my Lord. He must have heard my prayer, so that I, in the last days, dared to undertake such a holy and wonderful work, thus imitating somehow those who, as the Lord once foretold, would preach his gospel to the end of the world. And arriving in Ireland, I went to Tara, the great hall of Blarney, High King.
Welcome to Tara.
Peace be unto this house.
What brings you to Tara?
Because the High King of Ireland dwells here, and it's but fitting I should ask his gracious permission to move about in his kingdom.
Though you speak our language, you are not born in Ireland.
No, sire. But 6 years of my youth I spent in your beautiful, generous land, and learned a bit of your language and your ways.
Why do you wish to go about our kingdom?
To preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, and to save the souls of the people.
Is it true, as I've been told, this man was nailed to a cross until he died, but 3 days later rose from the dead?
It is the truth.
High King, have nothing to do with this man. Send him away. Bolt the door and let me purify where he has stood.
Now, why would I be doing that to a man who forthright tells me what he wants, and has the courtesy to call and ask me permission?
High King, beware. He is one of whom we have been warned. Listen, Ad's head will come with his crooked-headed staff and his mitre for his head. He will chant impiety from his table in the east of his house. All his household will answer, Amen, Amen. When, therefore, all these things come to pass, our kingdom, which they call heathen, will not stand.
I can make nothing of this. What is the meaning?
Ad's head refers to the way my hair is cropped, out of memory of Christ, who was crowned with a circle of thorns. The crook-headed staff is this crozier, a symbol of my office, for we come as shepherds to gather the flock.
And what is this long cloth with a cross at either end, and a hole in the middle for the head to go through?
It is the chasuble, the outer garment worn by the priest at the Mass.
It is when dressed in this they chant and many times make signs with their hands.
He refers to the Mass, the sacrifice of the new law, in which Christ, through the ministry of the priest, offers himself to God under the appearance of bread and wine. And the priest sings out of joy and sorrow for the frightful death and the glorious triumph over death.
And then the household say, Amen, Amen, and by these words they put a curse on us.
Not so, Druid. Amen means simply, so be it. And those who say it do so because they believe in Jesus Christ.
Yet much of what the Druid says is true.
If our coming has been foretold, then the Druid is blessed in that God has revealed it to him.
And why should I grant you permission to speak to my people, if when these things come to pass, our kingdom will not stand?
High King, not an inch of land will you lose, nor a single sheep. The kingdom that will fall is that now ruled by Crom Cruach, an idol of stone, and the kingdom of God will take its place.
Do you say we should not worship Crom Cruach?
You do evil in the sight of the Lord? Crom Cruach is an abomination.
He lies!
Man shall not fashion a graven image of the likeness of anything on heaven or earth, before which he falls down in worship.
I say this man should be put to death before he talks you out of your kingdom.
Silence him! Be still, Druids. This man comes alone, unarmed, and in friendship, to tell us things we have heard about from others, but not from anyone with knowledge and the authority to speak.
He is a magician with strange powers.
But you are great magicians. What harm is there in letting him talk?
But suppose some of the people believe him.
How many do you think will believe that a man dead 3 days rose from his grave?
Our people yearn to believe the impossible, and are more influenced by the mystery world than what actually happens from day to day.
Well said, Druid. And that is what I shall talk about. The world beyond this world, where life is everlasting. And I shall tell people what they must do to enter into it.
You speak boldly.
It is not I, but the Spirit of God within me that speaks.
You puzzle me and divide my mind in 2 parts. Whether to grant or deny you permission to speak.
Refuse him.
And if I do that, will I always wonder if he speaks the truth? At some distant day will I say to myself, I wonder what would have happened had I let this man speak.
You do well to look into the future, High King, to the far future, when you are no longer on this earth, and your spirit has departed the flesh, and you stand in judgment before your Creator.
There comes a time for every man when he must listen to new voices, to question the old and test them against the new.
You may arouse the wrath of Crom Crook and rain down punishment on your kingdom.
If I do not fear this man, why should our most powerful idol?
This idol is made of stone, isn't it?
Yes, inlaid with gold, the work of our finest craftsmen.
But still, the work of man. If stolen or destroyed, another Crom Crook could be fashioned.
Well, yes, but nothing can
In
destroy.
short, you worship something that was made by man. And since it is the work of man, you in reality worship yourself. And that is a foolish vanity.
Would you dare utter these impieties in the presence of Crom Crook?
It's not a question of bravery, Druid. It is a command from my lord.
When do you go into Leitrim?
Within the month, God willing.
I shall meet you there and see that you make good your boast that you have no fear of Crom Crook. Silence! Hear ye! This man, who comes from across the waters, claims he worships one greater and more powerful than Crom Crook. Christian, where is this God of whom you speak?
He is everywhere. That is the wonder of him. A sailor of the vast waters can pray to him and ask him to bring his ship safely to harbor. A shepherd on a lonely hill can pray to him. But you who worship Crom Crook must come to this spot.
You say this God is everywhere. Then let us see him.
He is invisible because he is spirit, and his spirit dwells in every man alive, even in all of you.
But we can see our God. He's there before you. Crom Crook, the Lord of the Hill. At Tara, you said it was wrong for us to worship Crom Crook. Dare you say it here?
Crom Crook is nothing but a stone figure. He was created by man, and he can be destroyed by man. My God can never be destroyed because he is spirit. He is like the air you breathe, in that you never see it, yet you would die without it.
My people, don't be taken in by his soft words and his gift of speech. This man boasted at Tara that he would show me that Crom Crook has no power.
Oh, no. Boy, give me that hammer.
What are you going to do?
These abominations to God, I destroy.
Run! Run! Run!
Druid, they fled. Did you remain because you did not believe fire would rain from heaven?
What I believe makes little difference. Now we shall have to kill you.
But why?
You have destroyed our power.
Come with me. In the kingdom I offer you, there will be power and glory beyond your dreams. The power to save the souls of your people. People will listen to you when you stand there before the altar and chant the words to which they all will respond. Amen, so be it.
Can you teach me these things?
Yes. And you can teach them to others. You Druids are the learned of Ireland. Join me, so that in the ages to come you will be remembered and blessed for having been among the first to embrace Christianity.
You can't expect me to shed an old belief or a new in the twinkle of the eye.
No, Druid. All I ask is that you listen to the story of Jesus Christ with an open heart and mind.
You may begin. I shall listen.
I am very much God's debtor, who gave me such grace that many people were reborn in God through me, and afterwards confirmed. and that clerics were ordained from them everywhere for a people just coming to the faith. I pray those who believe and fear God, whosoever deigns to receive this writing, which Patrick, a sinner, unlearned, has composed in Ireland, that no one should ever say it was my ignorance if I did or showed forth, however small, according to God's good pleasure. But let this be your conclusion, and let it so be thought that, as is the perfect truth, it was the gift of God.
Smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen. Music by Peter Van Steeden. And our special added attraction, the Town Hall Variety. New music, new voices, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Crowd cheer Fred Allen as he leads the parade to the old town hall. Fred's leading the band with a shillelagh and is followed by those green horns of the theater, the mighty Allen Art Players. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody join. Here they come, delicatessen leaders.
Morris, why are you refusing to slice some corned beef for Mrs. Corn? The slicing machine is making static on the radio stem, and it's town hall tonight.
Spiritualists.
Look, Professor Kell, the spirits are moving that radio up and down.
The radio is merely dancing for joy, madam. It's town hall tonight.
Reno divorcees.
Your grounds for divorce are cruel and inhuman treatment, Mrs. Boggs.
Yes, George. My husband always turns off the radio on Wednesdays, and it's town hall tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old town hall. It's St. Patrick's Day, and Fred is welcoming the crowd with a brogue as folks pass inside. Let's listen.
Begari and be Jabez. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, folks, and he got that way from coming to the old town hall. Single line, please.
Hi there, booby boy.
Hello, Jason.
Is it Cabbage?
Hi there, Mrs. Fumble. Step right in. You laugh, you shout like all get out on the inside. So hurry.
We're all set inside, Fred.
Surprising, Harry. Peter's opening the show with Swing High, Swing Low.
Righto, Fred. Let her swing, Peter.
Swing high, swing low, swing good and slow. Not fast, not slow. A little swing can do more than anything else for you. Swing out, swing in. It's not a sin. So let's begin. You never get so gay if your swinging is up to date. When Duval and Lonely complains that she's lonely and blue. The rhythmical campaign can do more than campaign to see her through. Swing high, swing low, swing to and fro. Not fast, not slow. And if you think you can swing high, swing low.
Presenting that bombastic baron of big blatant bursts of bubbling, baffling buffoonery, bristling banter, and triangular bread buttering, blustering, blistering Fred Allen in person.
Gosh, Harry, you left out Bristol and Myers. I don't know how. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we preen our verbal feathers and prepare to give your risibilities a rousing tickling this evening, I hope, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, everybody's grocer, says that nothing's happened this week, folks, so there'll be no announcement. Thank you, friends, and now we'll get along with the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Coming right down, Fred.
The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. New York City, New York. Dr. R.P. Wodehouse, speaking at the American Institute of General Sciences, claims that hay fever and asthma are increasing in this country. Dr. Wodehouse says clearing up of native vegetation and its replacement by alien plants will add to number of victims. Town Hall News shows how sensitive some hay fever victims may become shortly. The scene, a train waiting room.
We can sit down here, Wilbur. The 5:15 isn't ready.
Yes, dear.
Just good idea. Is your hay fever starting?
Yes, somebody's eating strawberries at the lunch counter. The straw starts me sneezing.
Strawberries. That reminds me, I forgot to phone the market about dinner.
Have you got the number?
Yes, it's Haymarket.
Don't say Haymarket. You know that hay upsets me.
All right, I won't say another word. What was that?
I don't know. That woman just passed.
Is she wearing a goldenrod corsage?
I don't know.
She's going by again.
Every time she walks by, I sneeze.
I'll tell her to get away from here. Oh, pardon me, lady. Yes, did you call me? Would you mind walking around the other way? You see, my husband...
Are you intimating that I am ogling your husband?
No, but why is it every time you pass, you start my husband's hay fever?
I'm a grass widow.
New York City, New York. A new hit show opens on Broadway to delight New York theatergoers. Critics guarantee evening of laughs to patrons attending play called Yes, My Darling Daughter. Town Hall News presents 3-second review of this new laughing show, Yes, My Darling Daughter.
Daddy, you say one word has made you the biggest man in Hollywood?
That's right, daughter.
What is the magic word, Daddy?
Yes, my darling daughter.
New York City, New York. East Side Merchants Association agrees to do away with men outside of clothing stores who approach customers and try to pull them into shops. Town Hall News shows old sales approach method on East Side when the puller-in functioned outside of a clothing store.
Monster sale going on inside. My greenbound is sacrificing their suits. All kinds buttons, herringbone, tweed, chinchillas going across. How about a suit, Border?
No. Hey, take your finger out of my buttonhole.
Step inside. I'll show you a pencil-striped double-breasted that will knock your eye out.
No, get your hand out of my collar.
You're stepping in, Border?
No, I'm not stepping in. Now, let me go. I gotta catch a bus.
You are needing a suit, Border.
I don't need no suit. Now, quit pulling my lapel.
You are needing a suit.
Who said so?
I am saying so. Look.
What? Oh, what's the big idea ripping my lapel? I can't go home this way.
That's what I'm saying. You are needing a suit. Step inside, Border.
With the puller-in salesman of this type banished, Town Hall News shows the new methods customers can expect as they pass East Side clothing stores in the near future.
Hey, Border.
Talking to me, mister?
Yes, confidentially, I'm needing a suit of garments.
No, thanks. I just bought a suit with 4 pair of pants yesterday.
You could using 3 coats, maybe, to go with the extra pair?
No, hey, quit up of my spine. Quit shoving. Hey, I got the East Side stop this pulling in business.
So who's pulling you in, Bodie? I'm pushing.
New York City, New York. New 20th century picture, Love is News, is held over a second week at the Roxy Theater. Produced by Darryl Zanuck, written by Harry Tugand and Jack Yellen, Love is News registers comedy triumph. Town Hall News brings you a 10-second preview of this excellent film, Love is News.
Wait for it, you latest paper. Read all about it.
What's the headline, boy?
Jack Benny and Fred Allen kiss and make up.
Is that a front-page romance? And how, mister? With those 2 mudslingers, love is news.
New York City, New York. Ship officers report stormy crossings on Atlantic Ocean. Record gales lash heavy seas, and ships experience trouble in navigating through storms. Town hall news flashes candid camera shot of a terrible sea. The sea. Encore, Harry. I don't know about the bow, but it was good and niche there to begin with. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And now...
As
I was saying...
For 1 minute, please.
If you'll bear with me
I would like to see...
Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to find out what's on the mind of this disgruntled Eskimo, if you'll just turn around.
Well, I was just practicing...
Why, Harry Bonzell, a big boy like you.
It might have sounded funny, but last night I was reading about Demosthenes.
And what are Demosthenes?
Oh, spread out. A big boy like you. Demosthenes was a famous Greek orator. And he used to practice speaking, with pebbles in his mouth to improve his diction and enunciation. Like this, look.
Friends, brothers, and company.
And just what do you... He didn't say that.
Huh?
And just what do you... Just what do you hope to accomplish pursuing this strange pastime, Harry?
Well, Fred, I just thought I'd keep practicing so that when I passed along those friendly tips about Salopatica, there wouldn't be a chance of a single word being missed. Because to know about Salopatica is to know a mighty effective way to get after those dull, logy, headachy feelings we have so often. Those under-par feelings usually caused by accumulated waste and resulting acidity. You see, ladies and gentlemen, Salopatica is the mineral salt laxative that gets after both of those things at once. It removes wastes through laxation, and it helps nature combat that acidity. So the next time you feel under the weather, put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salopatica in a glass of water and drink it. You'll soon be feeling your old normal self again if you remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
And the Ipana Troubadours have just played Serenade in the Night. Now, on Friday night, there will be an... Oh, God. Now, quiet, please. Look, if that is somebody left over from a...
Hello?
Well, say, you've done it again, haven't you? Well, sir, the chairman laughed when I said I was going to take the floor. He didn't know the linoleum wasn't paid for. Well, it can lay there with the linoleum. If it isn't Portland.
Yes, Papa sent me over to see you. It's very important.
What's important?
Papa says you should make up your mind what night you're going to be on the radio.
Well, you don't think just because I went on with Jack Benny last Sunday that the people are getting confused, do you?
I'll say they are. I saw the man upstairs brushing his teeth with Jell-O this morning.
Well, see, you will get a life membership in the Don Wilson Foundation for that. We saved him that much work next Sunday. Well, that doesn't make any difference. People brush their teeth with Jell-O just as long as they don't try to buy Ipana in 6 delicious flavors. They'll be all right. Come in.
Telegram for Fred Allen.
Right here, boy.
All right, sign here. Here's a pencil.
Thank you, son.
The boy's still waiting, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, son.
Don't give me none of that, buddy.
Now, see here.
Listen, greaseball, I don't mind not getting my tip, but when you try to cop my pencil, you're rubbing it in.
Here's your pencil, stickler.
Okay, cheapskate.
That boy's too fresh.
Why don't you tear up the telegram and get even with him, Mr. Allen?
No, you read it. I've got to blow down my neck.
Blow down your neck?
Yes, I'm getting hot under the collar.
I'll see who the telegram's from.
All right. What does it say?
Dear Palsy Wowsy, happy birthday to you. I know it isn't your birthday, but I had to have an excuse to send you loads of love.
Who sent that?
It's signed Jack Benny.
Oh, Jackie, hey? He's a prince. Oh, there's a sweet guy, Portland. Good old Jackie. Gosh, he's so sweet, he's almost sticky.
It's silly to send a birthday wire when it isn't your birthday.
Listen, it isn't the stupidity. It's the sentiment gets me. There's the whitest guy I know.
Yes, you said he was anemic.
Now, listen, don't let anyone tell you Jackie Benny's anemic. He just stays white on purpose so everybody else will look healthy.
Gosh, Jack must have a big heart.
Why, Jackie Benny's heart so big, you can put a stethoscope on him any place and get action. Did you hear his program last Sunday?
Yes. What was that static right in the middle of it?
Static? Was it before or after Jack and I sang?
It was during.
During? Well, let me tell you something. A lot of people didn't catch our names when we sang.
How do you know?
Nelson Eddy got 300 wires from people who said they enjoyed his double voice solo.
Gosh, to me it sounded like 2 wildcats picketing a pet shop.
2 wildcats picketing a pet shop. Do you know that the next morning after Jackie and I sang at the Pierre, all of the flowers bloomed in Central Park? They thought the robins were back from the south.
That's done it. Mr.
That's done it.
Casper!
Right, babe. You don't have to page hum or blow. Just drop a hit. I can hear it before it hits the ground.
Come on up, Casper.
Now, wait a minute, Portland. I don't mind you bringing people in here, but when they're all wet, they leave puddles.
Now, listen, Ham. You ought to be flattered to be seen with a couple of good eggs. That's on them, Casper.
Is Casper saying something, Mr. Blow?
Only a simpleton can understand Casper. That's why he's talking to himself.
Well, you ought to be able to catch Casper's drift, Bud.
Somebody ought to put a sign on Casper's mouth open by mistake.
Now, take it easy, brother.
Yeah?
You're jeopardizing the friendship of Humbert Blow, the outstanding theatrical agent of this generation.
Mr. Blow furnishes all kinds of talent, Mr. Allen.
And how?
Why, Casper here can put the program on a map. Simple.
What does Casper do?
Imitation.
Right. Name your sounds, folks, and Casper goes to town.
How about a fin calling to its habit?
Quit clowning, Bud.
how about molasses coming out of a jug?
Okay, let's go, Casper.
Now, wait a minute. Molasses in this weather will take too long.
Okay, give us a ginger ale bottle, Casper. Oh, attaboy, Casper.
Gosh, some bottle, wasn't it, Mr. Allen?
A bottle? It sounded like somebody with false teeth munching castanets to me.
Well, you ain't heard nothing yet. What's next, Casper boy?
A lion.
Quiet, folks. One lion. Take away, Casper. How's that, knobhead?
It sounded like the Holland Tunnel backfiring to me.
Hey, no belittling, Bud.
Can Casper do a Jersey cow, Mr. Blow?
Well, Jersey's too far away. You wouldn't hear it. How about a New York cow?
Listen, the only thing that gives milk in New York is a waiter.
Coconuts give milk, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, what about philanthropy?
Never mind. Give us the cow.
Okay. One Holstein, Casper. Give. Boy, are you hot. What's next, Casper?
A foghorn.
Okay, blast, Casper.
So that's a foghorn.
It sounded like you and Jack Benny singing, Mr. Allen.
Now, you leave my pal out of this.
And now, folks, with your kind attention, Casper entertains one and all with his own original Barnyard Community Sing.
What's that, Mr. Blow?
It's a foul choir.
Foul is right.
Quiet, dope. Give us that Plymouth Rock on cymbals, Casper.
All right.
Casper done everything but lay an egg, sister.
He didn't lay an egg. He spread an omelet.
That's Cluck.
Cluck is the word for Casper.
Well, what's new, brother? Does Casper get the job?
Yes.
Congratulations, Casper.
Thanks.
Well, when does he start on the radio?
What radio? I'm hiring him to break a lease in a boiler factory.
Why, you?
We better be this, fellas.
Nice exterminating, Portland. So long.
Howie.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing a spiritual called Head Low.
Great day, don't you hear that joyful sound? Your foes, my foes, they're all camp meeting bound. Come on, honey, let us follow the crowd. I feel the spirit and it's shouting out loud. Don't wait too late, let your better self decide. Give out, give in, swallow all your pride. 'Cause every day is Judgment Day. Let's be on time to hear that good old deacon say, head low, evil's round. Head low, hold your ground. Oh, there's no use talking, the devil's walking, yes, walking on through the land. Head low, let him cheer. Head low, keep out fear. Oh, the times are coming, brother, we need the good Lord's hand. Good news, you can send this word around. My soul was lost, but now it's found. Come, my children, let's be going on our way. I feel the spirit in the sky to say, we need to read the good book through and through. We need to heed like they used to do. Make stumbling blocks your stepping stone. he can wear the bone. Oh, children, mend your ways. Oh, everybody give out praise. Cause true religion is a feeling you'll understand. Hallelujah. Hello. Hello. Oh, there's no use kicking, it takes some sticking before you get to the promised land. Where you got shoes, I get shoes. All God's children get shoes in the promised land. Hello.
Gentlemen, and thank you, boys. And now for a thrilling excursion into the realm of the esoteric.
Oh, goody. Do we take sandwiches and hard-boiled eggs?
Do we take them where?
To the thrilling excursion.
Oh, Harry.
What's the matter?
That was just my erudite way of introducing a little item concerning beauty in Japan. A little music, Professor Van Steeden. There was a time in Japan when black teeth were considered beautiful. So they were dyed black with a liquid composed of iron filings and a species of nut applied to the teeth with a feather.
Ipana.
What do you mean by that, Harry?
Well, Fred, that's just my erudite way of introducing a little item concerning beauty in America, where only sparkling, naturally white teeth are considered beautiful, and where Ipana toothpaste plays such an important part in our standards of loveliness. Because Ipana is more than a toothpaste. For when used with massage, it helps tone and stimulate tender gums. The dentists say,
when our gums are soft and tender, our teeth are seldom bright and sparkling. Today, our gums do not get the exercise and stimulation they need from the soft, creamy, well-cooked foods we eat.
So we earnestly suggest that every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, you put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage your gums with it. It's the modern way to give them the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against gum trouble. Since Ipana goes so far in helping you have cleaner, brighter teeth, and as a result, far lovelier smiles, it will certainly pay you to always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Well, there's the theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players, and they'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
Gentlemen, we present the little group that inspired that song's success, this year's Hisses, the Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they present a backwoods drama entitled The Great Hillbilly Battle, or Harsh Words Don't Always Start a Feud. It's when somebody says, oh, shoot. Over to you, Peter. Quick, pardon me. What is it, Sarah?
Get at you, lazy juggin.
Well, ain't hardly daylight yet.
Past daylight. The sun's slow this morning.
Well, everything ready?
Yep, your rifle's loaded and the coffee's on.
Good. I'll take a shot over at the carver's cabin. Let them varmints know we're up and raring to feud. Take that, chill out.
Any luck?
Well, I don't know. I shot low into the cabin in case old Carver's sleeping on the floor.
Oh, there goes our last winder.
Yep, the Carver's is up. They're tardy this morning.
I'm getting sick of this feuding, Eli. I ain't been out this cabin for nigh on 40 years.
Well, you gotta stunt your wanderlust, Harry. For the last 200 years, us Allens has been feuding the Carvers. 3 generations, Allens, has been born, farmed, feuded, and died without leaving this here room.
Well, it's mighty convenient, but that's all.
My great-grandpa Luther's buried yonder under that butter churn there. Grandma Nell's and Uncle Dud's tombstones we're using for bookends for Pilgrim's Progress. And you're standing on Cousin Nathan right now.
It's going to be mighty stuffy in here on Resurrection Day.
Now, ding them covers.
Clean through the wall. Where'd that bullet go?
Yonder in the potato patch under the bed.
Well, I'll just take another pop at them vandals. You can take this, you fairy, you bangus. I'll show 'em. Well, that's all the feuding I can go on an empty belly.
I'll get to breakfast.
Is, Pa awake?
I can't tell. He's too lazy to shut his eyes. He sleeps with them open.
Pa, wake up. Pa, wake up.
Jeepers creepers, son. I'm awake. Lord, right through Lydia Pinkham's picture.
Them mangy carvers? Got 'em, son. I will. Take this, you snakes. Right through that keyhole by Dad.
Say, what's for breakfast? Owl a la king again? No poultry this morning, Pa. Nothing but coffee.
Ain't there no bacon, Ma?
Only what's left on the hog.
How many hogs we got left, son? Just the old sow, Bessie.
Better to special then, Eli.
Right enough, Sari. Come out here to your doom, Bessie.
Oink.
And I'll get my rifle.
Here, now, hold on. You ain't wasting our ammunition, son.
Well, I can't jiu-jitsu her to death, Pa. She'll pass out real...
All right, Pa. You watch your bacon relax, don't you?
Yes, well, just put the pig outside the door. The carvers will shoot her. It'll save us a bullet. That's cutting down the budget, Pa.
Come on, Bessie.
Oink.
I'll tie a rope onto her so she can't run away. Yep, and better put your hat on the pig, son. Afraid your bacon will catch cold, Pa? No, but if old man Carver sees a pig with a hat on, he'll think it's you creeping out the cabin on your stomach. He's sure to shoot. Well, okie-dokie. I'll put my Stetson on her.
Steady, Bill.
That looks better on the pig than it does on you, son. Oh, go shuck your soft corn, Pa. You open the door, Sari.
Over, Bessie.
Get, Bessie.
Right between the eyes.
Well, one thing about this feud is you get service.
Gregory, Eli.
Okie-dokie. Ma'am.
I'll close the door.
Set her over here near the stove, son. I'll amputate some bacon.
Gee, you, something's burning.
It's you, Pa. You got one of your feet on that red-hot stove. Which foot, son?
It's your left one, Pa. Gosh, two of your toes is pinkers.
Well, could be worse. I still got 3 toes left.
Lord, I wish you'd wash your feet, Pa, before you grill them.
Wash them? Wash them for what? I ain't showing off at my age. You ought to stand up someday, Pa. Surprise your feet.
Well, there goes breakfast. Carver just shot the coffee pot off in the stove.
Adam, son. Yeah. Take this, you rat-faced scum. Fully for me.
Bullseye, Eli.
Yeah. Old Carver was making a sign at me. Well, sir, I shot his thumb out from between his nose and his forefinger. Nice aiming, son.
There's the postman. No shooting, Eli.
No, postman's got the right of way. It's the only thing us'n and the Carvers agrees on. Open the door, somebody.
I'm hauling gingham, Pa.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy, Abner.
Notice any mail, Abner?
Just your morning batch of insults from the Carvers.
Yeah? What word-of-mouth venom's Carver up to today?
Well, to start off with, he says, you Allens are so low, they'll have to jack you up to bury you.
Why, them rodent-eating trash.
Them weed-munching mongrels.
Ditto for me, too. Anything else, Abner?
Yep, here's Carver's thought for the day.
Let's have it.
Well, Carver says, you're so all-fired mean, you wouldn't eat in front of a mirror for fear your reflection had asked you for a bite.
Why, that narrow-minded misfit.
Any reply?
You can bet your bottom postcard there's a reply.
You can tell Carver for me. He's so filthy. The last time he met a skunk face-to-face, the skunk went home with an inferiority complex.
That ought to rile him.
Yep, and here's my thought for the day. You can tell that drooling, fork-footed, snuff-dipping gopher that he's so undernourished, his idea of high living is dipping his bread into a rabbit track before he eats it.
Anything else?
No, that'll hold Carver for the day, I guess.
Well, I'll get along. Can't hold up the mail. So long.
Well, Carver will have to go some to answer them insults.
Yeah, them slurs will grig him up proper.
If our son Hector'd only come home, he could help us with the fluid.
Hector, so Alan never escaped from the cabin.
Hey, how did he get away? I was sleeping that spring.
Hector was only 4 when he stampeded 20 years ago.
Yep, creeped right out of the cabin. Kid was so hairy and dirty looking, Carver thought he was a possum.
Funny he never sent no word.
Well, Hector might have crawled into a gopher hole and quit the human race. You can't tell.
Oh, mailman's back, Jim.
Abner must have forget one of them insults we mailed to Carver.
Well, open the door. Hello, folks. Who is it, Eli?
Don't know, Pa. It's Abner's suit, but a stranger sporting it.
Don't you know me, Ma?
Who are you, Butter Cheek?
Why, I'm Hector, Ma, your male brat that got away 20 years ago.
If you're sure enough, Hector, what you doing in that mailman's get-up?
Well, Abner let me wear it so old Carver wouldn't pink me off coming up the trail.
Are you Hector Hunter Bright, Buggy?
Right as rickets, Grandpa. Just bust into town on a greyhound.
Riding dogs is mighty dangerous, Hector.
How'd you lull away your youth, son?
Been studying at Barber College, Pa. Graduated last week with high honors. Magna cum sideburns.
What's the latest news out yonder, Hector?
Dewey still holding them off at Manila?
Just gather the rest folks around and I'll give you all the news.
We're all that's left, Hector.
Why, where's Uncle Dud?
Uncle Dud leaned out to spit in 27. Carver's got him.
Grandma, too?
Yep. She opened the door to shake the broom. They got Grandma between the dustpan and the broom handle.
Your ma and me's carrying on the feud short-handed, Hector.
Then I just got home in time.
Sure did, son. I'll oil your gun.
No, I ain't shooting, Pa. I came home to stop the feud.
You ain't going to throw your paw out of work, Hector.
Are you catched, son?
No, Pa. I'll come back to bring you tidings.
What tidings?
Well, sir, the president's got a scheme to help folks like you.
You can tell McKinley he can mind his old gall-dang business.
Now, take McKinley, Pa. It's Roosevelt.
Well, we don't want him and his Rough Riders a butting in, other.
No, sir.
No, now, this is another Roosevelt president now. He's got a scheme called sociable security.
What's it like, bingo?
No, it ain't no gamble, Pa. When you get to be 65, you get paid.
Paid for what?
For being 65. It's a reward, like.
What's that? What's that got to do with your ma and me?
Well, you got to stop feuding. If you both get killed off before you get to be 65, you won't get paid.
Hey, are you sure the government's giving real money?
Yeah, it's real money, all right, with eagles on it. For spending.
Well, money makes the mare go, and I can feel the horse coming out of me.
Hey, that sounds tempting. We ought to call off the feud.
Now, hold on. Suppose we stop feuding and Carver keeps on going.
Carver's willing to feud me. Abner pumped him yesterday.
Fair enough. Might as well give in, Eli.
Well,
might as well, son. It's real money.
Come on, Pa.
Well, okay, Badoki, the feud's over.
Hooray!
Now, wait. Hold on. Before there's any more cheering, when do I get paid?
Right way. Here's your sociable security blank, Pa. All you got to do is sign your name right.
Now, load your guns, folks. The feud's back on.
What's eating you, Pa?
What's on that gun, Eli?
Hold on, son. You ain't passing up that money.
You heard my battle cry. The feud's on.
What? You mean you'd rather die fighting than sign your name to this blank, Pa?
I ain't got no choice, son. You know I can't write my name. Come on, you Carver. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the mighty Illinois players who, as contributors to the rapid decline of the drama, are not to be sneezed at. And the guest we now present, Professor Jameson, is not to be sneezed at either. For he has made a lifelong study of that famous winter sport. The professor, savant de luxe, says...
During the Middle Ages, ladies and gentlemen, there was a popular belief that when a person sneezed, the soul momentarily left the body, being violently expelled through the nostrils. During that instant of temporary vacancy, the body was at the mercy of the devil who could take possession of it before the soul got back again, unless some quick-witted person protected the body by saying Gesundheit.
Well, now, that's very interesting, Professor. Did all the nations have that belief?
Well, some expression of that belief still survives in many countries. In Germany, of course, they still say Gesundheit. A French sneeze is greeted with Dieu vous bénisse. Italians say salute. And when a person sneezes in this country, if a friend has his best wishes at heart, he will say...
Yeah, I know, Professor. Sal Hepatica. For while Sal Hepatica won't help you fight off devils, it certainly will help you to fight a cold. Modern physicians say that you can often help throw off a cold more quickly by doing two fundamental things at its very beginning. Remove wastes through laxation and help nature combat the acidity that frequently accompanies a cold. And, ladies and gentlemen, you can do both of these things at once by taking Sal Hepatica. So at the very first sneeze, the minute you feel you're catching a cold, do this.
Get plenty of rest. Drink lots of liquids and watch your diet. But first, above all else, put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it.
Don't take chances with a cold, ladies and gentlemen. Take Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours are playing this year's Kisses, the vocal kisses by the Town Hall Quartet.
Don't seem as sweet to me. This year's crop just misses what kisses used to be. This year's new romance doesn't seem to have a chance, even helped by Mr. Moon above. This year's crop of kisses is not for me, for I'm still wearing last year's gloves.
Town Hall Variety. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're setting the stage for the next event at the Old Town Hall. The Mighty Allen Art players are being wrapped in cellophane to keep them fresh for next week. And Fred is distributing shamrocks to his guest stars for tonight. Looks as though we're about ready. All set, Fred?
Yes, Harry. This is St. Patrick's Day, and we're making it sort of an all-Irish evening for our guests.
I see. You're doubling the entertainment.
Well, I'll hang around if you want to laugh at it yourself, Harry. Otherwise,
after hearing it, I've changed my mind.
The show really looks swell, Harry. We have Adrian O'Brien, who in a few minutes is going to be your favorite tenor. The Doherty sisters, Martin Burns and his Irish band.
Gee, that sounds great, Fred. Who's first?
Well, first, we have Professor Quigley left over from last week, you know.
Oh, yes, Professor Quigley, the escape artist.
Yes.
He had some trouble last week.
Yes, but I'm sure he'll be all right tonight. Are you ready, Professor Quigley?
Yes, Mr. Allen, right on the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week, you may remember, Professor Quigley attempted to escape from a packing case.
In 3 minutes.
Just a minute, Professor. I'm making an announcement.
I know. I didn't get the full 3 minutes last Wednesday.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to explain that to the radio audience.
Why, my glasses fell off. I could have escaped. But you can't see anything in the dark when your glasses fall off.
I know. You can't see anything in the dark with your glasses on, either.
Now, don't change the subject, Alan. I'm raring to go.
Well, you want people to know what you're going to do, don't you?
I'm going to get in this packing case. They'll see me getting in. You don't have to explain it.
I know, but people don't know what you're getting in there for. They might think you live in there or something.
Now, listen, Alan. Last week you said if I came up here tonight, I could escape. Now, that's what I'm here for. Talking isn't getting us anywhere.
All right.
Well, now, don't get sore about it.
I'm not sore. If you just keep quiet a minute, I'll explain everything to our audience. Then you can get in the box and stay there for all I care.
I'll be out in 3 minutes.
All right, but keep quiet. KQ. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, Professor Quigley dropped his glasses in the middle of a vital experiment in in the art of escaping, I might say, and wasn't able to get out within his allotted time. Now, tonight, we're locking him in the packing case again and hoping for the best. You look a little winded, Professor.
Yes, I was late getting to the studio.
I got stuck in the traffic.
You're an escape artist and you can't get out of traffic?
Yes, on account of St. Patrick's Day parade, they kept the green lights on Fifth Avenue all day. I couldn't get crosstown.
Did you leave your car in traffic and run over?
No, I didn't. I parked my car downstairs.
You did, huh?
I was in a hurry, but I guess it'll be all right there.
Yes, it'll be all right. The doorman will keep his eye on it. You can escape with a clear conscience. And now, Professor, if you'll get in your packing case, we'll go right ahead with the show. Now, before we start, Professor, try not to escape during one of the... Professor's not as limber as he used to be. I remember last week he vaulted right into the box here. Uncle Jim had to sort of give him a little piggyback in reverse, I might say. A piggyback on the other side. Well, before we start, Professor, try not to escape during one of the guest acts, if you will. If you feel the time has come, try to escape if you can time it between the acts. You know, now, wait a minute. It's going to look bad if you pop out and get a big reception while someone's in the middle of a song.
I'll be out in 3 minutes. Every man for himself.
And now, while Uncle Jim is locking and nailing Professor Quigley in, we'll return. You all set, Uncle Jim?
All okay, Fred.
You don't want him to get out when we're not looking. Just lock that up. I don't think the lock is good and secure, huh? But I don't think you'll have to nail it down. We'll all keep an eye on him and see what happens. Now we'll go right along with the show. Our first guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet a beautiful voice possessed by a likable chap. The voice is tenor, and the young man is Adrian O'Brien. Adrian, this is St. Patrick's Day, and if a gentleman with the name of Adrian O'Brien can't sing his best on the natal day of his favorite patron saint, I'm afraid the race is going to do something drastic about it. You're from, how do you feel about it? You think anything? You feel in rare form tonight? Rare voice, I might say?
Well, I really should.
You should.
I hope it brings out the best in me.
Well, I'm sure that it will. You come from up in Boston, don't you?
Yes.
I know Bill McKinney has told me quite a lot about you and told me confidentially that you are considered to be the John McCormick of New England. Is that right?
Well,
I've got
much
you
to
pinned
say
down.
about that.
You have nothing to say, all right?
I'll settle for Morton Downey.
Well, how come you spend so much time up in Boston with a voice like yours? Why don't you come over here with all of the nightclubs and radio and one thing and another? I should think you'd have been over here long ago.
Well, I was here, Fred, in 1931.
1931? Well, that's 5 years ago.
Well, I was pretty young, just a callow youth at that time.
Callow? And now you have blossomed, as it were, huh? Did you hear Jack Benny, and did you hear our song the other night, Jack Benny and I, when we sang?
Yes, I did.
You did, huh? You know, the next day that song dropped out of the hit parade and got into the sweepstakes winners. But, Adrian, well, I want you to know we're happy to have you here tonight, and I'm going to ask you what you're going to sing.
Well, in honor of the occasion, I'll sing one of the best-known Irish songs, A Little Bit of Heaven.
A Little Bit of Heaven. Thank you very much.
Have you ever heard the story of how Ireland got its name? I'll tell you so you'll understand from whence old Ireland came. No wonder that we're proud of that dear land across the sea. For here's the way my dear old mother told the tale to me. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the skies one day, and it nestled on the ocean in a spot so far away. And when the angels found it, sure it looked so sweet and fair. They said, suppose we leave it, for it looks so peaceful there. Then they sprinkled it with it's stardust, just to make the shamrocks grow. Is the only place you'll find them, no matter where you go. And they dotted it with silver to make its lake so grand. And when they had it finished, sure they called it
Excellent, Adrian. And now, before we present the next act, we'll see how Professor Quigley is doing. What's new, Professor?
Coming along fine. I'll be out in the jiffy.
All right, we'll be...
There's the phone, Fred.
Well, I'm busy with the professor. Will you take it, Harry? The phone is over on the chair there.
Hello? What's the doorman downstairs? What?
Who is it, Harry?
The doorman, something about a car down
Well, let me talk to him, Professor Quigley. I'll see you. Don't want to disturb any. Hello? Well? Professor Quigley's car is parked near the fire hydrant. You want to talk to him on the phone? Well, I don't know whether the professor can talk to you now. I'll see. Professor!
Be right out.
No, somebody wants you on the phone.
What?
You want it on the phone. The telephone.
I'll take it.
Shall we open the box?
No. Put the phone down here.
All right. Will you take this over to the professor, Uncle Jim? And just set it down there. We wouldn't want to... You all right, Professor?
All right. Hello? You'll have to speak louder. What? My car is next to a fire hydrant. No, don't move it. I'll be right down. Okay, goodbye.
Everything all right, Professor?
Yes. They want me to move my car. I'll be right out.
All right. Now, while we're waiting to welcome Professor Quigley, ladies and gentlemen, our next guests tonight are Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbirds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the best-known Irish bands in New York City. Martin Burns, Mr. Burns, and his Irish Blackbirds are very well known at the Innisfail Ballrooms over on East 56th Street and have played practically all of the outstanding Irish festive events in New York for the past several years. And what are you going to play tonight, Mr. Burns?
I'm going to play some marches and an Irish reel.
You're going to play Kilkenny for Me, The Boys from Wexford, and the reel, The Old Maids of Galway. Is that right? Those are the numbers, all right. Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbird. Just heard Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbirds. And now, before the next number, come in.
Is Professor Quigley here?
Yes, but he's pretty busy right now, sir.
Can I see him?
Not from there, no.
Now, quit stalling, Bud. I got to see this Quigley right away.
Now, just a minute. Who are you?
Police headquarters. Plainclothes squad, Bud. Now, where's Quigley?
He's in that box.
Who are you trying to kid, brother?
Professor Quigley's an escape artist. He's in that box. He's busy escaping.
Oh, yeah? Hey, Quigley!
I'll be right out.
Now, listen, stupid. Your car is parked in front of a fire hydrant downstairs. If you don't get that can out of there in 2 minutes, I'll run you in.
Okay. I'll speed it up in here.
Come on. Get out of that box and move that percolator.
Well, can't you come back a little later on?
And the law, Alan, and this bum.
Yes?
Yes, you, Quigley. Open this box in the name of the law.
You better open it up, Uncle Jim.
Okay, Fred.
Looks as though we're going to...
I'm practically out.
Open that casket or I'll bust it in.
I don't
This
know.
is an outrage. You've ruined my act. You can't get away with this.
Come on, punk, you're resisting the law.
There, you better go. This is an officer, Professor. You better go.
But what about my performance? What about my escape act? Well, listen, if I had a little peace around here, I could get out of that box in 3 minutes. Come on,
Now,
Tony.
just a minute, officer.
Now, listen, what about my
There's
escape
nothing
act?
we can do
Well,
about it tonight, Professor. I'll admit you've been molested, and there's only one thing I can suggest. Now, if you want to come back again next Wednesday, I think you're entitled to another chance.
I'll be here with bells on.
Come on, Quigley.
No, Professor Quigley to you, Flatfoot.
I hope you won't have any trouble with that ticket, Professor.
I'll get out of that in 3 minutes flat. Professor Quigley never fails.
Come on, bum.
Professor Quigley will positively appear next Wednesday night, ladies and gentlemen. Will he escape? While you're figuring out the answer, we present our next number. 2 young ladies from the county Bayonne in New Jersey. Maria and Julia Doherty. We are happy to welcome the Doherty sisters back on our program tonight, on our Irish night. And you girls are going to dance a jig or a reel. Which is it?
An Irish jig.
An Irish jig, huh? And what is the number called? The cow that ate the blanket, is that the one?
That's it. I forgot about that.
The cow that ate the blanket, its milk will tickle you to death, huh? Well, all right, you go right ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, before our bird's eye preview of next week's cantata, I would just like to thank the many friends who have taken the time to write to us, both about these programs and about the 2 products that make them all possible. We hope you'll continue to remember the famous tube and the famous bottle.
Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
Thank you, Harry. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Wednesday evening, Town Hall tonight brings you comedy. Drama.
Honey, Jesus won't win me over, Schemer. I know you're after my money.
That's right, lady. Your income tax should have been filed the 15th.
Stock market report.
Consolidated tin can opened ragged.
And music. Good night.
Selection this year's sketches performed on this program was from On the Avenue. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen to it fizz. Alka-Seltzer. First, fast, and always. Yes, for first aid to fast relief from acid indigestion, headache, and the misery of a cold, always take Alka-Seltzer. And now Alka-Seltzer presents the Quiz Kids, and the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another question session with America's famous Quiz Kids. Well, we're going to have a lot of fun this afternoon, friends. You bet. We're going to talk about... but wait a minute. We have our quartet here, and suppose you tell the folks about it, fellas.
It's a great day for the Irish. It's a great day for Joe. You'll see our question boxes trimmed in green. For sure, St. Patrick's Day will be our theme. It's a great day for the Irish, and we leprechauns all say, join in the fun with every son of the old sod and say, it's a great, great day.
Ah, yes. Our four singing friends are leprechauns this afternoon, and we're celebrating St. Patrick's Day a bit early, but faith and why not? If we can capture the spirit of the occasion a few days in advance, all the better, says I. And sure, the Quiz Kids on hand to help us do that are Pat.
I am Patrick Owen Conlon. I'm 13 years old and a 1A at Calumet High School in Chicago.
Mike.
I'm Mike Mull. I'm 13 years old and in the 8th grade at the University of Chicago Laboratory School.
Harvey?
I'm Harvey Deitch. I'm 7 years old. I go to different school. I'm 8 years old. I go to different school, and I'm in grade 3A.
Boy, time certainly goes by fast, doesn't it? And we have two visiting quiz kids. Robert?
I'm Robert. I'm 13 years old in Herman Ritter Junior High School, 9th grade, New York, New York.
And Frank?
I'm Frank Nossinger. I'm 13 years old and attend Lourdes High School in Rochester, Minnesota.
Say, Patrick, I just noticed in roll call, is your voice changing me by?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Kelly. Maybe it's an Irish frog that's in my throat today.
Oh, wurra, an Irish frog. That's clean, isn't it? Yes. All right, kids. Now, look out for a bad pun incidentally, I just want to say that we're happy to have two winners of local Quiz Kids programs here this afternoon. Robert, whom you just heard a while ago, is a winner from the local Quiz Kids program heard over station WNBC, New York City, sponsored by the Savings Banks Association of Greater New York. And Frank is a winner from the local Quiz Kids program on station KROC, Rochester, Minnesota, sponsored by Good Foods Incorporated, makers of Skippy Peanut Butter. Now then, back to this first question here. Sure, I'm getting me Brogal mixed up here. Look out for a bad pun. Look out for a bad pun, kids, in this question from Otto Hackman of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Why does an imitation diamond remind you of St. Patrick's Day? An imitation diamond. Why does it remind you of St. Patrick's Day? Pat?
Well, because it's green. That's why it'll turn green.
Well, now, wait a minute, me boy. We're talking about the diamond. We're not talking about the ring part. Harvey?
Well, would it be that sometimes when there's fake, sometimes people wear fake.
You're warm.
Shamrock.
And it's what?
Fake shamrock.
It's a shamrock. That's the idea. Oh, good boy, Harvey. I told you there was a pun in this. Well, that's fine and dandy. Sure it is. Now, Mrs. L.R. Anderson of Los Angeles, California asks, in what way is the shamrock related to the liverwort plant? Harvey?
Well, it's related because the liverwort, which is a descendant of the algae, it was the first living green plant on land. And from that one liverwort, from liverworts, all the other green plants in the world have developed.
That is absolutely right, Harvey. Good boy. Say, I just want to say that Harvey is certainly on his toes this afternoon, yeah. Now, then, Jerry O'Brien of New York City has been studying Irish history and wonders if you children can identify the kings whose deaths might have been reported in the following news headlines. The first one goes like this. King killed by women assassins. Suspect rival king responsible. Patrick?
I think that would be Khan of the 100 Battles. He was assassinated by the King of Ulster's men, I think.
Very good, Pat. Very good. Now, we're still delving in Irish history, and let's switch things around for this one. I'll give you the date and see if you can make up the headline. The day is Good Friday, and the year is 1014. Patrick again.
Brian Boru defeats the Danes at Battle of Clontarf and is slain himself.
That is very good, Patty. Very good. And now here comes our leprechaun quartet, and it seems Betty Moreland of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, has reminded them that the Major League Baseball season is almost here, so let's listen.
From his name, what manager would you kids say is the most apt to celebrate St. Patrick's Day? And what two managers seem to be truly green? The first time they're managing Major League teams.
All right, now the first part, from his name, what manager would you kids say is most apt to celebrate St. Patrick's Day? Pat has his hand up. All right, Pat.
Well, that could be Steve O'Neill of the Boston Red
Steve
Sox.
O'Neill, right, of the Boston Red Sox.
And the two managers who are managing their first Major League team this year would be Al Lopez of the Cleveland Indians.
Right.
And, of course, Paul Richards of
Paul
the White
Richards
Sox.
of the Chicago White Sox. And there's another one. Robert?
Marty Marion is managing the Cardinals his first year.
That's our boy, Robert. That's right. Uh-huh. Well, Tracy, you're doing fine, me lads. And now, here's a good Irish friend of ours with a bit of advice.
Well, friends, when a hectic day makes you feel like this...
Oh, this has been an awful day. Everything's gone wrong. I'm just exhausted. I'm so tired. And now I have to hurry up and get dinner. I don't know how I'll ever do it.
Well, try this first. Drink a glass of sparkling Alka-Seltzer and see how fast you feel better.
Alka-Seltzer?
That's right. Always depend on Alka-Seltzer. Relax and freshen up with Alka-Seltzer. Just dissolve 1 or 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets in a glass of water and then drink the sparkling, refreshing solution this makes. See how quickly and effectively Alka-Seltzer can relieve the tired, tense, aching muscles and headache. How its sparkling, alkalizing properties actually help speed recovery from the fatigue itself. And listen, here's something else. To help you rest better and wake up feeling better, drink another glass of Alka-Seltzer before you go to bed. Yes, Alka-Seltzer offers real relief from that tired, tense feeling that follows a hectic day of nervous tension and hard work. Try it, won't you?
I certainly will. Alka-Seltzer right now or whenever I've had a work-weary day. And Alka-Seltzer again before I go to bed. That's a good idea.
You bet it is. Alka-Seltzer will be first with you for fast relief. Always take Alka-Seltzer. Sold at drugstores everywhere.
All right, children, back to more questions. Now, Edward Harrington of St. Louis, Missouri, sends in this one. You might see a callus on a working man's hand, but where would you see some talus? Frank?
Well, that would be on the bottom of a cliff. The kind of talus is the rocks that have been chipped off the cliff and fallen to the bottom.
That's right, Frank. Very, very good. Very good. Margaret Downey of El Paso, Texas, says that each of these songs is written about a place here in the United States, but if you think the title over for a minute, you'll find the name of a county in Ireland is also hidden there. Can you pick out the Irish county in each one? All right, Howard, let's have number 1. Patrick?
Well, that's Carry Me Back to Old Virginia.
So?
That'd be County Kerry.
County Kerry is right. Well, let's see what we can do with this next one. Pat?
I think that's way down yonder in New Orleans.
So it is that. So?
And,
the name of an Irish county.
The name of an Irish county.
Is in the title. You just said it.
Oh, County Down.
County Down, way down. Well, by the way, folks, remember that Alka-Seltzer gives away wonderful awards every Sunday afternoon. That's right. When a question is answered correctly, the Alka-Seltzer Award is a fine Zenith transoceanic portable radio that gives worldwide reception no matter where you are. It's really a dandy set, folks, one you'll be proud to own. On the other hand, when a question is missed, the Alka-Seltzer Award is a Zenith television set or a large console Zenith radio phonograph combination. The television set is the Zenith Buchanan, and believe me, it has everything. A new super range chassis to ensure the ultimate in performance. The sensational built-in picture magnet aerial, single knob automatic tuning, and the glare band black tube for clearer pictures. The large console radio phonograph plays all types of records and has AM and FM radio. Now, if you would like to try for one of these fine Zeniths, send in a question for our radio program. Address your questions to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. Well, now, Mrs. Ruth D. Hanson of St. Paul, Minnesota, combines history and literature in her question. Each of these literary characters might tell you of their experiences concerning what war in history. You must try and get 2 out of 3 on this one. The first part is Horatio Hornblower. Robert?
Well, he'd tell about his experiences in the Napoleonic Wars. He was a British seaman sometime in the early 1800s. British were fighting against France.
Fine, good boy. How about Wilfred of Ivanhoe? Robert again.
Well, he wasn't really in any war except that with the Saracens when the Christian countries of the world were trying to drive the Saracens and other heathen out of Jerusalem to recover the holy places.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me have that drive whom out, did you say?
The Saracens and the heathens out of the holy places in Jerusalem.
Well, no, of course you're right insofar as the war, not being in the war, it's based on the history of the Norman conquest of Saxon England following the Battle of Hastings in 1066, the book Ivanhoe by Sir Walter Scott. Well, I'm afraid we sort of missed that one. We still have a chance to save the question. Oh, how about this third part? George Keith. What would you say? What war? Roberts?
Well, I'm not too sure about this. But in the book 3 Came Home,
yes?
He was the son of this couple in a prison camp, and he'd probably be telling about the Second World War.
That's right, World War II. Good boy. And now here comes our Leprechaun Quartet with a question from Mrs. Warwick Lee of Carbondale, Pennsylvania.
St. Patrick, they say, drove the snakes all away, away from all Ireland and into the sea. Can you name another country or island that, like Ireland, is snake-free?
All right, well, we have 3 hands up on that. Frank?
Could that be either New Guinea or Australia?
Well, no, let's see. Now, Robert has his hand up also.
Well, probably Greenland, because it's too cold for snakes to live there.
All right. And let's check with Mike here.
Well, besides the northern climates like Greenland and Iceland, there are, besides Ireland, Hawaii until recently, when a small worm snake was released there, and New Zealand and the Azores.
Well, fine, Mike. I guess that takes care of that very, very nicely. Now, here's one that aroused my curiosity from Kathleen McCarthy of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We know that a polka is a dance, but what is a puka? Frank?
That's an imaginary creature used in mythology. It's a rabbit.
Well,
10-foot rabbit. It was in the play Harvey, I believe.
Well, you're on the right track. That's all right, Frank. Now let's check with Mike. He has his hand up here and he's waving it. All right, Mike.
Well, a puka is in Irish literature is a spirit that appears to certain people in animal form, usually oversized.
Yes.
And a mischievous spirit rather than an actually good or bad one. It doesn't really do any bad or any particularly good. Even though it did do some good in the play Harvey.
Yes, I guess so. Well, that's practically what Frank told us about. Now, say, Harvey, by the way, before I forget, I have a report to make to you. I talked long distance to Texas this past week. I wonder if you can guess who it was I talked to, huh?
Dr. Monty Ritchie?
That's right. Monty Ritchie of the J.A. Ranch. And say, is he ever excited about taking the little colt he's going to give you over to Houston? He thinks it's a great idea that we're going to have our Easter broadcast of March 25th direct from the beautiful Emerald Room of the magnificent Shamrock Hotel in Houston. Oh, sure. It is a great idea, I think. And do you know what? I've got another surprise for you quiz kids this afternoon. But first, Harvey, let's hear how those name suggestions for your little filly are coming in. How about it? Are the folks really sending in their postcards and letters?
Oh, sure. Very loud.
Oh, fine. Well, that's exactly what you want them to do. That's how you're going to find just the right name for your little brown girl colt from Monty Ritchie's big J.A. Ranch. But, of course, there's not much time left for the folks to get their name suggestions in the mail. Would you like to give them the deadline, Harvey?
Tomorrow, midnight.
Yeah, man, that's it, friends. Your name suggestions for Harvey's little brown colt with a white star on her forehead must be postmarked before midnight, March 12th. That's tomorrow night, like Harvey said. So everybody in the family think up a name and send it in this afternoon or tomorrow at the very latest. And Harvey's going to be the judge, and to the person who sends in the name Harvey likes best, the makers of Alka-Seltzer will send a fine Zenith radio phonograph or a Zenith television set. And if there are ties, duplicate prizes will be awarded. Now, you can send in as many name suggestions as you wish, but send a separate postcard or letter for each name, won't you? Because that'll make it a lot easier for little Harvey. Send your postcards or letters to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now, Harvey has quite a job ahead of him. He has to select the name he likes best so he can christen the colt when she's presented to him in Houston on our March 25th Quiz Kids program. You see, we're all going to hop aboard Braniff's Texan Air flight. That's one of those big Braniff International Airway DC-6 planes, and fly to Houston, Texas for this exciting event. Mr. Glenn McCarthy, owner of the magnificent Shamrock Hotel in Houston, is going to be our host. And as I said, we're going to broadcast this very, very special program direct from the Emerald Room of the Shamrock Hotel. And say, speaking of things green and Irish, here's the surprise I have for you this afternoon. I'm going to hold it up so you can see it. And Harvey, I want you to try and tell me what it is. Now, just a minute. I had it all covered up here so it would be a surprise. Now, what is it, Harvey? What do you think it is? Huh? Can't you tell me what it is? All right, Robert?
Well, it looks like a shillelagh.
That's what it is, sure. It is a shillelagh. And sure, and it's the real McCoy, too. Imported from Ireland for the famous Irishman who is to be our genial host in Houston, Texas, Mr. Glenn McCarthy. Now, Harvey, I'm going to let you take charge of it until we get to Houston. And so you come on over here and get it while our four singing leprechauns tell us a little musical story about the shillelagh.
Sure, it's the same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland, and divil a man was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He'd lead the band on Paddy's Day and twirl it round his mitts, and divil a bit we'd laugh at it, or Dad would have a fit. Sure, with the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they'd get up, begorra, he'd knock them down again. And many's the time he used it on me to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland.
Ha-ha, sure. Oh, my goodness. That was fine, boys. It certainly was. Now, don't forget, friends, send your name suggestions for Harvey's little girl, Colt, to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. And be sure to get them in the mail so they'll be postmarked before midnight tomorrow. That's March 12th. Well, let's see what we have for more questions here. Sportsman Michael Callahan of New York City says he belongs to an Irish gun club. And he wants you kids to suppose that 3 rifles were fired simultaneously 300 yards from the target. The mid-range trajectory of the first rifle's bullet is 10 inches, of the second, 15 inches, and of the third, 6 inches. Which of the 3 rifle shots would hit the target first, and why? How about that? What would you say? Robert?
Well, the one with the highest arc probably would, because it would have been made by a bigger bullet, and therefore would be going faster.
Well, now, wait just a minute. Will you give that a little more thought? Are we going to
when a bullet's fired, it describes an arc over the ground. It doesn't travel in a directly straight line. And when a bullet, a larger bullet, because it's going fast, will have a higher arc. And a small bullet won't have such a high arc, and it won't travel quite as fast.
Well, of course, the question was, which of the 3 rifle shots would hit the target first? And why? We're going to take a miss on this. The answer is the third rifle's bullet would hit the target first. The trajectory of a bullet refers to its reaction to gravity. A bullet actually travels in an arc from rifle to target. The slower the bullet, the higher the arc. Since the third rifle's bullet is only 6 inches above a straight line, at the center of its arc, it is obviously a faster bullet than the other 2. Well, that means that Michael Callahan of New York City will have his choice between a large console Zenith radio phonograph combination or a fine Zenith television set for stomping you kids. Now then, you know, when we hear the phrase Pat and Mike, we usually associate it with an amusing story. So Patrick Conlon and Mike Mullen, suppose you 2 spalpedes put your heads together and think up a good story to tell us in real Pat and Mike style. And we'll give you a minute to work it out. In the meantime, Bob Murphy, me by, how about some more good advice?
All right, here it is, Joe. Friends, if you've managed much to your disgust to pick up one of those colds that seem so prevalent, start taking Alka-Seltzer. It's surprising how much better you can feel and how fast when you do take Alka-Seltzer to ease that ache-all-over feverish feeling of a cold. And it's surprising, too, how pleasantly soothing an Alka-Seltzer gargle can be to the sore, scratchy throat which often accompanies a cold. Yes, relief for that irritation in the throat can be yours by dissolving a couple of Alka-Seltzer tablets in a quarter glass of warm water and gargle freely. Take it from me, you'll like the double relief Alka-Seltzer offers for cold discomfort. So when you're miserable with a cold, remember Alka-Seltzer, first aid to fast relief. And remember, too, it's always wise to get more rest than usual. Eat carefully and avoid drafts. Yes, sir, Alka-Seltzer, first, fast, and always. Get it at any drugstore.
All right, Pat and Mike, are you all set to tell your favorite Pat and Mike story?
Oh, you bet we are, Mr. Kelly.
All right, fine.
Well, it seemed Pat and Mike worked together in a large factory. One day, Pat was oiling a big flywheel as it revolved when suddenly his sleeve got caught in the wheel. It picked poor Pat right up off his feet and carried him around and around until his sleeve tore loose and Pat fell to the floor.
Mike saw what happened and came running over to where Pat was stretched out on the floor and bent over him. "Speak to me, Patty, speak to me," Mike pleaded.
Pat opened one eye and muttered, "Humph, why should I? You passed me 6 times without speaking to me."
That was a dandy, yes. Now then, at the suggestion of P.R. Corey of Hammond, Indiana, each of our singing leprechauns will now represent a Patrick who gained fame in this country. You kids are to identify the 4 Patricks from the clues.
In movies I played fighting father, then I opposed a stand act long ago. I was ambassador to China. I am in the Senate, don't you know? And we all are Patricks, you should know.
All right, kids, can we identify those 4 Patricks? Frank?
Well, the first one was Pat O'Brien, wasn't it?
That's right. He played the part of Father Dunn in Fighting Father Dunn. And how about the other 3? Patrick Collins.
Well, Mr. Kelly, I didn't get those other three clues too well.
Well, the voices in their order. The second one, I opposed the Stamp Act long
that would be
ago.
Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry is correct. And third, I was ambassador to China. Can you identify that famous Patrick? 1944. 1944. And the last one, I'm in the Senate, don't you know?
Well, that could be Patrick McCarran.
Patrick McCarran is correct. Now then,
So
how about the ambassador to China?
I am not too sure of, though.
You're not sure? How about the rest of you kids? Oh.
That might be Patrick Hurley.
That is right, Patrick J. Hurley. Oh, you snatched that one out of the fire, Patrick. Yes. Sure, now, here's a quickie from Ronald O'Keefe of San Francisco, California. The words St. Patrick are associated with the date March 17th every year. But why were the words St. Patrick important on December 25th in the year 1776? Pat?
Well, that was the Battle of Trenton, and George Washington used St. Patrick as his password.
As the password. That is right, Pat. Marion King of Portland, Oregon points out that these authors may not have been Irish themselves, but their books might have interested Irishmen. Now, first, why would the book Kidnapped have interested St. Patrick? Robert?
Well, most of the story was laid in Ireland and showed the Irish.
And who wrote the book, by the way?
Robert Louis Stevenson.
That's right, that's right. And what place in The Wizard of Oz would be of special interest to an Irish boy or girl? Mike?
Well, that would be the Emerald City.
The Emerald City is right. Harvey, what were you going to say, son?
I think I was going to say that, too.
Well, you're good for you. All right, let's see what our next one is here. Miss Helen Dreyer of Fullerton, California, says that by transposing just two letters, mind you, you can change the official name of Ireland into an American lake. What is it? Robert?
Erie.
Lake Erie, E-R-I-E. Very good. Mrs. Grace Martin of Pawtucket, Rhode Island asks, if you overheard a man saying the following things, it would remind you of the name of what Irish city? 2, 4, 8, 16. Mike.
Dublin.
Dublin because he's doubling his numbers. That's right. Uh-oh. There's our bell, kids. Oh, say, the time sure goes by fast. Well, you all did fine this afternoon, and you'll each receive a $100 defense bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer to help you with your future education. Now, I have something special to tell you about next week, but first, here's an important message.
Friends, you don't need to be one of the millions of people who feel dull, pepless, below par, or who have poor appetite, poor digestion, or jumpy nerves because of lack of essential vitamins. One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins give you complete protection. They furnish your requirements of not one, not two, not three, but all vitamins known to be essential. So don't let lack of vitamins handicap you. Take One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins every day and make sure of your vitamin health. Remember that name, One-A-Day brand, the kind in the blue carton with the big one.
And now then, Robert and Frank, I want to say to you two visiting quiz kids that you did yourselves proud this afternoon. We were mighty happy to have you boys with us. Now, folks, here's a final reminder. Get your name suggestions for Harvey's little girl, Colt, with a white star on her forehead in the mail before midnight, March 12th. That's tomorrow night. So don't wait. Send your suggestions to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now, next Sunday, we're going to welcome 5 past and present officers of the American Legion Women's Auxiliary to our classroom. That's right. It's going to be the Quiz Kids versus the American Legion Women's Auxiliary, and I know you won't want to miss out on the fun. So plan to be with us, won't you? And between now and next Sunday, friends, support your Red Cross. The vital work of this wonderful organization at home and on the fighting front must continue, and all of us can help through the Red Cross. And now, until next Sunday afternoon, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids. Goodbye, kids.
Bye, Mr. Kelly.
Listen to the Quiz Kids coast to coast every Sunday afternoon, and see and hear Alka-Seltzer's Quiz Kids television show on NBC. Consult your local newspaper for time and station. This is Bob Murphy speaking.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock in trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me. George Valentine. Write full details.
Yes, it's Let George Do It, brought to you by Preem. Pream. The new miracle way to cream your coffee. We'll begin tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine in a moment, but first...
Oh, the new way to cream it is to Preem it. Get Preem. That's Preem. With a capital P.
Over all other products for creaming your coffee, you'll prefer Preem in instant powdered form. Pream. Here's why. First, Preem has a rich, delicious flavor because it's made entirely from fresh sweet cream and other milk products. Yet when you use Preem in your coffee, every cup contains only about half as many calories as if you used coffee cream. And then Preem is wonderfully convenient. It never sours, never turns. Keeps indefinitely while sealed. Open for everyday use, Preem stays fresh tasting to the last spoonful on your kitchen shelf or in your refrigerator. And last but not least, this new dairy miracle actually saves you more than 1/3 the cost of coffee cream. Tomorrow, start serving Preem whenever you serve coffee. Pream. The new way to cream it is to Preem it.
Preem. Get Preem. With a capital P.
And now, tonight's adventure of George Valentine, the ghost of Ireland Betty.
Dear Mr. Valentine. Valentine? Huh. Dear Mr. Valentine, I live in an enormous rambling house built like an Italian villa. Well, that's funny. What else did she write? What was the rest of it? What? Crying. It's crying, that's what it is. It's crying. What? I know it is. It's crying. That's what... Where is it? It's crying. I know it's crying. I know it.
Oh, Christine. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Where are you going in such a hurry?
Daddy, I'm sorry, but I just... Listen, this...
Yes, my dear. Oh, Christine, you've had such a long trip. I thought you were going to lie down and rest a while. Did you hear something, my dear?
No. No, I didn't hear anything. Mr. Valentine, who is he? Why were you writing him a letter, Miss Dowdy, about the house? Here, it's a letter you didn't finish.
Oh, that. But I did finish another one. That one blotted. Yes, I've already written Mr. Valentine. He's just a friend of mine.
Oh.
It's lonely here, and I thought perhaps he might like to call on me. Now you run along and get your rest. There's nothing to be afraid of in the old place. You may hear a shutter banging once in a while, but that's all. That's absolutely all.
All right, Miss Dowdy. Sorry my imagination seems to... I'm sorry I bothered you.
Miss Dowdy, I got the letter you wrote to me all right, but...
Please don't talk so loud, Mr. Valentine. In here, Miss Brooks.
Of course. Oh, what a lovely old room.
Christine is asleep. I don't want to disturb her.
That's Christine O'Casey?
Yes, she just got here, you know, from Canada. She's been there since before her aunt's death, several months ago. Won't you sit down?
Thanks, Miss Dowdy, but I'm not sure we're staying.
Oh, but I wrote you
Yes,
that...
you wrote in your letter that you wanted a man investigated, a Professor E.L. Gifford from Denver.
Yes, that's right, Professor Gifford.
You sounded as though you wanted us to, to get something on him.
Oh, now, you must understand. understand
And yet, as I gather, all you suspect about this Professor Gifford is that he's liable to buy this house.
Yes, that's just it. You see, Mr. Eustace, the real estate man, has received this offer from Denver.
Yes,
and...
I know. I've already talked to Mr. Eustace. And I find he's also the executor of estate for one Miss Betty O'Casey, who used to own the house.
Yes, for Betty, the one who died.
Mm-hmm.
That's Christine's aunt.
And I find you don't even have anything to do with the sale of this house, Miss Dowdy. You don't even own it, any part of it.
No, I don't. But I was Betty O'Casey's companion for more than 20 years, Mr. Valentine.
Sure, I understand. She left you pretty well taken care of, right? Only the house went to the principal beneficiary, Christine, her relative.
And it's Christine's desire to sell, according to Mr. Eustace.
That's why she's here, to speed up a sale, any sale.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but Miss Dowdy, what do you have against this professor? Why shouldn't he buy the house? Why should you want to hire me to interfere with any possible sale?
The professor, he's not the right type.
Not the right type.
Yes.
Well, if the house is Christine's, well, what does she say? Haven't you talked to her about it?
Christine isn't, well, she's not sympathetic to the house.
What?
She's not sympathetic. She doesn't understand. She's young and cynical. And this isn't just a usual house, Mr. Valentine.
Well, I grant you it's pretty old, valuable maybe, but not so easy to get rid of.
We looked all over for this house years ago. It was just what Ireland Betty wanted. Oh, it made her so happy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Who? Betty O'Casey. Ireland Betty. Oh, I know. It does make her sound rather like an apple woman, but it was a nickname. Many people called her that.
Ireland Betty. Excuse me, but it sounds more to me like the name of a racehorse.
Oh, she would have loved to hear you say that. She owned some horses once.
No.
She was so enthusiastic, so interested in everything. And she was no more recently Irish than I am. But she called herself second cousin to a leprechaun.
Sounds like quite a woman.
A pixie, Miss Brooks, not a woman. Oh, not at all like her niece, the little modern realist, the unbeliever.
Unbeliever in what, Miss Dowdy? Leprechauns?
Well, unbeliever in this house, for one thing.
You'll have to be more specific. What is there about this place, Miss Dowdy, that you don't want it sold? Because that is the idea, isn't it? You don't want anyone else living here. Why?
Mr. Valentine, Ireland Betty and I became great believers in... Well, she looked all over to find this house, because this house was supposed to have... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, that I've troubled you. You're too young yourself, and a good deal more honest than I thought you would be.
What? Now, wait a minute.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Wait a minute. How on earth did you get in here?
With a key, naturally. Greetings, my dear Miss Dowdy. You haven't changed a bit.
Where did you get her? Oh, let go of my hand.
Oh, it won't bite you. Tape measure to see if there's space for a piano in the parlor, besides my recording instruments.
Excuse me, Miss Dowdy, but is this the guy?
The guy? Professor Gifford.
Yes, Mr. Valentine,
do?
Miss Brooks.
Tom.
How do you do?
Mr. Valentine was just leaving.
No.
What?
No, I wasn't going anywhere. I was just going to say I'd like to stick around for a while.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
But of course, you can help me hold one end of the tape measure, Mr. Valentine.
Mm-hmm.
Come along. I am sorry I intruded, Miss Dowdy, but I was to meet Eustace here. He gave me the key. Oh, Eustace! Mr. Eustace! Do come along, Mr. Valentine.
Right. Just us and an almost empty piece of real estate, Professor Gifford. What's your business, Professor?
My own happiness, Mr. Valentine. What's yours?
No, what I meant was, what are you a professor of?
Nothing.
Huh?
The sort of nothing that is something. The sort of something that is nothing until it is seen or heard by man. Until man, like myself, is willing to admit that he sees what he can't understand, what no one understands.
Huh? That makes as much sense as a scrambled jigsaw puzzle.
Oh, it's quite simple. I'm a student of psychic research. Supernatural beings.
Oh, brother, no, not that.
Only fools laugh, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. I'm not laughing. You believe in ghosts, huh?
So does Miss Dowdy. So did Ireland Betty. Bless her soul. So does this house. Yes, most of all, this house.
So that's why you're buying it. Place is infested with ghosts, eh?
Stoffer. Not every house has a ghost, you know, any more than it has good plumbing. But that's why Betty bought it originally. Been a ghost reported off and on past 100 years. Shall we rejoin the ladies?
Yeah, I'm getting scared.
I almost had this house once before, Valentine. Ireland Betty rather had her cap set for me.
She did not.
Yes, I would have had it for nothing then, if it hadn't been for her bodyguard here.
Will you throw him out of here, or do I have to?
No sense of humor, that Dowdy.
All right, mister.
Because it's true. Ireland Betty pursued me like the beautiful banshee that she was. She came galloping at me like
I said never mind.
Mr. Valentine.
And as for you, Miss Dowdy.
No, please, be quiet. Listen.
Huh? Oh, but Miss Dowdy, what? George.
Don't move anyone. That's what it sounds like. I've never known. We always wondered. Crying.
Yes. That's what it is. I've never heard it before.
Come on, cut it out, both of you. Sure, it's crying, all right, but that's not any ghost.
Miss Dowdy, where are you? Mr. Eustace, that's his voice. Get down here, somebody, will you? Come help me. It's Christine.
My knees, my forehead.
Oh, no. You're all right now, Christine.
I found her just lying there on the stone outside her aunt's window.
There in the sunken garden, Mr. Eustace?
Yes, that's right. Whimpering, almost unconscious. She'd had a terrible fall. I was coming up by the side entrance, you see, and
What makes you think she just had a fall? Christine, what happened? Can you tell me? Did you fall?
No, I didn't.
Well, then tell us. What was it?
I don't know what happened, Miss Dowdy.
Oh, now look here.
George, she's just woozy. Let her rest.
Did you see the ghost, Christine?
Oh, Professor, for the love of my...
No, I didn't. I tell you, there's no such thing as ghosts. It's all your imagination.
I saw the ghost once myself. The night your aunt died. Perhaps even she saw it. Over the lawn by the summer house.
What are you talking about? Who saw what when? I wasn't here. You never told me.
The ghost. Nothing to upset yourself over. And I'm sure Miss Dowdy, unless she cares to lie, will admit that she, too, saw...
But what if I did? What if I did see it? It doesn't have anything to do with this. It doesn't.
Miss Dowdy.
Right. Going down like 9 cents, aren't they? And all knocked down by a ghost. All right, now come on, somebody.
I think she just noticed where you were found, Christine.
What?
The stone floor outside your aunt's window, Christine. Exactly where you were. That's where your aunt fell. Where she died. The night that we saw the ghost. Coincidence, I suppose. That's all.
Sure as you enjoy good coffee, you'll enjoy coffee creamed with Preem, P-R-E-A-M. For this new 100% dairy product in convenient powdered form has a truly delicious flavor. And Preem is thrifty, saves over 1/3 on coffee cream costs. No wonder you'll prefer Preem to all other coffee creaming products. You'll be delighted to find Preem has many other uses, too. It's perfect for sauces, smooth, luscious gravies, and richer, creamier soups. If you'd like to discover how Preem can help you serve tastier and more economical meals, you'll want to send for the wonderful new Preem recipe booklet we're offering you absolutely free. This brand new collection of Preem recipes includes easier, quicker, surer ways to make such family favorites as soufflés, dressing, shortcakes, plus tested time-saving recipes
for delectable new desserts. For your free Preem booklet, just drop a card or letter with your name and address to Preem Test Kitchen, Box 959G, Columbus 16, Ohio. Preem Test Kitchen, Box 959G, Columbus 16, Ohio. Don't miss this exciting offer. Send for your free copy of the new Preem Recipe Collection right away. And now, back to George Valentine.
Miss Brooks, you here? Miss Brooks, where are you? Where did you go?
Christine, here I am. I just went back to the kitchen to get some ice. What's the matter?
Shh, be quiet. They're crying. Listen. There's my imagination at work.
Oh, here, now lie down again. Put this on your forehead.
My forehead's all right.
The doctor said he'd be out later to take a look at it.
Yeah, sure.
You've been pretty sick up in Canada, haven't you?
Yes, and I'm tired, and My aunt had asthma, you know.
Did she? But that wasn't what she died of, was it?
Well, sort of. That's what the doctor wrote me. I wasn't here, you know. We'd been having a fight, and she had guests for the weekend, so I just got in my car and drove off. See that window there?
Mm-hmm.
French doors? There's no guardrail outside it. And he thought she must have opened the doors trying to get more air. She was having one of her attacks. And, well, she fell.
To the stone below.
They found her the next morning.
Only now these people talk about a ghost. You don't suppose she opened the window and saw it out there herself?
Stop it. Not you, too.
How did you get hurt? Did you fall out of the window, too?
No. I was out there and I tripped and fell. Really, that's all.
All right. Well, why don't you want to talk about it to the others? What is it about this house that upsets you so?
Everything about it, Miss Brooks. I hate it. I've always hated it. My aunt and I used to fight about it. She was so wonderful. But when she'd take up with those fads, those crazy people, those crazy superstitions, that awful Professor Gifford that she went chasing after trying to impress. All this talk about ectoplasm and manifestations and... You blame me?
Christina, I don't believe in such things any more than you do. But I would blame you if you kept too much to yourself. If you attributed certain things to your own imagination just because you've been sick and then tired and upset.
What do you mean?
I mean what you heard when I was still in the kitchen. I mean why you've come back here and what you may have seen. And what you suspect about these people. About your aunt's death.
I don't really know. Is Mr. Valentine going to stay here?
Yes, Christine.
Where is he now? He'll be close. He'll be right here, won't he?
Yes, of course. He's just chatting with Miss Dowdy. She's probably showing him around the place.
Now, Mr. Eustace, suppose you tell me the truth about what you saw that night.
Well, my room was third story. I'd been reading in bed. There'd been a good deal of talk at dinner about the ghost, it being the proper time of year for appearance and all.
Mm-hmm.
Naturally, I tried to be tolerant, but, well, perhaps I did watch a little. You see, it's supposed to appear just momentarily out back by the summer house, moving slowly and then sort of floating away.
Mm-hmm. And did it?
Well, for heaven's sake, it didn't actually. I didn't hear anything, and certainly whatever it was had no substance, no body. Naturally, the next morning I didn't say anything. Why should I? An effect of all the talk, a trick of the imagination.
Of course. You'd have been laughed at. You don't believe in ghosts. Well, I do, Mr. Eustace.
What?
I believe in the kind of ghost that can be tricked up by a human being. And maybe it's being tricked up again.
George, I sneaked out one of Christine's shoes. See? The heel here is torn off.
Yeah. Now, that's where she fell.
Mm-hmm.
Stone floor of the sunken garden beneath the overhang there.
Darn. George, listen.
It's a loose shutter, that's all.
Stone steps here have mud on the side. Roses have been watered. And mud on Christine's shoes.
But if she came down there, she would have been on the path.
Hold it. Yeah, here we are. I can feel the footprint where she stepped off the path by the top of the steps.
The heel. Oh, it's the one, all right. Yeah. And that must have been how she tripped and fell down there.
Yeah, they can't hear us, Angel, but they will if we go back, so... Well, it's a lovely place, all right. A little run down, maybe, but if the gardens out here were fixed up, I'm sure they... Look, look out!
The shutter. Someone pushed the shutter. I almost...
Sure, that's what it was we heard.
I'm all right, George. You go on. Get up there and find out.
Shh, quiet.
But, George, from above, it's so dark. I look just like Christine. That must have been meant for...
I'd never find anybody up there. There's nobody in this house but ghosts, didn't you know? Well, Angel, we're going to catch one before the ghost succeeds at murder.
Oh, yes, Mr. Valentine. I guess that's where I lost my heel, where I tripped only...
Yeah, you were coming along the path, Christine. You stepped off it, tripped, and rolled down the stone steps.
Yes.
You were out here walking with the summer house, but you didn't want anybody to know. Let's see, it was Eustace who found you. What happened? You see him coming and run for the house?
Yes, that's right. I ran.
Only why'd you step off the path?
Well, there was a shovel or a rake or something lying across the path.
Oh, I get it. Only it's not there now.
I didn't look. Mr. Valentine, I did suspect something for a long time. But I didn't know what I was looking for, or why,
or whether you could find anything back here that would show you how the ghost worked that night your aunt died.
That's what I mean. The whimpering, crying ghost, the thing with no substance that's supposed to appear and then float away. Aunt Betty told me where she expected to see it.
Mr. Valentine!
Well, listen to that, rising to the bait already.
Mr. Valentine, where have you gone?
Here, right in front of you, Miss Dowdy.
Oh, I've got to see you alone. I've got to.
Anything you have to say, you can say right in front of her, only say it fast.
It's about the ghost.
I know it's about the ghost.
Oh, it was only to impress Gifford. You've got to realize that.
Yeah, it wasn't to scare anybody, if that's what you're trying to say. I'm smart enough to figure that Ireland Betty didn't fall from her window out of fright on seeing the ghost. She wasn't the type. So if it was you who played the ghost that night, lady...
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. It was Ireland Betty. It was she herself who did it.
What?
Miss Dowdy.
Yes, she did. Oh, I know it sounds crazy, but she had to. She'd never been able to locate the ghost in the house, and she had bragged. And she didn't want Professor Gifford to be disappointed. That's why I didn't want him to get the house. He might have found out.
Hey, now, slow down. All you're claiming is there isn't any ghost. Is that it? There never has been one in this house. Only why, then?
Mr. Valentine, listen to me. If Betty was out here instead of in her room, and you think she was murdered...
Of course, I know. She died before she ever got back to her room, and she was probably running just like Christine here was.
Yes, only if that's the case,
It's okay. I'll take care of everything.
Mr. Valentine.
Come on, Christine. Let's head back to the house. See you later, Miss Dowdy. Well, the whole thing's pretty simple, I guess, isn't it?
I don't understand at all, any of it.
Don't you? You understand a good deal about the ghost.
But Aunt Betty told me...
Sure. I was supposed to look. But nobody says they've ever heard it, except you. The whimpering, the crying. Christine, were you here in the garden that night with your aunt? Is that when you thought you heard the crying?
No, I've really heard it. Someone else...
Were you hiding out here? Did you pretend to leave for Canada and then come back and hide and scare her? Oh, sure, you don't believe in ghosts. You knew the little old pixie'd be playing the part. So she was scared and ran, just like you did, down the path.
Mr. Valentine, stop it. You don't understand.
What's the matter? You afraid to walk down this path? Afraid you'll trip on something again? A rake that you might see when you're running, only it's so dark you can't even see your hand in front of your face?
No, it wasn't a rake. I don't know what it was.
I know what it was, young lady. It wasn't anything.
Yes, it was. You're mixing me up. I know there was.
Christine, I said some crimes are simple. They are after they've happened. Because a guilty conscience does terrible, horrible things. Like stumbling over something that isn't even there, except a memory. Well, what was there when you made your old aunt fall? A rake? A string? A wire?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't.
Then come on, walk. Perfect accident. Ha! Not so perfect a few months after, is it? When you get so scared, you get sick, so guilty, you even try to kill someone else. Nervous little old Miss Dowdy because she's begun to be suspicious.
I didn't push that shutter.
Sure, go on, say it. Fill me in. I know it was you, all right, sister. You were the only one who thought Miss Dowdy was out walking with me. Nobody would have tried to kill Brooksy, but just by accident, Brooksy had told you that Dowdy and I were walking together.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Listen. I never believed it. They all did, but I never believed it. Crying.
What? I don't hear anything.
Yes, you can. Whimpering, a woman crying. If it's not a real person, one of those others. It has to be the ghost. The ghost of the house. Listen. Hear it. There.
Yeah. Yeah, you do hear something, don't you, Christine? You're the only one who does. The unbeliever. And yet the only one who's heard anything all evening. Or ever. But hasn't it occurred to you? There never was a ghost in this house until you made one. The ghost of Ireland Betty. You know, there's something about crisp, tangy autumn weather that makes coffee time more enjoyable than ever. And what better time than now to discover Preem? Pream, the delicious new way to cream coffee. In instant powdered form, Preem is made from fresh, sweet cream milk products and nothing else. Naturally, it has a rich, delicious flavor. What's more, Preem is so convenient, so economical, you'll prefer it to all other products for creaming your coffee. You see, Preem never sours, never turns. Sealed, Preem keeps indefinitely. Open for regular use, Preem stays fresh tasting to the last spoonful on your kitchen shelf or in your refrigerator. Budget-wise, Preem saves more than 1/3 the cost of coffee cream. And then, something every calorie counter should know. When you use Preem in your coffee, every cup contains only about half as many calories as if you used coffee cream. So try Preem in your coffee. Pream. The new way to cream it is to Preem it. Well, Brooksy, that's what's known as getting a confession the hard way.
Oh, the poor girl's an absolute wreck.
Poor girl. She killed her aunt, didn't she?
Ireland Betty. Second cousin to a leprechaun.
Yeah.
There's the one I'd like to have known.
Yeah, the Irish. Believe in anything. Oh, Brooksy, there is one little item. You know, when I told you to go back in the house there, when I asked you to make some noises to help me get the story out of the girl?
What? Well, I never made any noises.
Huh?
Oh, well, I mean, first there was the police on the phone, and then Mr. Eustace kept following me around. I mean, you didn't think I did you? You didn't hear anything, did you? Of whimpering or crying?
No, Angel. No, of course not. No, I didn't hear anything. It was just in the girl's imagination, that's all. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you transcribed by Preem, the new dairy miracle in instant powdered form. Try it. You'll prefer it to all other products for creaming your coffee. For Preem is the most delicious, convenient, thrifty way to cream your coffee ever discovered. Yes, the new way to cream it is to Preem it. Let George Do It stars Olin Soleil as George, and tonight Lillian Bayef appeared as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by J.C. Lewis. Also heard in tonight's cast were Jean Bates as Christine, Florence Ravenel as Dowdy, Betty Rubin as Gifford, and Howard Culver as Eustace. The music was composed and presented by George Wright. Tonight's performance concludes this current series. We hope you have enjoyed it. Your announcer has been George Crowell.
Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
George and Gracie. Spam, whoa boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns, Gracie Allen, on show when the talk is straw. The singing glee with the smoothies free. To start the fun, here's Jimmy Wallington.
Another Monday night at your house, and time for Burns and Allen, and time for you to discover the way women all over the country have learned how to give the family a breakfast that is different. Serve Spam fried. Spam is tender, tasty meat, a perfect blend of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and ham cooked to a savory goodness. Made only by Hormel, Spam is packed in a handy can, so all you do is open it, cut off slices of Spam, and fry quickly in a hot pan. Serve sizzling hot with eggs or a stack of wheat cakes, and you'll start the family off in the morning with a meal that sticks to the ribs. Try Spam fried, the quickest, tastiest breakfast you've had in many a day. But start right and get the real thing. Be sure to ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M, Spam. And look who's here, your two delightful Spam stars, George and Gracie.
Thank you very, very much. 1st of August, in the middle of July, the afternoon was wet and the morning was dry.
Gracie, you're in a very, very gay mood tonight.
Gay mood? Well, sure I'm in a gay mood. Everybody's in a gay mood today. Today's the day.
Today's the day.
St. Patrick's Day.
I see.
Most wonderful day in the year, and I'm not saying that because I'm Irish.
Oh, no.
Of course, I'm only Irish on my mother and father's side.
I say. Only on your mother and father's
Yeah,
side.
and that goes for them, too.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Oh, I can just see my uncle tonight with his top hat and his frock coat looking into the mirror to see if his black eye is on straight. 'Twas on the 31st of August
in the middle of July. I'll bet your family was in good spirits tonight.
Oh, and vice versa. Oh, and George, I marched in the Fifth Avenue parade today. It was a St. Patrick's Day parade, you know.
I know, I was born in New York. I've seen those parades.
What excitement.
Every year you have those parades.
Yeah, what excitement,
Born
what
here,
music,
you know,
what
yes.
glamour, what bargains at Bergdorf Goodman's window, what crowd.
Wait a minute. Bergdorf Goodman's window?
Yeah, what crowd.
Even the parade didn't stop you from window shopping?
Oh, no. Oh, and this is kind of cute, George. A floor walker was peeking out of the window, and he was flirting with me.
Flirting with you?
Well, I sort of looked at him, and he winked back at me. And,
he winked back at you?
Yes.
I see.
And, you know, he looked
You didn't wink at him first?
No.
Did you ever wank at anybody?
No. No, he just looked at me, and, you know who he looks like? He looks like that movie star with a big mouth, you know, Joey Green. He was sort of tall.
Joey Green?
Yes, he was sort
I
of
say
tall.
it's Joey Brown.
Not on St. Patrick's Day.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July. So you were in the parade today, huh?
Oh, yes. And it stopped at 57th Street, and we had a 2-hour demonstration.
A 2-hour demonstration?
Yes. There was a traffic light there, and every time it turned green, we cheered.
I see what you mean, yes.
And every time it turned red, we booed.
You
We
booed?
had more
Gracie,
fun.
I'll bet there must have been a lot of booze.
Oh, no booze. Nobody was drinking. It was on the
31st of August in the middle of July. Oh, no booze. Oh, stop, Gracie. I'm getting so hoarse I can hardly talk above a whiskey.
Yeah. Oh, just imagine, George.
Do you see what I mean?
George, just imagine.
That's a pretty hard joke.
Just imagine.
And another joke later that I'll use for Chaser.
George, just imagine. Little me of all people leading such a big parade. 80,000 Irishmen following me. 79,000 were policemen.
I see what you mean.
There was I with the baton in my left hand.
Gracie, in the first place, I don't believe you were leading the parade.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Well, I wasn't exactly leading the parade. I was sort of up in front, more like in the middle.
Oh, in the middle.
Well, more towards the end, sort of like last.
Like last, yes.
It was a great parade, they tell me. I'm sorry I missed it.
You missed it?
On the 31st of August in the middle of...
Stop.
Well, I didn't exactly miss it. What happened was, I was on the sidewalk, and there was a little fellow who couldn't see the parade, so I put him on my shoulder.
A little fellow?
Yeah, near LaGuardia. And he
Wait a minute.
So I put him on...
Mayor LaGuardia?
Yeah, it was on the
31st of August in the middle of July. Look, I've had enough of this parade and enough of the song.
And, George, during the parade, there were men selling shamrocks, green ice cream, furniture, clay pots,
They were
canes.
selling furniture?
Yeah, a man came up to me and he said, "Lady, will you give me 25 cents per bed?" And I said to him, I said, "Now listen to me,
Tracy,
my good man."
Just a second.
Yeah,
If you don't mind pausing, I have a line.
Well...
A very big line. Tracy, the man was a panhandler.
No, he was only handling bed.
Oh, he didn't have any pens.
Well, I couldn't tell. He had on a long overcoat.
All right, please.
Say, Gracie, whenever you meet a panhandler, why don't you do what I do? I just brush them off.
Well, Jimmy, with your mustache, you can do it.
No, what I mean is, Gracie, I don't give them any cash. Now, just the other day, I met a man who said, "Mister, I'm starving. Would you help me?"
Oh, isn't that silly? Why should you help him starve?
I didn't, Gracie. I didn't. I just reached in my pocket, opened my wallet, and gave him a can of Spam.
You keep Spam in your wallet?
Oh, sure. It doesn't need refrigeration.
Well, keep on with this wallet. Another joke like that, and this program will fold up.
Well, anyway, after the parade...
That's the chaser.
Well, anyway, after the parade, Artie Shaw took me home, and we were sitting in the living room, and I said, "Artie!"
Artie Shaw took you home?
Yes, and I said, "Artie!"
Didn't I tell you to break up this romance?
Yes, and I said, "Artie!"
Oh, stop with that, Artie. Artie, were you out with Gracie again last night?
Sure, it was on the 31st of August.
Oh, fine. Gracie, try to get this through that silly head of yours. You've got to split this thing up. Business and romance don't mix.
Well, I guess you're right, George. You just can't mix business with romance.
Well, it's about time you realized it.
So, we'll take the romance and give you the business. Hello.
Well, I give up.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July.
Is that the right key?
The afternoon was wet and the morning it was dry.
You might as well finish it.
I met a fair young lady sitting under an old oak tree.
Pretty.
And divil a word I said to her, and the same she said to me.
Well, I didn't know you could sing, Gracie. I certainly was.
Well, George, it looks like you and Gracie are washed up for good. Brother, ever since she and Artie started to say, "Plow," I knew you were a dead duck.
Yeah, Jimmy, I better break that romance up. It's lasted longer than the snow on the streets in New York. And I know how to break it up. I'll use system number 3.
System number 3? What's that?
The old sympathy gag. It's bound to work with Gracie. Watch. Gracie.
Well, just a minute. Oh, that was wonderful, Artie. But the next time you hug me, I wish you'd take the clarinet out of your mouth. What is it, George?
Gracie, I've got something to say to you, and please try to understand. I want you to know it's not because I'm jealous. We've been together for years, and you just can't tear down everything that we've built up in just one day.
Oh, well, how long will it take?
Gracie, remember the first time I met you? We were just kids then.
That's right.
You'll have to admit I wasn't selfish. If I had anything, didn't you always get it?
Yeah, until I was vaccinated.
Remember when I took you to the ice cream parlor and we had a strawberry soda?
Mm-hmm.
You may not believe it, but that day I fell in love.
Really?
I felt so silly I couldn't look at the soda clerk. It was love at first sight.
Well, I don't blame you, George. He was very cute, sort of clerk.
No. I mean, I fell in love with you, Gracie.
Oh, so that's why you paid for my soda.
And, Gracie, that childhood romance ripened into, well, it isn't just friendship. It isn't just a passing fancy. It isn't just a partnership. Do you know what it is?
Oh. Does it hang from the ceiling and whistle?
Does it hang from the season and whistle?
No, ceiling.
Gracie, boys, a little soft music. Maybe that'll help. Thanks, fellas. Gracie, remember that little tea room on 6th Avenue that we used to go to?
The one where they have the candlelight and the gypsy music?
Yeah, that's the place.
Oh, it makes my heart beat faster when I think of it.
Oh, I see. You still remember it.
Remembered, I was there last night with Artie. Hello.
Hello. All right, boys, stop it. I've had enough. Gracie, don't you understand? I've been talking to you until I'm blue in the face.
Oh, please, Judge Green. It's St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going outside. I've got another system.
I'll go with you, George. I want to get you some tonic.
Tonic, why?
To fix up your system.
Oh, poor George. I hope he doesn't jump off the Empire State Building.
Yeah, wouldn't that be awful? He hasn't got a coat and he might catch cold.
Yeah.
Senor Shaw, would you like some advice?
What kind of advice?
Well, if I were in your place, and if you take my advice, I will be. Why don't you and Miss Allen elope?
But, Senor Lee, if I elope with Artie, who'll take care of the band?
Let them get their own girls.
There, Artie, I think Senor Lee's got a cute idea. Let's elope just this once, huh? Well, look, we'll elope from the El Morocco tonight. It's just a place. It's on the ground floor, so we won't need a ladder.
El Morocco. Why not the Store Club?
Store Clubs, well, Artie, maybe in a year.
Hey, listen, everybody, this'll kill you.
What?
I just overheard George call up a theatrical agency, and he asked them to send over an actress to pretend she's George's girlfriend.
Well, why?
To make love to George and make Gracie jealous.
Well, say that's a swell idea. And I'll bet she'll get jealous, too. She's probably a very jealous type if it's the same Gracie Allen. Oh, pardon me, it's me.
Listen, Jimmy, I know what we can do. Let's double-cross George and cancel the girl on him.
Double-cross George?
Yep, and I can get a girl to take her place.
Oh, gee, that would be a swell surprise for George.
Hey, look, wait a minute. Oh, I've got just the girl. Wallington, go out and call Stillman's Jim.
Stillman's Jim?
Yeah. This dame happens to be a lady wrestler.
A lady wrestler?
Yeah, just ask for Grappling Gertie.
Okay.
A lady wrestler? I've never seen a lady wrestler. Oh, I hope he falls for her. You know, I know once in Cleveland...
What are you two talking about?
Nothing on the 31st of August in the middle of July. The afternoon was wet and the morning it was dry.
I talked to a fair young lady just now on the telephone.
And she's coming here from Stillman's Gym, and she will break your balls.
chariot, played by Artie Shaw, the 52nd Street Romeo, who's going to be surprised when he gets a kick in the balcony. And by the way, Artie,
Hey, everything's okay, Artie. I made the switch.
Switch? What switch?
The thing under his nose, the switch, you know. He made it. You thought it was real, huh? It isn't. Jimmy, take it off and wait for the George.
Oh, quiet. Hello. It's for you, Jimmy.
Oh, gee, I hope it is. Hello? Who's this? Oh, Artie, don't worry. It's okay. Yes, this is Jimmy Wallington speaking. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm very sorry I can't be there. No. So, well, you see, I've got a date with a plate. Yes, that's right. Sorry. Goodbye.
Jimmy, did I hear you say you got a date with a plate?
That's right, George. You see, there's a very tired dinner plate.
Oh, a plate that goes out and stays out late. I see what you mean.
Yes, that's it. In fact, there are thousands of dinner plates all over the country, and they're very tired of the same thing for dinner. Very tired. So here's a suggestion I'm going to make when I date the plate. A suggestion that not only makes the plates on your table happy, but a meal that makes the family say, this is a swell dinner. All you do is open a can of Spam. You're sure of success because Spam is tender, taste-tempting meat with a delicious flavor. Then put the Spam in a shallow baking dish, slip it into the oven, and bake for a few minutes according to the easy recipe on the label. Plan a meal around baked Spam, and you'll take to the table a main course distinctive in meaty flavor and filled with lip-smacking satisfaction. Give your family baked Spam tomorrow. The easiest to get, best-to-eat dinner you've had in a long time. Originated and made only by Hormel, Spam is a perfect combination of juicy pork shoulder and tender ham. Delicious meat with extra goodness. To be sure of a meal that makes a hit, remember to insist on Spam, S-P-A-M, when you shop tomorrow.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Thanks, Artie. And Artie, can you picture us a few years from now, a little place in the country?
Yeah, vine-covered cottage.
A little mortgage covering the vine.
That's right. And you're in the living room eating a box of chocolate?
Yes, while you're in the kitchen standing over a hot clarinet.
Well, I agree with you two. There's nothing like love. And I'm the one who knows.
Well, George, now don't tell me you're in love.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July.
George, how long have you known this girl?
Well, we went to school together. Where'd you meet her? She's like a piece of Dresden china. As a matter of fact, she was so fragile that we boys used to call her Twinkle Toes.
Oh.
Boy, I bet she's beautiful, huh, George?
Oh, yes, and what a voice.
Oh, probably like Nelson Eddy.
Nelson Eddy?
Well, maybe not exactly like Nelson Eddy. Maybe more like a half Nelson Eddy.
A half Nelson Eddy? Listen, what's going on here?
Senor Burns, I have a little information. I hate to be a rat, but Mickey Mouse is doing bad.
Senor, what's this information?
Are you asking me as just the guitar player?
Yes.
I know nothing. But now ask me as the new leader of the band.
I think I see what you mean.
And throw in a little cash.
All right, you're the new leader of the band, and I'll give you $5. What do you know?
Who'll make it 6?
I will.
I know nothing.
You know nothing, huh? Well, you're all jealous.
You know, George, I know just how you feel when you meet an old flame. Well, I just happened to me today. As a matter of fact, this girl is just as dainty and fragile as your Twinkle Toes.
Dresden china?
Dresden china? Suppose she was Dresden slacks. What difference does it make what she's Dresden? Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy. I said the wrong thing.
Well, you see, George, my girl is a little Spanish girl.
Spanish girl? Spanish.
Well, I did that for the sponsor.
Oh, spam instead of spam.
And, George, you know, when she looked at me today, she said, "Hello, tall, dark, and ham meat."
Ham meat?
I did that for the sponsor.
Oh, I see, Jimmy.
You know, before I left, I kissed her for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, huh?
That I did for myself.
Oh. Boy, what a kisser.
Yeah, you certainly has.
Oh, quiet, quiet. Well, here she is. Now you'll see something. Come in.
Well, George, Twinkle Toes is here.
Twinkle Toes? Say, you've changed. Don't you remember me? I'm George Burns.
Hello, George.
Oh, my. What a beautiful voice. What a wonderful ring. But then again, it should be. She's in it half the time.
Twinkle Toes, I'm certainly glad to see you.
I'm sorry I'm late, George. I was a little tied up.
Well, Twinkle Toes, it's like old times, isn't it? When you left home, did you tell your mother who you were going to meet tonight?
Zabisco.
Zabisco?
Well, George, Zabisco. I read that in the night chart when I had my eyes examined this morning. It said Z-Y.
Well?
See why I need glasses?
Well, look, I've had enough of this silly stuff.
Well, Artie, George and Twinkle Toes want to be alone.
Well, we do. What do you think of that? Twinkle Toes?
What is it, lover?
Remember when we were kids?
Yeah.
Remember those romantic nights under the stars?
Yeah.
Remember when I carried your books to school?
Yeah.
Remember when she carried you?
Yeah.
You know, Twinkle Toes, when I first fell for you, it wasn't just your looks that attracted me. It wasn't just your personality. It wasn't just your mind. Do you know what it was?
Does it hang from the ceiling and whistle?
Oh, quiet.
Go ahead, tell me more about that love stuff, George.
Yeah, go ahead and tell her, Lenny. Oh, quiet. Gracie, will you take Artie away from here?
Well, Artie, George is right. Nobody should interfere with lovers. Lovers should be left alone. It's very rude to interfere. George, let me tell you how to do it. Now, Twinkle Toes, you stand over here, and George, you stand over there.
Okay, who's the referee?
Referee? Wait a minute. Is this a love match or a wrestling match?
There's a difference?
What's going on here?
Well, now we'll begin, and you don't have to worry, because I know plenty about love. You see, I used to be a usherette in the balcony at the Rockne.
I say it.
Now, Twinkle Toes, the first thing you do is grab George in your arms. Do you understand?
Well, to be frank, no.
Oh, I'm not going to like this.
Oh, how silly of me. Oh, I know how to get you together. Here we go.
Stay away. Stay away, Twinkle Toes. Oh.
Isn't that cute? George's first crush.
Wait a minute. Are you the girl that was sent over here by that theatrical agency?
No, somebody phoned me at Stillman's gym. I'm Grappling Grady, known as the Glamorous Gorilla.
How did that girl get here? Gracie, how did this girl get here?
Well, she must have walked. The buses are on strike, you know. Isn't it awful, George? You know, I always say...
Oh,
I
stop.
always
Stop.
No, only when I get off.
Oh, quiet. Well, a fine trick for a bunch of grown-up people to play on their boss. What a thing to do. It isn't honorable. It isn't fair. It isn't cricket. It isn't sporting. Do you know what it is?
Does it hang from the ceiling?
Oh, quiet. Now Gracie will sing, Let's Get Away From It All. That was a fine
I'm so tired of the cell routine. Up to town on the 8:15. Back at night off to bed and then get up and start it all over again. Let's take a boat to Bermuda. Let's take a plane to St. Paul. Let's take a kayak to Quincy or Nyack. Let's get away from it all. Let's take a trip in a trailer. No need to come back at all. Let's take a powder to Boston for chowder. Let's get away from it all. We'll travel round from town to town. We'll visit every state. I'll repeat I love you, sweet, in all the 48. Let's go again to Niagara. This time we look at the fall. Let's leave our hut here, get out of a rut, dear. Let's get away from it all. What do you say we toddle away to Ipswich? What do you care about the fair? Oh, where is Ipswich? It would be a novelty to switch to Ipswich scenery. Let's get away from it all. Maybe we'll pack and track it to Yakasaki, where they are free and happy and being wicky-wacky. Like the Yakasaki do, we could wicky-wacky too. Let's get away from it all. Love will get a brand new start on some island that we never saw. I want to be there with my heart if Artie's name is Shaw. What do you know? We pack up and go to Scrum Scram. If you're a slick, we better leave quick before old Scrum Scram's the way the map has changed. You say it may not be there Saturday. Babe, what do you say to it? Let's name the day for it and let's get away from it all.
Friends, Spam, S-P-A-M, a perfect blend of pork shoulder and tender ham, has become a word in the American language that means downright delicious food. Originated and made only by Hormel, Spam is now used by millions of families regularly. This tender meat has a flavor all its own and is ready to eat as soon as you open the handy can. Spam has dozens of uses. Serve it cold, bake Spam for dinner, fry slices for breakfast. Promise yourself you'll try one new way to serve Spam tomorrow. Use the easy recipes on the label. You'll soon discover serving Spam cold or hot is a quick, thrifty way to give your family grand-tasting meat. Tomorrow when you shop, ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M, Spam.
Well, thanks, Jimmy. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Good night. George, I'm going out. Don't I look pretty?
Oh, do you look pretty? You kind of like flattery, huh?
Sure, I like all the Irish.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? O'Reilly, O'Flanagan, O'Toole,
Good night, folks. Good night.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw, his orchestra, and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Jimmy Wallington reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Tried Hormel chili con carne. Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it, because it's different and everybody likes it.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild players in the 20th Century Fox picture, Irish Eyes Are Smiling, a charming and nostalgic musical romance that stars Dick Haymes as Ernest Ball and June Haver as Irish. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
With someone like you, a pal couldn't do. I'd like to leave it all behind and go and find some place.
Ah, yes. Yes, that music takes me back a long way. A long way. To the days I'm afraid we've almost forgotten. And still I could never really forget that girl. Mary O'Neill, the girl we called Irish. And that boy, Ernest Ball, whose great Irish heart gave us all those wonderful ballads the world has been humming ever since. Of course, at this point, you may be wondering who I am. Very well, I'm Edgar Brawley. And I flatter myself that in the early days of the century, no further explanation would have been needed. There was a time I struck gold upon the Mackenzie, and the time that Wall Street wiped me out. That was the year before I won a fortune on the Derby, and a certain very blonde young lady sued me for... But that's another story, isn't it? At the moment, we're concerned with our two young sweethearts. course, I wasn't there when they met, but they've described the scene to me so very often, I feel fully qualified to tell it to you. The city was Cleveland, and of all places, backstage at a famous burlesque theater. Mary O'Neill was in the chorus, or rather, she should have been. At that particular moment, she was play-acting in the star's dressing room, tugged out in the star's most ravishing costume, pretending she was Belle de Tour herself. And as fate would have it, at exactly that moment...
Yes? Come in.
I beg your pardon. Miss Latour?
Who?
Oh, I'm Ernest Ball, and before I say a word about my song, I want to thank you for answering my note.
Your note?
Oh, you know, the...
Oh, yes, your note. Oh, well, don't mention it. It was nothing.
Oh, it was everything. You see, I so seldom get encouragement that when I do, well, you've made me very happy, Miss Latour, and I thank you.
Well, you're very welcome, I'm sure. You said your name was Brill?
Ball. Ernest Ball.
Well, I'm glad to have met you, Mr. Ball.
Well, pleasure's been all mine.
Come in again sometime.
Thank you. I'd like to.
Good night.
Good night. Good night? Good gosh, the song.
The what?
Well, I almost forgot what I came for. Well, here, I can show you better at the piano. Now, the way I see it, Miss Latour, you're standing on a bridge. Moonlight behind you. On the water, I mean. Understand?
Not quite, but keep on talking.
Well, first we see the whole thing through gauze, like a dream. And then as the music comes in, you start to sing.
Oh, you're a song plugger.
Oh, no, this is my own. It goes like this. Sure, I love the dear silver that shines in your hair, and the brow that's all furrowed and wrinkled with care. I kiss the dear fingers so toil-worn for me. Oh, God bless you and keep you, Mother McCree. There's a spot in my heart which no colleen may own. There's a depth in my soul never sounded or known. There's a place in my memory, my life that you fill. No other can take it. No one ever will. Sure, I love the dear silver that shines in your hair, and the brow that's all furrowed and wrinkled with care. I kiss the dear fingers so toil-worn for me. Oh, God bless you and keep you, Mother McCree.
That was simply wonderful.
Oh, do you really think so, Miss Latour?
Think so? Why, never in all my professional life.
In mine either.
Oh!
That's a big idea, wearing my costume.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Latour. I was just trying it on.
Miss Latour?
Well, who do I look like? Carrie Nation?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Latour. I'm Ernest Ball. I mistook this young lady for you. And...
Young lady? What am I, an old hag?
Oh, Miss Latour, it's all my fault. If you'll just listen to her song.
Who asked you? You stay out of this.
I can't stay out of it. I'm in it.
Don't you talk to me like that.
I'll talk the way I want.
Why, you fresh little brat, I'll...
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, glory be, miss. What a left.
Shall we go, Mr. Ball? I've just been fired.
Yes, that's how he met her. Mary O'Neill, whose nickname was Irish. And by the time he'd walked her home, the boy was in love, as they stood there on the steps of her boarding house.
What's so funny?
Oh, I can still see Latour hitting the floor. You've got a pretty good left.
You see, Pop taught me that before he died. He said a girl had to be good to be good.
You know, Oh, I don't mean to be fresh. But you know your eyes sparkle when you laugh?
And when I'm mad?
Oh, they sort of flash. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write a song about you. It'll be just our song. I'll never play it for anyone else, just us. Maybe it'll go something like this. When Irish eyes are smiling. Da-da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. What's the matter? Don't you like it?
Look, Ernest, I don't want to give you any false hopes. Tomorrow I'm leaving for New York.
New York? What for?
To find a job.
Can't you get one here?
In a burlesque show? No, thanks. I want to try for something better. As Pop used to say, I'm going to make a pie or spoil a pumpkin. So, goodbye.
Goodbye? Oh, you can't say goodbye. Look, I'll sell a song pretty soon. I'll make some money. We'll go to New York together.
I'm sorry, Ernest.
Oh, no, you can't go. I won't let you
Ernie,
go.
please, you're hurting my arm.
Well, I don't care. You can't walk out of my life just like that. We just found each other.
Ernie, I'm warning you.
Go ahead, use your left. What do I care? What do I... Hey, you did.
I'm sorry, Ernie. Goodbye.
Irish, come out. Open up, darling. Will you please come out?
What's going on here anyway?
Oh, nothing, officer, nothing.
What's the idea? You looking for trouble?
No, thanks. I've got plenty already.
Poor Ernie. His troubles were just beginning. Working his way to New York was one thing. Finding Irish was another. And no one in the big city would even listen to his music, so finally he had to take a job. Plugging songs for Leo Betts, which, as a matter of record, is how I met him. I was dining at Reisenheimer's that night with Lucille Lacey, the musical comedy star, and Al Jackson, the famous gambler. I remember we were talking and laughing, paying no attention to the boy who was singing until...
Hey, that song is awful. Who's the kid singing?
There's his card, Al. The waiter just brought it over.
Mr. Ernest Ball, representing Leo Betts, musical publisher. That one of Leo's new songs? Apparently.
Horrible, isn't it? What's Leo got against us?
I don't know. I don't recall ever doing him a favor.
Uh-oh. I guess that kid don't approve of us.
I can hardly blame him.
Oh, wait a minute. He's going to make a speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you didn't like that song. I don't like it either.
Well, my goodness.
I'm going to sing you another one. A song I wrote myself.
This ought to be very good.
I hope you like it because, well, you just got to like it. There's a tear in your eye, and I'm wondering why, for it never should be there at all. With such power in your smile, sure a stone you'd beguile. So there's never a teardrop should fall. When your sweet lilting laughter's like some fairy song, and your eyes twinkle bright as can be, you should laugh all the while, and all other times smile. And now smile a smile for me. When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
Incredible, isn't it? A broken down song plugger like that.
Broken down my eye. Edgar, I'll bet you 100 that kid's got $5,000 under his name right now.
$5,000? That kid? You've made a wager, my boy. Now prove it.
Sure. Isn't this his card on the table here?
Well,
there's his name and $5,000 under it. You want to count?
Oh, you slipped the 5,000 under his card. Very crude. Very crude.
Sure, schoolboy stuff.
Yeah, reform school.
You know, Al, you should have waited 6 months. You might have won that bet legitimately.
Legitimately? Him?
Edgar, in 6 months, that boy will have more than $5,000, much more.
What do you mean?
That's the loveliest song I've heard in years. And if you'll let me, I'll use it at the palace next week.
The palace?
Yes. Now close your mouth and open your ears. I believe he's going to do an encore.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in just a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Often the loveliness you admire in other charming women is not a gift of nature, but the result of clever beauty habits practiced faithfully day after day. For example, do you want a smooth, young-looking skin? Skin with that look of fastidious grooming, that fresh, well-cared-for look that is always so admired. Then let me suggest you change your daily beauty routine. Simplify it. Adopt the beauty habit of millions of lovely women. The habit of one cream, Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream, to take care of all the 4 most important needs of your skin. Now, I have a little test, the patch test, which shows you exactly how beautifying Lady Esther Face Cream is. You don't have to wait 30 days or even 30 minutes to see results. The patch test shows you results in 30 seconds. To make this test, just smooth Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream on one patch of skin, like one cheek. Wipe it off. Then compare that cheek with the other. See the clean, clean look of it. The radiant, satiny finish. Touch it with your fingers, and you even feel the difference. You see, Lady Esther Face Cream does all this. It thoroughly cleans your skin, softens your skin, helps nature refine the pores, and also leaves a perfect base for powder. So decide right now to make the Lady Esther patch test. The convincing proof you see in your mirror in 30 seconds will give you the Lady Esther habit for life.
And now the second act of Irish Eyes Are Smiling, starring June Haver and Dick Haymes.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring.
Well, that was how the lad got his start. Lucille introduced his song at the palace, and the rest is a matter of history. Within a few months, all New York was singing Ernest Ball's tunes. East Side.
I'm at a love of the silver shining at a hey.
West Side. All around the town. Yes, his songs bringing happiness to everyone but himself. For try as he would, he could not find Irish. That is, not until that night at Churchill's. We were dining together again, Lucille, Al Jackson, and I, and Ernest had promised to meet us there. But as he came in the door...
Young lady, will you check my coat? Irish.
Good evening, sir.
Irish, what's the matter? Don't you remember me? Miss Latour, Cleveland? Irish, please don't act like that. Talk to me.
I'm the hat check girl here. I'm not allowed to talk to the customers.
Oh, but I've been looking for you everywhere. The newspapers, theatrical agencies, even the police.
You have?
Well, why do you think I came to New York? Irish, why didn't you let me know where you were?
I didn't know you were here. And then, well, I couldn't after you were famous.
Look, we've got to talk. Let's get out of here. Let's go someplace.
Oh, but I couldn't walk out on Mr. Churchill, not on a minute's notice like that.
All right. Then we'll give him an hour. I'll go in and join my friends, and I'll pick you up here in an hour. All right?
All right.
Now, haven't you forgotten something?
What?
Something I've been dreaming of all these months? Gosh, Irish.
Oh, Ernie.
Young lady, may I have my hat? I beg your pardon. Excuse me for intruding, but, oh, well, it's warm out. I'll get my hat tomorrow.
Yes, they might have lived happily ever after. But that was the night I made my bet with Al. He'd tricked me on so many other bets, I made up my mind to beat him this once. I led up to the subject very casually, and at last he bit.
Are you trying to say that's all it takes to make a star? Luck?
Luck and the proper handling. Why, I could take any woman in this room and make her a star within 3 months.
Edgar, you're balmy.
Think so? How much?
Oh, make it easy on yourself. You never won a bet from me yet.
Then I'll tell you what. I'll give you a break. I won't pick any woman in this room, but I'll bet you I can make a star out of the next woman that comes out of the ladies' lounge, okay?
For how much?
Say 25,000?
25,000. You got a bet.
25,000? That was a lot of money. You understand, I couldn't afford to take a chance, so I had myself a little talk with Lucille.
Oh, I understand, Edgar. I'm to be in the ladies' lounge, and when you whistle, I'm to come out. You're sure it's a joke.
A very big joke on Al.
Yes, and Mr. Jackson, I got it straight. I'll stay in there in the ladies' lounge sort of scrubbing around, and when you're all whistled, I'll come out. Right.
With one slight correction, Ruby. You don't come out, you rush out. And be sure you're first.
Don't ask questions, Irish. I haven't time to explain. You just be in the ladies' lounge, and when I whistle, you come running, see?
I don't see Ernie, but I'll do it for you.
And so I whistled. In fact, we all whistled. And the door of the ladies' lounge burst open, and a girl came hurtling through on her face.
Irish, you made it. Here, let me help you up.
Oh, say, I've battled to get into those places, but never to get out of one. What's going on?
Millions of women powdering their noses, and it had to be her. Who is this girl?
Yeah, I'd like to know, too.
Hey, what is this anyway?
It's nothing, young lady, just a little joke.
A joke? Well, where do you get off playing jokes on me? Why, for 2 cents...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Irish. Wait a minute. It's not Lucille's fault. I sent you in there.
Well, I don't like your sense of humor.
Please, it's only a bet.
First it's a joke, and now it's a bet. Look, if you think you can use me just
Miss
to...
O'Neill, what is this? You're talking to again.
I know who I'm talking to. Shut up.
Miss O'Neill. You're fired.
Fired nothing. I quit. And you can take your guests and keep them. Good night.
Irish. Oh, Irish, wait.
I was really in trouble now. I had 3 months to win my bet, to make that girl into a leading lady, and she disappeared. She moved from her boarding house that very night. I was frantic, of course, and Ernest was flaming.
I'm fed up, I tell you. Fed up with all of it. With New York, with Broadway, with bunco artists like you. I'm through. I'm getting out.
But, Ernest, I have $25,000 at stake, and if we find that girl, you've told me she can sing and dance, I'll still need your music to build a show.
All right, you can have my music. I've got a dozen songs. You can have them all. But don't ask me to stay. I'm getting out.
And so he disappeared, too. All I could hope for was to find the girl. Well, I did find her finally in a little cafe in New Jersey, singing for what amounted to her supper.
Pat your feet, you steppin' fool. Strut your stuff, use your curch. Trot your tootsies by the church. Cool your dogs, we're coming through. Get set for Lennox as a new. Won't you strut, Miss Lizzie? Get busy, I want to see you walk. For the folks all state, the way you syncopate is the whole town talk. When you move so pretty, it's a pity the other girlies frown. But the man you meet like the way you shake your feet. Oh, you're not gone busy, strut, Miss Lizzie Brown. You got the cutest strut in town.
The girl was good. There was no question of that. So I went to her dressing room, did some fast talking, explained the situation, and offered her a contract, to which she had only one reply.
What about Ernest? Why didn't he come?
Ernest is taking a little vacation, my dear. He's gone out of town.
But he'll be back? Will he be back before we open?
Well, naturally. Oh, of course he'll be back, my dear. I hope.
All ready for the second act. Eddie, check those props. Joe, fast and left. On stage, everybody. On stage.
Irish, you were wonderful. Now, just remember, in the second act...
Edgar, he didn't come.
My dear, we've got a hit on our hands. You'll be a star tomorrow morning.
Well, you said he'd be here.
Irish, don't you understand?
Possibly I can help to explain.
Ernest, you're back. There, you see, my dear? Edgar Brawley always delivers the mail. Well, I've got things to do, if you'll excuse me.
Hello.
Is that all you can say?
Oh, no. How have you been?
Fine, thanks. And you?
Pretty good.
That's nice.
I understand you didn't run away.
No, I changed my mind.
Oh, that's nice.
I understand you went on a long vacation.
No, I changed my mind. Well, I guess that's all there is to say.
Yes. Except one little thing.
What's that?
Darling, I still have a pretty good left.
Hmm?
Unless you kiss me, one of us is going to get a black eye.
Irish.
Oh, Ernie, darling.
What's that? Oh, gosh, Irish, look, they've raised the curtain.
We're right on stage.
Well, what do we do? All those people out there.
Well, since you're here, why don't you sing? Well, you know the words of music. Go on and sing.
Oh, well, all right.
Go on.
With someone like you, a pal good and true, I'd like to leave it all behind and go and find
some place that's known to God, just a spot to call.
We'll find perfect peace where joys never cease, out there beneath the kindly sky. We'll build a sweet little nest somewhere in the west and let the rest of the world go by.
Dick Haymes and June Haver for a delightful half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. The Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house, both supported largely by this program, are doing such magnificent work that we consider it a privilege to appear here with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Haver. Ladies, has anyone said to you recently, "You're looking very lovely lately, so much younger"? Now, of course, such compliments are nice to hear, and you can hear them frequently from now on, if you will accept a friendly challenge from me. Simply try Lady Esther Bridal Pink Face Powder and see for yourself the instant, exciting difference in your appearance. It doesn't matter whether your hair is blonde, brown, auburn, or black. My Lady Esther Bridal Pink is a new kind of powder shade, intensely flattering to almost every skin it touches, and flattering not to your skin alone, but also to your hair, your eyes, yes, even your features. So many women tell me that just changing to Lady Esther Bridal Pink has made their features look smaller and daintier. Lady Esther Face Powder is so finely textured, it completely covers up tiny lines and blemishes. No trace of powder particles can be seen, only the subtle, fascinating effect of a smooth, young skin. For a really exciting change in your appearance, try this. First apply Lady Esther face cream. Wipe it off. Then dip your puff. Pat Lady Esther Bridal Pink Face Powder gently on your face. How you'll love the way you look. Remember, Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream, Lady Esther Bridal Pink Face Powder.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Love is News. It will star James Gleason, Linda Darnell, and Bob Hope. Be sure to listen. June Haver can now be seen in the Technicolor picture The Dolly Sisters. Dick Haymes can soon be seen in Do You Love Me, both 20th Century Fox productions. Irish Eyes Are Smiling was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Dick Haymes appeared through the courtesy of the Electric Auto Light Company and may be heard over this network on his own program every Saturday night. Music on tonight's program was conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you and good night, all. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bannon, but don't bother to explain now. Ride out of here before that mob decides to hang you. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin. Come in.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Paladin.
Good morning, Miss Wong.
You want Missy Wong help you pack?
Oh, thanks. I don't think so. I'm traveling light this trip. I'll be riding through some pretty rough country.
Oh, where you go?
I'm doing a job for an insurance company, Miss Wong. They're concerned about their losses, want me to survey the freight routes up through the north and check with the express offices along the way. Yeah, that does it. Hey, boy told me that you and he were going out in the town last night.
Oh, yes. Hey, boy, take Missy Wong to see very fine stage play.
What did you see?
Oh, my. There was a little girl named Topsy.
Oh, Topsy, yes.
Yes, a little girl named Eva.
Yes.
A nice old man named Mr. Uncle Tom.
Mr. Uncle Tom.
Mr. Uncle Tom, Mr. You know what, Mr. Paladin? Poor Mr. Uncle Tom,
I understand, Miss Wong.
a little girl named Eva, Oh, Mr. Paladin, we have such a good time.
On the road between the town of Lexington, Massachusetts, and the Concord River Bridge are a number of stones and monuments that are a part of our American heritage. In the spring of 1775, the Minutemen of New England brought together a supply of stores and munitions in the small village of Concord. The Provincial Congress had voted for the stockpile for defense only, but British General Gage regarded the collected munitions and stores as potentially dangerous to King George's troops. On April 19, 1775, Gage dispatched a force under Major Pitcairn to capture the stockpile. The route of the British troops took them through the town of Lexington, which had been alerted by Paul Revere and others. At Lexington, the British were met by a small American force, and a skirmish ensued on Village Green. The American Revolution had begun. Their superior numbers allowed the British to continue their advance toward Concord, but William Prescott, who had ridden with Paul Revere, carried a warning of their approach. Pitcairn's British regulars moved into Concord and occupied north and south bridges, while a small group of Minutemen waited across the river for reinforcements. When help for the colonials arrived from nearby towns, the British were forced to withdraw across North Bridge. Here shots were exchanged, and the British were forced into a retreat. The retreat soon became a disorderly rout as Minutemen fired on Pitcairn's men from behind walls, houses, and barns. The colonials had won the day. Today, the brave actions of the American fighting men at Lexington and Concord are marked by many monuments, including the famous statue of the Minuteman. Some of the original landmarks are still preserved. The monuments at Lexington and Concord remind us of the rich heritage that as Americans we share and stand ready to defend.
The towns along my route were scattered, and the distances were great. I had reached northern Nevada, and I was following a trail that wound its way over a rugged mountain pass. The trail had been chipped from a rocky cliff, which rose straight up on one side, and then took a sheer drop of several hundred feet on the other. When I reached the top and started down toward the Humboldt River Valley, I saw a man ahead of me. He was riding lazy, guiding his horse carefully, when suddenly, on a sharp turn, the animal seemed to spook, pulled up, and in the next instant was jogging down the path with an empty saddle. Well, I couldn't travel any faster. I could only hope that when I reached the spot where the man had gone over the edge, I'd find him alive. Hey, down there. Can you hear me?
Yes, man, and it's a fine sound to be sure.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. Until this bit of a tree stump I'm hanging to gives way.
You got any kind of foothold down there?
Some.
I've got a rope up here. Hold on, I'll get it to you.
Oh, that's fine, sir.
Oh, now. Easy, boy. Now stand. All right. Here she goes. You got it?
I got it.
I tied it around your waist.
Yes, sir.
Let me know when you're ready. I'll start hauling.
Yes, I'm trying.
Good.
Ah, there. Ready now.
All right. Here we go.
Now hold it, man.
What? What's the trouble?
Why, would you give us a bit of slack on that rope, will you now? It's a present for Katie.
What's that?
Katie's present that fell out in my pocket. I can reach it if you give me a bit of slack.
How's that?
Oh, that's fine, sir. All right, haul away, my hearty.
Hey. Grateful I am to you, sir. O'Bannon's my name, sir. Red, they call me, and I needn't be telling you why. And, when I catch me breath, I have a few words to say about that no good, cussed, not-headed horse that twice in a month has set me down without even so much as a by your leave.
Never mind the horse. We better check you for broken bones.
Oh, no, sir, no. Bannon's a tough one, though I am. Hurting a bit in a few places, but praise be, Katie's present is safe.
Katie's present?
Would you be after knowing what day this is, sir?
Oh, yes, it's Thursday.
That's right, and March the 17th, and that, of course, is St. Patrick's Day, but more than that, it's the birthday of my darling Katie.
Your wife?
Yes, sir. Like a man, I'm afraid I was after forgetting the occasion, until Katie, like a woman, dropped a hint here and there, so I had to saddle up and ride into town to buy the gewgaw.
Well, we better get started down the trail. You go ride my horse and I'll walk.
Oh, now, a fine thing that'd be. To thank a man for saving my life by taking the horse out from under him. No, sir, O'Bannon will walk. A good walk will take the kinks out of me.
It was almost sundown before we reached the O'Bannon farmhouse. Katie was waiting at the gate. She was tiny and gay and very pretty. And she insisted that I stay to share the birthday celebration. Then it got so late, they both insisted that I stay the night. They were warm, friendly people. And when I left the next morning, it was with the promise to see them on my way back. My business took me on into Idaho, and it was nearly 2 months before I passed through Nevada again. The last stop on my route was the town of Toana, only 20 miles from the O'Bannon place. I checked into a hotel, then started for the Horseshoe Saloon.
You ain't gonna get a drink in there, mister.
Oh, why not?
We're holding a trial in there today.
Trial?
Gonna start as soon as the judge gets here. Once it starts, won't last long.
Open and shut case.
Yeah, I just kept watching. I knew I'd see the fella again someday.
Well, who's that?
Fella on trial. Robbed my stage, killed my shotgun rider. I got a good look at him. I knew I'd spot him again, and I did. Over in Lander County. Sheriff brought him in. You gonna visit the trial?
No, I have business at the freight office. Just thought I'd have a drink first.
We'll fix him. Dirty killer. A fellow named O'Bannon.
O'Bannon?
Know him?
Well, I'm acquainted with an O'Bannon up this way, but I'm sure it isn't the same one.
Well, we're gonna fix him. Quick and good.
About 10 miles north of Springfield, Massachusetts, and 5 miles northeast of Chicopee, is Westover Air Force Base, headquarters for the 8th Air Force. The field was named after Oscar Westover, who was Chief of the Air Corps from 1935 until his death in 1938. Westover was born in Bay City, Michigan, July 1883. He entered the Army as a private in 1901 and graduated from West Point in 1906. During the infancy of flight, Westover became interested in the Air Service and worked in the office of Director of Air Service in 1918. In 1922, he became the Director of Aircraft Production for the Army. Then in 1928, Westover was offered a post as assistant to the Chief of the Air Corps. He held this assignment until 1935, when he was commissioned a Major General and moved up the ladder to Air Corps Chief. About this time, there was much discussion concerning the value of air power. Like other top Air Corps officers, General Westover pointed out the need for a stronger Air Force. Together with General Andrews, he advocated a policy whereby the Air Corps could have more fighting power and become a more independent unit. Unfortunately, in 1938, Westover was killed in a plane crash before his recommendations were placed in effect. Despite his untimely death, Westover holds an important place in the growth of American air power. Men like General Westover serve as a reminder that those who today wear the Air Force uniform also play a most important part in the progress of air power, the instrument which is so vital for the preservation of our American way of life.
I had started down the street to the Tijuana freight office when I saw the sheriff bringing the prisoner from the jail. It was hard to believe. But the O'Bannon on trial was my red-haired friend of the mountain trail. He didn't glance in my direction. But I decided to postpone my business and visit the trial after all. What the court convened in the Horseshoe Saloon lacked in formality, it made up for in its obvious zeal to fix him quick and good. Circuit Judge Charlie Cagle called the court to order, and Wes Barker took the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sit down.
Well, there he sits, Judge. Right there.
Now, please, Mr. Barker, not so fast. I want you to tell us just what happened.
Well, the coach wasn't running just on schedule that day. We didn't have no passengers, but we had some important freight to carry.
Valuable freight?
Gold. The shipment wasn't ready on our regular time to leave, so we waited for it.
And when was this?
Oh, 2 months ago.
You remember what day exactly?
Sure. It was March 17th. We just got a ways out of town, about sundown it was, when this man right here, he busts out in the road and flags us down and yells, "This is a holdup." He got a gun right in my face. Now, Joe Pinelli rode shotgun with me for 6 years. He knew when to throw down on a holdup man, when not to. Joe didn't throw down on this fella, but he plugged him anyway. Got a shot off at me, too, but he just nicked me.
He took the gold?
What he could carry. And I got a good look at him. And last month, when I seen him over in Lander County, I recognized him and told the sheriff. That's him sitting right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess that'll be all, Mr. Parker.
Judge Cagle, Your Honor.
Yes. Say, don't I know you?
I think so. My name is Paladin.
Sure. What can I do for you, Mr. Paladin?
Well, I'd like to be sworn in, Your Honor. A man's life is at stake here, and I just don't understand it. There's something terribly wrong.
Well, come on up here.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep it quiet now. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sit down.
Judge, if this murder and holdup occurred on March 17th, about sundown, the man sitting here, O'Bannon, can't be guilty.
Quiet down. Let's keep order. Why do you say that?
Because I was with O'Bannon on March 17th, at that time. And he was over 40 miles from here.
Let's have order, please. Well, now, you better tell us the whole story. Start from the beginning, Mr. Paladin. All right, case dismissed. That's all for today.
Yes, sir? Yeah. I can't figure what your game is, but you sure didn't make yourself any friends here. Look, I'm sorry, Barker. I told the truth. Yeah. You might have put a reasonable doubt in the judge's mind, but I know better. You said yourself it was almost sundown when the holdup occurred, and it must have all happened pretty fast. You could be mistaken, you know. No mistake. I saw O'Bannon kill my shotgun rider. Joe had a lot of friends. If the law ain't going to take care of the man that murdered him, maybe his friends will have to. That's mighty careless talk, Barker. Look at that. Sheriff's turning him loose. That dirty killer walking out of town a free man when he ought to be hanging on the end of a rope right now. And we can thank you for butting him with your big lying mouth. I didn't lie. I know better. Now, like I say, I don't know what your game is, but it ain't over yet. Here comes your friend. You ain't seen the last of this. You can tell it. Hey, O'Bannon.
Oh, hello, friend.
O'Bannon, you better get out of here.
Well, thanks. And what do I owe you?
What do you mean?
Well, one good turn deserves another. What can I do for you? What do you want?
Well, I don't want anything. I had to tell the truth.
Truth? Mister, you never saw me before in your life, and you know it.
Listen, if it's some sort of a joke, I don't appreciate it, and I'm afraid this is no time for questions and answers. These people watching us, they're in an ugly mood.
They don't waste any love on me, do they?
They're dangerous. I've seen it happen too many times. You better get out of town as fast as you can.
Oh, but I intend to. I have my plans all made. And thanks again, friend, for your pretty lies.
You have me real confused, O'Bannon. But I'll expect some answers for this, and they better be good. I'll ride out to your place tomorrow.
My place?
All right, just get going, O'Bannon.
Oh, sure. Oh, Paladin.
What?
You'll find me at North Fork.
I watched O'Bannon walk away, trying in my mind to make some kind of sense out of the whole thing. His last remark was easily heard by the people left in the courtroom, and with the mood that crowd was in, he might just as well have been sending out invitations to his own lynching. There was no question about it. If he really intended to show up in North Fork, he'd have a lot of angry men waiting for him. As soon as I had finished my business the next day, I headed out of town in the direction of the O'Bannon farmhouse. I wanted to see Katie. As I rode up to the house, I noticed a winded, lathered horse, ground-tied in the front yard. Ooh.
Oh, Katie.
What's it? Hey. Hey, Katie. Katie.
Paladin.
What have you done? O'Bannon. He's dead.
God have mercy on me.
Give me the gun.
Oh, it had to be done.
I don't understand this, Katie. Your own husband.
No, not my husband, not Red. It is Liam O'Bannon lies there.
Liam?
Born of the same mother within the same hour. And on the outside, as alike as two peas in a pod, my man and Liam. But inside, one is black and one is white.
Oh, wait a minute, Kitty. You mean this man is your husband's twin brother?
Yes. But my O'Bannon is the daylight. And this one, the dark, possessed of the evil ones he was. I knew it then when the two came courting and it was Red I chose to marry.
What was Liam doing here?
It was after forcing me to leave this place with him. With wicked words of how he'd sent my O'Bannon riding off to his death.
Off to it? Katie, where's Red?
Gone to answer the call of Liam, as he always has, should Liam so much as crook his little finger. One of Liam's rogues that traveled with him came early this morning with a message.
What was the message?
That Red should ride to North Fork.
North Fork?
And wait until Liam should meet him there. But Liam came here instead to take me off with him.
Katie, it just might be that Red is riding to his death. How long ago did he start?
Oh, some time now.
I'll have to go after him. Katie, will you get me a blanket?
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid Liam must ride with me. As the crow flies, North Fork wasn't far. But the trail over the mountain was narrow and winding, and travel was slow. With the head start Red had, it was a chancy thing whether I could reach there in time to save him from the trap he was riding into. It was late in the day when I saw the little town just ahead.
All right, mister, that's far enough.
Marker.
Drop your gun.
I've got something to tell you.
We had to listen to you once before. We're done listening now. Drop the gun.
Mister, we ain't going to take any interference this time. I told you it's up to us now to take care of the man who killed our friend Joe Pinelli. We're waiting for him.
You mean he hasn't shown up yet?
No, but we'll get him.
Well, you won't have to wait any longer. The man you want is riding my second horse, wrapped in that blanket.
What are you talking about?
See for yourself.
It's him, all right. What happened?
Doesn't matter. The death of your friend Joe Pinelli has been avenged, Barker. An eye for an eye. That's what you wanted, isn't it? So now I trust you'll give Liam O'Bannon a suitable burial. Then I started back down the mountain trail. Whatever had delayed Red O'Bannon's trip to North Fork had saved his life. But I became more and more concerned as to what had happened to him. I reached the end of the rocky ledge, and there, off to the right, in a grassy meadow, was a horse that looked somehow familiar. He was nibbling grass and wearing an empty saddle. I turned around and went back up the trail. Hey, Red! Red O'Bannon! Hey! Hey, Red!
Like the voice of an angel.
Ooh. Red?
Yes!
Red, you all right?
For the time being. Yeah, Paladin.
Yeah.
That's no good. Cussed, knot-headed horse. He did it again.
Yeah, well, you can be mighty grateful to that no-good, cussed, knot-headed horse.
What's that?
Never mind. I'll get the rope.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Parrott, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Specially featured in the cast was Ben Wright, with Harry Bartell, Jack Moyles, and Gene Bates. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel. Have Gun Will Travel is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Beyond blue horizons, far at the world's end, strange, fascinating lands beckon us, bid us revel in their exotic splendors. Come with us as we head for Port of Call. As we approach Ireland, both sea and sky are gray. A soft, delicate gray which seems to envelop this fabulous island in mysterious gossamer veils. Filtering through it, a diffused sunlight touches with silver the gulls whirling over our ship, and bathes with a subdued radiance the unbelievably green coasts of the Emerald Isle. Here is a port of call rich in subtle charm. Ireland, land of saints and scholars, of poets and heroes, of legend, romance, and beauty. Over the lush green of Ireland's wooded hills, over her misty lowlands, her enchanted lakes, her vine-grown castles, broods the spirit of olden time. We seem to hear the rippling melody of the ancient minstrel's harp. It awakens in us the memory of Ireland's fairest daughter, she whose memory lives in the immortal tale of Tristan and Isolde.
Up from the sea and into the castle of Tintagel, where in the days of Arthur, throned King Mark of Cornwall, comes the strong knight, Sir Marhaus, bearing a message.
King Mark, you hold your lands in vassalage from King Angus of Ireland, yet you refuse to pay the tribute.
That is true, Sir Marhaus.
King Angus sends me as his champion to fight for the tribute in single combat.
Very well. If my Cornish knight wins, there will be no more tribute. And if you win, I shall pay the double of what your master demands forever. Knights and barons, to which of you the glory of fighting for Cornwall? What does this mean? Are you afraid?
There is no one in your court who can best this Irish champion.
This is scandalous.
Your knights are all too modest, your majesty. However, I shall await your champion until tomorrow. If you can find one, farewell, valiant nobles of Cornwall.
What a disgrace.
Worse, uncle. It is cowardice. For shame, all of you. King Mark, knight me, give me this battle.
You are too young, Tristan.
Young, yes, but strong enough to meet Sir Marhaus. You must do it. None of your own knights dare undertake this combat.
Very well, then. Come, Tristan. Kneel.
Then does Sir Marhaus see young Tristan riding toward him. He makes ready. Tristan couches his lance. Like thunder clouds, the champions rush together and meet. The lances shatter in their hands. Both horses fall, and young Sir Tristan is wounded.
Do you yield, young knight?
Never while I live. Then does Tristan, despite his grievous wound, leap to his feet and draw his two-edged sword. Sir Marhaus lashes out furiously. They battle like wild boars. Great strokes are given and taken.
Tristan is marvelous. Cornwall has gained a great champion this day.
Oh, yes, and the tribute, too, if he can only...
Did you see that blow? Now Tristan, with a mighty blow, cleaves the Irishman's helmet. The keen blade bites down through the hauberk into the skull. There a splinter breaks off from the steel edge, and Sir Marhaus, crazed with pain, runs toward his ship with the splinter of Tristan's sword still within him. The ship makes sail and bears Sir Marhaus off, back to the court of King Angus, there to die. And Tristan, the battle won, sinks to the ground, fainting.
Tristan is dying. The lance wound is envenomed. I must not lose him. Can you not do something?
Alas, your majesty, my science is not great enough.
Old fool, you must.
There is but one person who can save him.
Who is it? Speak at once.
Well, then, The Queen of Ireland. She alone.
The Queen of Ireland, yes. But Sir Marhaus is her brother.
I know.
Still, we must try. Tristan must be taken to her. He will change his name, conceal who he is. Yes, the Irish love music. Tristan can perhaps win them with his harp. He must.
Your music is heavenly, Sir Knight. Tell me, whence do you come?
From Cornwall, fair Queen.
Cornwall. It was there my brother met his death. And what is your name?
I am called Tempest.
Tempest? A strange name. Now your wound is dressed. Be still. I shall send my daughter to watch over your sleep.
You're very kind.
Softly, Bragdon, he's sleeping. He's very handsome, mistress. Very handsome, yes. But so pale. Poor thing. But go now, Bragdon. I shall sit by him. Yes, my lady.
I was dreaming. Perhaps I still am.
No, Sir Knight. But sleep on. You must rest.
Sleep when I can look at you. No dream could be so fair.
You must be quiet.
You're beautiful. What is your name?
My name is Isolde.
Isolde. I was dreaming just now that an angel sat beside me. She ran her fingers through my hair.
Perhaps I did it without thinking. Will you stay long in Ireland?
Until your mother has cured my wound, Princess.
No longer. Teach me to play the harp. When you are gone, I shall play as you have taught me.
And will you think of me?
More than you will think of me, Sir Knight.
So does the time pass. Tristan thrives and grows stronger. Each night by the fire in the castle's Wake Hall, he sits, hearkening, entrancing each one, but none more than the princess, who sits on the bench by his side, her eyes filling with love.
See, Mother, here is his sword. Soon he will be strong enough to wear it again.
Put it down, child.
It is so heavy I can scarcely hold it nor draw it from the scabbard. See? Oh, yes, I can. Look, Mother. Here it is.
Isolde, wait. There is a piece broken out of the blade.
Yes, right here.
Give me that little corset on the chest. Quickly. Look. Here is the missing piece. It fits perfectly. The piece I took from the head of Sir Marhaus.
What does this mean?
It means that this sword killed my brother. That I have saved the life of Tristan the Lyonnais.
Ah, the traitor! Sir Tristan.
Tristan? So you know.
Yes, but that doesn't matter. You're in danger, great danger, Tristan. My mother knows you killed Sir Marhaus, and by my fault. I drew your sword while you were hunting. She saw the blade.
Yes, that is true. What can I do now?
Arm yourself, Tristan, at once. My mother will try to have you killed, I know. You must leave.
I shall not run, but I will make ready to fight.
Let me help you on with your armor. Oh, hurry.
Thus do the lily fingers of Isolde the Beautiful, trembling with haste, buckle on the heavy armor.
King Angus, I shall tell you the truth. I am Sir Tristan de Lyonnais.
And why did you come here?
Because none but the Queen could cure my wound.
How did you kill Sir Marhaus?
In fair fight before God. Remember, O King, it was not a private quarrel. Just as Sir Marhaus was fighting for Ireland, so was I fighting for Cornwall.
What you say is just, Tristan. Therefore, I forgive you. But you must leave my court. Farewell.
Farewell, King Angus.
Tristan.
Isolde.
You are leaving.
Yes.
I shall miss you, Tristan.
I too, Isolde. Will you
grant me a favor?
Anything you ask.
May I consider you, my lady?
I shall be proud, Tristan.
Then a token?
This ring.
Thank you. And this ring for you.
I shall cherish it.
Farewell, Isolde.
Farewell. And God speed you.
So does the valiant Tristan return to fresh glory in Cornwall. Time passes. Old feuds are forgotten. But ever in Ireland, beautiful Isolde sits dreaming of Tristan. He speaks of her to Mark, his uncle, praising her beauty and gentleness. Till at last, King Mark would have her for his bride, and sends Sir Tristan to fetch her.
Isolde, dry your tears. Your eyes will be red and swollen.
I try, Mother. The tears come in spite of me.
Tristan is waiting to take you to the ship. Make haste.
Oh, Mother, if I were only to marry Tristan instead of King Mark.
Foolish girl. Tristan is but a young knight.
King Mark is a great ruler.
You will be a queen.
You should be happy. But my heart is breaking.
Isolde, stop. Tristan does not love you. Where is your pride?
There is too much love in my heart to leave room for pride.
Enough. Everything has been arranged. Go, Isolde. Make ready. Bragwin, come here.
Yes, Majesty.
Bragwin, you have cared for Isolde since she was a tiny girl. You love her almost as much as I do. You want her to be happy, do you not?
Yes, my lady, I do.
Then listen to me. Here is a golden flagon. In it I have placed a wine filled with potent magic. Who drinks it will be fired with love for whomever he first sees. Take it. Guard it well. And the night Isolde is married to King Mark, see that they both drink of it together. Then she will forget Tristan and be happy.
Trust me, Your Majesty.
Then does the bright ship, with noble Tristan and Isolde, spread sail, heading for Cornwall, whither King Mark eagerly waits for his beautiful bride, Isolde, the fairest of women.
You are sad, lovely Isolde.
Perhaps because of your music, Tristan. But still I love to hear it. It brings back the time when you played for me in my father's court, long ago, and when you gave me this ring. Perhaps you have forgotten.
Forgotten? Never.
Play for me again, Tristan. No, Tristan, stop.
Why, Isolde, what?
No, I can bear no more. Every touch of your fingers on the strings tears at my heart. Oh, Tristan, why are you so blind?
Blind, Isolde?
Forgive me. I know not what I say. I feel faint. Is there not something, some wine?
A moment. There should be. Ah, here. This golden flagon. Here, Isolde, drink.
Thank you. And now you drink. Drink to our love that might have been. To our love that might...
Isolde, beloved.
Tristan, kiss me. Holy Mary, the golden flagon. Bragwin. Oh, my poor children, you have drunk the love charm.
What does that matter now, Bragwin? What matters King Mark and my word and the whole world and the sea and the stars? Isolde, I adore you.
What matters anything now? A tragic destiny awaits you. We will face it together, joyously, loving each other always. Now leave us, Bragwin, and draw the curtain. Yes, my lady.
And thus does the bard chant the old immortal tale of the love of Sir Tristan, the valiant, the mighty, and of the Lady Isolde, Ireland's fairest daughter.
Holmes' wave of conquest rolled in all directions over the ancient world, but stopped without crossing the Irish Channel. Thus, instead of the quick marching feet of the legions, Erin's green sod felt only the sandaled tread of gentle missionaries, preaching the gospel of Christ. Of these, the greatest was St. Patrick, who, when he stooped and plucked the threefold shamrock leaf to explain the mystery of the Trinity, bestowed on Ireland her faith and also her ancient emblem. And when the barbarians surged from the dark forests of northern and eastern Europe to obliterate the Roman Empire and her far-flung civilization, it was only in Ireland that the world's priceless heritage of learning was preserved from destruction. Within 50 years of St. Patrick's passing, in 461, the Irish monks were busy converting the pagans of England and the continent. St. Columban and his successors founded hundreds of churches and monasteries in France and Italy. The wasteland around them was cleared and put under culture. Within their walls, scholars gathered. The work of dissipating the darkness of barbarism went forward. This was the great age of Ireland, the period when she performed a service of incalculable value to the world's civilization. But Ireland was not long destined for happiness.
The Northmen invade Ireland.
To meet them, Irish heroes sprang from the very sod. Such a one was Brian Boru.
950 A.D.
Mahone, my brother, you have made a truce with the Danes.
I have, Brian.
But do not the Danes still hold many strong places in Ireland?
They do, Brian.
Then what means this truce? As long as the Danes are not driven back into the sea whence they came, how can you lay down your sword?
My men are weary to death, weak, sick, hungry. Many of them have been slain.
Mahone, I am ashamed for you. If you do not fight on with me, I shall fight alone.
With what, Brian?
With my own men.
Your men. Where are they? Where are the hundreds of your men of Dalcaeus? All dead.
It is natural for the men of Dalcaeus to die in battle, but it is not natural for them to submit to oppression, because their forefathers submitted to it from no one on earth.
Then we will leave the decision to our followers.
It is well. I shall face them now. Men of Ireland! Men of Ireland! Give us your answer. Shall we abandon the struggle? Shall we submit to the foreigners? Or shall we fight on?
Brian Boru defeats the Danes in 40 battles. King Brian's final victory at Clontarry decides the long war. The Danish power in Ireland is broken forever. The 12th century brings the Norman French rulers of England across the Irish Sea into Erin. With the reign of Henry II begins the fruitless effort of England to conquer an unconquerable people. The martyrdom of Ireland endured for centuries. England's acceptance of the Reformation in the 16th century brought the final envenoming touch to the conflict, that of religious fanaticism. Oliver Cromwell, the Puritan regicide, led his armies into Ireland and massacred thousands of women, children, and priests. By the end of the 17th century, Ireland was nearly depopulated. The seeds of famine had everywhere been planted. The imminent disappearance of the Irish race seemed inevitable.
But the Irish refused to disappear. Miraculously, the heart of Ireland still beats. The Irish still love and live. Irish eyes twinkle, Irish lips are smiling, and Irish feet dance on.
Now let's climb aboard a jaunting cart for a glimpse of the Irish countryside. As we jog along the narrow lane, the ruined white limestone keep of 13th century Blarney Castle looms up before us, rising 120 feet above the surrounding trees to mirror itself in the dark waters of a lovely little river. We follow the old caretaker up endless circular stone stairs, the Witch's Staircase.
What a strange name. The Witch's Staircase.
Sure, and it's on account of the witch, miss.
Yes, but what witch?
Why, Cormac McCarthy's witch, to be sure. It was Cormac who built the castle in the old days to defend the countryside against the English. And it did it, too, until Cromwell bashed it in with his artillery. You see, Cormac McCarthy was a corkman and begorra a real fighter. But he was not much of a one for talking with the ladies, which is very odd in an Irishman. Though he loved a fine, dark-haired Colleen, he just couldn't tell her about it.
And one night when he was riding back to the castle, sad and sorrowful, he heard a woman's voice from the river calling for help. Cormac jumped in and thrashed about in the dark until he found the poor creature. And when he dragged her up onto the bank, he saw that she was a witch. And she looked at him and she says, "Cormac, my gossoon, I know what's troubling you." And she told him to climb up these stairs to find a satin stone and to kiss it. And all his troubles would be over. So he did. And all of a sudden, Cormac became so welcome that his lady love was fairly swept off her feet. And so would half the girls in County Cork have been, if Cormac had felt like it. Yes. Well, here's the place.
Oh, but the stone. Where's the Blarney stone?
Well, sir, it's in the outside of the wall. You see that hole? You lie down on your back there and shove yourself out. And then you find 2 iron bars set in the wall, and you grab hold of them and you pull yourself up. And there's the stone. And then you kiss it.
No, I don't. I'd break my neck.
Sure, and I've never seen anybody break his neck yet.
Well, they must be good.
Sure, and they are. Good liars.
Well, what do you mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Hardly anybody ever kisses it. That's where the Blarney comes in. But never mind. You've been close enough to it to catch the charm, you'll see. And before you're halfway home, you'll be swearing by all the saints that you've kissed the stone at least 3 times. Faith, and they all do.
And now we visit another part of Ireland, as green as the emerald, as historic as the shamrock. Here once stood the venerable halls of Tara, those splendid palaces of the Ardry, the high kings of Ireland, Cormac MacArt, Roderick O'Connor, and 142 others, who for thousands of years ruled the sons of Erin. A century and a quarter ago, 2 young lovers reclined amid the grassy ruins which stretch along the hilltop.
It's beautiful and sad here, Tom.
Beautiful and sad like your soul of Ireland, Bessie.
No wonder Irishmen are always poets. But 'twas the good fortune of little Bessie Dyke to marry the greatest of them all, Thomas Moore, the sweet, melodious bard.
Are you happy with me, Bessie?
Oh, who wouldn't be, Tom? What woman could resist a man who could write the verses you did for me yesterday?
You don't even remember them, I'll wager.
Oh, don't I, though? Well, perhaps, though, if you were to hum a bit of one now, I might remember it the better.
Hum. I'll do more Mavurnin. I'll sing.
Leave me upon those endearing young charms which I gaze on so fondly today, were to change by tomorrow and fleet in my arms like fairy kiss fading away. Thou wouldst still be adored as this moment thou art. Let thy loveliness fade as it will, and around the dear ruin each wish of my heart would entwine itself elegantly still.
Now, though much is left to see, we must take leave of this land which has given the world saints and soldiers, grim historic figures, and the quaint folklore of little people. This land which has suffered so long and so bravely. With the hope that a brighter future is dawning for Erin, we wish her peace, prosperity, and progress. And we say, farewell, Ireland. Then from the sparkling river Shannon, from bustling Dublin, from the modern industrial cities of Ulster, from the long verdant hill of Tara, and from those iridescent jewels, the lakes of Killarney, comes the echoing response.
Come back to Erin, Mavurnin. Come back, Arun, to the land of thy birth. Come with the shamrock in springtime, Mavurnin, and its Killarney shall ring with
invite you to join us again next week at this time as we journey to another of the world's fascinating ports of call.
Challenge of the Yukon.
On King! On you, Husky!
The Wonder Dog King, swiftest and strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes a trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserve law and order in the new Northwest country, where the greed for wealth and power led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, Sergeant Preston and his Wonder Dog King met that challenge, and justice ruled triumphant. Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted stood with Jim Peters watching the passengers disembark from the riverboat Bonanza Belle. Beside him was his big lead dog King. Suddenly, the hair on King's back rose, and a low growl rumbled in his throat as a young couple came down the gangplank, leading the biggest dog anyone on the dock had ever seen. He was almost as big as a Shetland pony. His coat was a shaggy gray, and he carried his huge head regally, as if proud of the royal blood in his veins. Jim Peters finally got his breath.
Holy jumping Jehoshaphat, when you look at that animal, what is it?
That's the biggest dog I've ever seen in my life. Quiet, King. If you're as smart as I think you are, you'll make friends with that fella.
Well, Sergeant, look at the jaws on him. One snap and he could bite a man's head off. What is he, an Airedale crossed with an elephant?
Well, Jim, I believe he's an Irish wolfhound. I've heard of them, but it's the first one I've ever seen.
Well, come on, let's get a closer look at him.
Hold tight to his leash, Mary. That Monty has a big dog, too.
Oh, Tara won't make trouble.
Welcome to Whitehorse. I'm Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted.
How do you do? I'm Tom Carney, and this is my wife.
How do you do?
We just arrived from Ireland. We'll be wanting some information if you don't mind helping us.
Well, that's part of my job. This is Jim Peters.
How do you do, ma'am?
Steady, King.
Oh, let them make friends if they will. Oh, you've a brave dog there, Sergeant. Poor Tara can seldom make friends with any. Most of them take one look at him and run with their tails drooping. And Tara is gentle as a summer breeze and has never killed more than a flea.
Look at him, walking around stiff-legged.
Careful there, King.
Now, see, their tails are beginning to wag.
I knew King had good sense.
Oh, two grand animals they are, each appreciating how fine the other is.
Your dog's an Irish wolfhound, isn't he?
That he is, and one of the few purebred ones left. They're rare now, even in Ireland. Tara's ancestors killed most of the wolves in the land.
Are you planning to stay in Whitehorse?
For a bit.
Well, the town is packed jammed. There ain't an inch of room in the hotel.
Oh, mercy on us. Shall we be sleeping out in the snow, do you think?
I know what you can do. I'm taking a trip for a couple of days. Take my cabin till you find something.
Sure, and that's mighty nice of you.
Oh, shucks, 'tain't nothing.
I have my dog sled back here. I'll get it. We'll take you right over to Pete's.
Sergeant Preston had arrived to say goodbye to Tom and Mary the evening before they left for the north. Mary smiled as she watched King and Tara greet each other.
Oh, sure, and it tickles me to watch these dogs when they meet, trying to be dignified in spite of their pleasure at seeing each other.
I think we'd better put them out, Mary. They're rather large for this place.
Good idea. They take up all the room. Come, Tara. You and King, outside for a while. Out now. Out you go.
Looks as if you're all ready for your trip, Tom.
It's what we wanted to talk to you about, Sergeant. You've been very kind, helping us and asking no questions. Mary and I have decided to tell you our secret. You've probably been wondering why we came to this country.
Well, most people come for one reason, gold.
That's why we came. My grandfather took gold out of this land, but he was old and left his claim to come back to Ireland to die. He divided his wealth, and because I was the youngest and like adventure, he left the claim to me. I have the map here to show where it is.
Oh?
They tell me you know this country like the palm of your hand. Tell me, would this spot be hard to find?
Let's see. I wonder how your grandfather ever found this. It's in a very isolated section.
Do you think we could locate it?
It won't be easy, Tom. I'd feel better about it if you'd had more experience in this country.
Oh, don't worry about us, Sergeant. Tom and I have trailed all over the roughest spots of Ireland.
But this is far north. The cold up there will be terrific a week or so. I'm going north in about 3 weeks. If you'll wait,
I'm afraid we'd slow you down. Mary and I will take it in easy stages. You may even catch up with us.
Well, it's up to you, Tom. Now, here's what I'd suggest you do.
2 weeks of steady traveling carried Tom and Mary far north. Tara ran free after proving too big and too fast for the rest of the dog team. Then suddenly the terrible winter of the Yukon struck. It was heralded by a blizzard.
Mary, we're going to have to stop. I'm afraid we've lost the trail.
Oh, but there's no shelter, Tom. No trees.
There's no way of finding any. I don't know north from south. Ho, you dogs. We'll wait till this blizzard is over. Best thing to do is get into our sleeping bags and pray that by morning the storm is over and we're still alive.
I'll help unload.
Stay close to Mary, Tara, and shelter her from the wind. I won't unharness the dogs, Mary.
Tom, wake up, wake up.
Yes? Yes, my darling. Are you all right?
I'm all right, but Tom, the sled is gone. The dogs have run away.
Gone? They can't be. Oh, Mary.
They went off while we slept.
Oh. At least the wind has stopped. If only it would stop snowing, this blinding whiteness, like a thick veil.
Tara could help you find them. Oh, Tom, you must go at once. All our supplies are on that sled.
But I can't leave you alone. I may not be able to find you.
Oh, Tara will bring you back to me. I'll be all right.
Oh, very well. I'll leave the rifle with you, the cartridges I have in my pocket. They're all I have. The rest are in the sled.
Oh, don't worry about me, my darling. Go now. And the saints be with you.
The hours dragged by, with no sign of Tom. The snow had stopped, and the sun was reflected from the white ground with a blinding glare. Suddenly, a gray shape that Mary thought was Tara appeared for a moment at the top of a slope.
Tara! Tara! Well, now that's queer. I was sure... Tara! Oh, this horrible glare I can't see. Glory be to heaven. That's the cry of a wolf. There he is. Oh, Mother of Heaven, let my aim be straight.
Mary!
Oh, thanks be to God, it's Tom. Tom, hurry! But Tom, where are the dogs? Tara pulling the sled. And you. Oh, Tom, what's wrong?
Mary, I can't see. I couldn't find my goggles when the sun came out. I couldn't find them. That blinding glare, it's done something to my eyes.
It's snow-blind you are. Oh, Tom, my darling.
The dogs had upset the sled and chewed themselves loose. They were gone, and our supplies were scattered, buried in snow. I searched for them for hours in that blinding light. That's what happened to my eyes. I brought some wood and found our axe. Tara led me back to you, and I heard the shot.
Sit down in the sled, my dear. I'll put a scarf over your eyes.
Let Tara loose from the harness first.
All right. Let me undo that strap, fella.
Mary, why did you shoot?
Why, Oh, sure, and I just imagined I saw something on the slope. Oh, here, now, let me bind this around your eyes.
What's that? Sounded like a wolf calling to its mate.
Oh, Tara, come back! Tommy's gone after it. Tara, no!
Mary, we must let him go. That wolf will draw a pack if he stays alive. Tara's our only hope.
Oh, heaven help the brave heart of him.
Can you see him, Mary? Tell me.
Tara's gone over the top of the slope. There's the wolf. It's running across the plain. And now Tara's... Oh, Tom, they're fighting.
It won't last long, Mary. All the blood of Tara's ancestors is boiling in his veins. This is what he was born and bred for. Tara's come into his home.
Oh, it didn't last long, Tom. Tara's coming back.
A feeling of wild exultation burned in the breast of Tara the wolfhound. Through all the years of gentle living, there had been a feeling deep inside him, a power that cried for expression. Now he knew what it was he had craved, the chase and the kill. Dawn found him pacing back and forth, a deep whine in his throat.
What is it, boy? Go on, fella. Go and hunt and eat your fill. We're safe as long as it's light. He knows what I mean, Mary, doesn't he?
Oh, faith, yes. He's running like the wind itself.
He'll cover 30 or 40 miles this day.
Tom, your eyes, are they no better?
They burn less, but I still can't see.
Sergeant Preston had headed north earlier than he had planned, prompted by a feeling of anxiety about his new friends. He was about to stop his team and make camp in the fading daylight when King barked sharply and stopped.
Oh, hi, you huskies! What's the matter, boy? What is it, boy? A track. Well, that's Tara's track, but he's alone. Something's happened. All right, boy, after it.
On King! On you huskies!
There it is again, Tom. And it's more wolves than one. They're answering each other. Oh, where could Tara be? It's been dark for hours.
Keep the fire bright, Mary. That'll keep the beasts away. If only I could see.
Tom, I've used the last of the wood.
Mary.
Yes, darling?
Have you the rifle handy?
It's here, across my knees.
And how many cartridges are left?
4, Tom.
We must save 2, just in case.
Lord save us. Tom! Tom, I see it! And there's another. Wolves, Tom. Their eyes like fiery coals. And more are coming. You hear them?
I'd rush them with his axe if I could see.
The moonlight's reflected on the plain. And their shapes are like black shadows crossing it. And now there's another, a big one.
It's Tara. Tara! Tara, boy!
He's fighting 3 of them. But more are coming. Oh, Tommy can't last against them all.
Mary, listen, that's a dog's bark. Can you see?
That last one. It is a dog. He's fighting at Tara's side. He's helping him. Tom, it's King.
It's King. If it's King, Sergeant Preston must be here.
Oh, God be thanked he's come.
The bright light of the fire played over the group around it as Sergeant Preston bent over Tara. The huge dog lay with his head on Mary's lap, his heaving sides covered with blood, his own and his enemy's. 6 wolf carcasses made dark splotches in the snow that reflected the northern lights. Mary wept as she caressed the great dog.
Oh, Tara, my darling. What a brave stand you made.
How bad is he hurt, Mary?
Oh, his poor flanks are torn, and he's weary to death. Oh, Sergeant, will he die?
Tara's going to be all right, Mary. We'll give him time to get better, and I'll take you to your claim.
We owe our lives to these dogs and you, Sergeant. I don't know how to thank you.
I don't want any thanks, and neither do they.
Oh, look! Tara's tail! He's trying to show us he's all right.
Yes, King. Your friend is going to live.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. They are sent to you each week at the same time and reach you from our transcription studios. Hal Neal speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
The Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Mounting. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Abbott me by. Top of the morning to your face and be gory, Methuselah, Glockamora, and the house of Murphy to you.
Wait a minute, what is all this?
You know, this is St. Patrick's Day, and I'm celebrating.
Well, wait a minute. What are you wearing, Mrs. Green?
Well, that's old solid gold watch you gave me for Christmas.
Now that you mention that watch, Costello, I bought that in Ireland.
I know it, Abbott. Listen to the watch. What do you know? Half-past Barry Fitzgerald.
Cut this out, Costello. Where have you been all afternoon?
Well, Abbott, I went to a picture show over on Hollywood Boulevard. I saw a wonderful picture called When the Howling Coyotes Meet the Riders of the Purple Sage on a Lone Prairie Under a Texas Moon.
What's the picture about?
Two jockeys of Santa Anita. I met a beautiful blonde in the theater, and I said to her, Miss, you are the epitome of womanhood, and the graceful, flowing lines of your gorgeous figure are the flawless perfection of femininity. Femininity!
I heard it.
I like the word. Femininity!
All right. Costello, where did you learn so much about women?
I read that small print on a corset ad.
I say, did you take this girl home?
Yes, when I was kissing her in the hall, I accidentally stuck my thumb in an electric light socket in the wall.
And what happened?
That girl is now a stoplight on the corner of Sunset and La Brea.
How a girl could ever go out with you? With you, stupid, illiterate, clumsy.
Just a minute, Abbott. I'm not stupid.
You're not stupid. Oh, no? You can't even recite the alphabet.
Yeah, well, listen to this. A, B, C, 1, D, E, F, 2, C, H, I, 3, J, K, L, 4.
Wait a minute. Why are you saying the alphabet that way?
Of course, I learned it off a telephone dial.
Costello, were you born an imbecile?
No. What I am today, I owe to my mother.
Get him out of here.
Before the boys get any further involved in nonsense, here's a thought that makes good sense.
This is your curtain call for Theater USA, the star-studded entertainment produced for your enjoyment by the American National Theater and Academy, here on most ABC stations tonight. Theater USA is exactly that. All the glamour and all the stars that brighten the American theater. All the nostalgia, all the excitement that are little old Broadway. True, you don't see the lights that flicker from the Times Building to 53rd Street in the heart of Manhattan, but everything else is there. The great stars, the wonderful laughter, the thrilling music. You'll hear them all from week to week on Theater USA. For example, tonight the lineup of stars will include Albert Spaulding, celebrated concert violinist, and Raymond Massey and Diana Barrymore. Don't miss Theater USA with Diana Barrymore, Raymond Massey, and Albert Spaulding tonight on most of these same ABC stations. Now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
What's on your mind? What's on my mind?
Yes.
My mother wants to thank you for that St. Patrick's Day present you sent her. She says it's the cutest little washing machine she ever had.
Washing machine? You dummy, that's a Mixmaster.
You know, I thought it was funny. Every time she put in a tablecloth, she got back 12 napkins.
What did you give your mother for St. Patrick's Day, Lou?
Well, I gave her that garbage disposal that I won on Stop the Music.
You want a garbage disposal on Stop the Music?
Yeah, they're wonderful people on that show, Abbott. They not only gave me the garbage disposal, they also gave me a 5-year supply of garbage.
Costello, you got to stop hanging around with these quiz shows. You're just wasting your time.
No, I am not.
Yes,
No?
you are.
I was on a new quiz show last week, and it's a California frost warning show.
The Frost Warning Show has a quiz show? What's the name of it?
Stop the weather. You should have seen the price they had. 50 tons of star-kissed tuna. A smudge pot for every female member of your family. 1,000 sets of General Squeegee tires. A pool table for every room in your house. A carload of strong hot dog food. A package of lifesavers. All the iodine your family can drink for 1 year. Your entire house is decorated with flypaper. 500 pounds of coffee from Brazil and a beautiful senorita to have breakfast with you for the rest of your life and serve you the Brazilian coffee.
Who won all this?
I did, but I had to turn it down.
Why?
You know I don't drink coffee.
Why? Does coffee keep you awake, Lou?
No, but it helps.
Why do you sit around talking like an idiot?
Because idiots go around talking like me.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Remember, I'm working with you. You want these people to go out of here thinking that I'm a jerk?
Why not? That's the way they came in.
That's a fine way to talk to me. That's gratitude. After all the things I did for you.
What thing?
Remember the time you got locked in the cellar and couldn't get out?
Yes.
Who fed and took care of your dog for 3 weeks?
You did.
Who pushed food through a little window all the time you were locked in there?
You did.
And last March, when you disappeared, nobody heard from you. Nobody knew where you were, and nobody had the slightest idea where to locate you. Who finally found you?
The man from the income tax.
I don't blame them for looking for you. I hope you sent in your tax return this year.
I certainly did have it. Every American could send in his income tax to Washington. They should do that. It's the patriotic thing to do.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that.
And besides, they watch you too close.
I hope you filled out your estimated return for next year.
What's that?
Well, that's the part of the income tax blank where it says estimated income for 1949. They want you to guess how much you're going to make next year.
Oh, sure. I filled that out and I sent it in, but I didn't sign my name to it.
Well, you idiot. If you didn't sign it, how will they know who it's from?
Abbott, if they want me to guess how much I'm going to make next year, then let them guess who sent it in. And if they don't stop raising the income taxes, it's going to break up the whole country.
What do you mean?
Well, at the last session of Congress, they took a vote, and I'm proud to say that California was voted the state most likely to secede.
Oh, forget about the income tax. You know, today is St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day was caused by income tax.
What do you mean?
Everyone pays their income tax on the 15th of March, don't they?
Right.
Then 2 days later, on the 17th of March, people march in parades all over the country.
Well, what have people marching on St. Patrick's Day got to do with the income tax?
Don't you get it? They have to march. They ain't got enough money left to ride. Uncle Louie. Hey, Uncle Louie. It's Abbott's nephew, folks. Sincerely it is. What are you so excited about, Norman?
Well, I just rushed over here, Uncle Louie, to tell you that they finally caught those 2 guys.
What 2 guys?
The 2 guys that voted to raise President Truman's salary.
I got a set of traps for that. There's a smart kid, Abbott. He learned to skate before he could walk.
Oh, that's silly. How could Norman learn to skate before he could walk?
He had to. When he was born, he was so ugly that his folks kept him locked in the icebox.
You want to be careful what you say about Norman. Remember, he's a pretty tough kid. And he comes from a tough neighborhood.
He comes from a tough neighborhood?
Yeah.
Abbott, the neighborhood I come from in Patterson, New Jersey was so tough that when I was going to school, if we saw a kid on my block with teeth, we were sure one thing.
What was that?
He was either a stranger in the neighborhood or he was wearing upper and lower plates.
You aren't so tough, Costello. Why, for 2 cents, I'd punch you in the nose.
You're the most honest man I know.
Well, thank you, Costello.
Makes my blood boil here. People talk that way about you. I'll fight anybody that even insinuates that you're dishonest.
Gosh, Lou, I'm sorry I punched you in the nose. You're a real pal. Let's have a drink on our French penalty.
Okay.
Well, what would you have?
How about opening that bottle of champagne that you stole off my brother?
Costello, I haven't got the champagne.
Oh, drank it all up, eh?
I didn't take the champagne. All your brother Pat has got is circumstantial evidence, Lou.
No use, Abbott. It's written all over your face.
What's written all over my face?
I don't know. I can't read.
I'm discussing with you. I'm going to leave you and I'll leave California. I can't stand this weather anyway.
Well, Abbott, there's nothing wrong with the weather in California. The California weather is very healthy. It's the people that get sick. Mr. Costello, I have a message here for you from your Aunt May. What is it, my good man? Your Aunt May said to tell you that your Uncle Mike swallowed a $50 and it's stuck in his throat, and he's choking to death. And she wants you to come over Sunday and help get it out. Well, if he's choking to death, Anna, why is she going to wait till Sunday to take it out? Well, she figures she won't need the money till then. If Gabriel Heater is listening in, there's all jokes tonight. That was another one Abbott told us, folks. Hey, Abbott, why don't you go right through with the deal and get your wife on the show?
You mean you'd like to have my wife on the show?
I'd welcome her with relish.
Why with relish?
Because she's got a shape like a hot dog.
She has not. My wife has a gorgeous face. Not another one like it. When they made her, they threw the mold away.
Yes, some guy found it, and he's been making ash cans ever since.
Costello, I'll have you know that my wife has been offered a job at Earl Carroll.
What's the matter with the scrub woman they got now?
Scrub woman. They want her to appear in the finale of the show wearing a bathing suit. And when my wife wears a bathing suit, she attracts plenty of attention.
I'll say she does. She was floating on her back in the water at Santa Monica last Sunday, and 3 Catalina flying boats landed on her chest.
Well, hello, boys.
Well, hello, Viola Vine.
Viola Vine, Lou.
Gee, Viola, I'm glad you came over tonight. How's about you and I stepping out after the show? You can come with me to the dog show.
You're going to the dog show?
Yes, and I expect to win a blue ribbon with my setter.
Costello, from where I'm standing, you can't miss.
Did it again?
All right, Costello, calm down. She's only fooling.
Oh, Lou, don't be so touchy.
I can't help it.
Come on, you know I'm really crazy about you.
Oh,
Yes, I am. And to prove it, I'm going to take you to the opera next week. Now, Monday night, they're playing Hansel and Gretel. Tuesday night, they're having Samson and Delilah. Wednesday night, they're having Tristan and Isolde. What night would you like to go?
The night they're having spaghetti and meatballs.
Spaghetti and meatballs. That's the trouble with you. You know nothing about opera, nothing about culture.
Mr. Abbott is right. You need more culture. You should become literary.
But Viola, I was trying.
Look, read good books. Books are your best friend.
Don't lose your place, do you?
Whenever you're lonely, pick up a book. When you feel like stepping out at night, don't do it. Pick up a book. When you feel like going out with a girl, pick up a book. Well, so long. I've got to go now. I've got a date with Gregory Peck.
Viola Vaughn, after all those things you got through telling me about how wonderful books are, you're going out with a man?
Sure, I'm lucky. I never learned to read. So long, Cousin.
That's only half the fun, folks. Just as many laughs yet to come. But first, listen to this.
No one now listening, I'm sure, would ever consciously take part in the most contemptible of crimes, kidnapping. And yet, as was forcibly demonstrated on ABC's This Is Your FBI, failure of an individual to report suspicious actions to the police can aid criminals. This warning, a useful protection hint, was offered on one of the broadcasts of This Is Your FBI. And then, to illustrate vividly the need for alertness in reporting suspicious actions, the program dramatized the authentic story of a kidnapper who decided to abduct the daughter of a bookmaker. He figured a man in an illegal profession would be reluctant in seeking the aid of police. Because of the negligence of a girl who caught a glimpse of the kidnappers, the work of FBI agents was greatly hampered. The drama then revealed how the authorities finally succeeded in tapping the criminals.
for an exciting and educational 30 minutes. Don't miss This Is Your FBI, heard over most ABC stations tomorrow night. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello show.
And now the spotlight turns to Howard Winter's our singing star. Here he is with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
Now Clancy was a peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, the Clancy! Oh, the Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was a fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guff. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, "Tony, look out!" Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, the Clancy! Oh, the Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Mulrooney walked into the bar and ordered up a round. He left his drink to telephone, and Clancy drank it down. Mulrooney said, "Who drunk me drink? I'll lay him in his tomb." Before you could pat the top of your hat, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, the Clancy! Oh, the Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. O'Houlihan delivered ice to Mrs. Clancy's flat. He'd always linger for a while to talk of this and that. One day he kissed her just as Clancy walked into the room. Before you could say the time of the day, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, the Clancy! Oh, the Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Clancy lowered the boom.
Quiet! You know how he's got a nice voice, that kid?
I know all about it.
He's going places.
I know it.
Thank you. Let's just left the building now.
All right, Costello, come on out here. Look. Who were you talking to on the phone?
My Uncle Mike. Boy, is he in trouble. My Aunt May just threw him out of the house. He done a terrible thing.
What did he do?
Well, you know them two towels that got marked his and hers?
Yes.
Well, he used hers.
Costello, I'm ashamed of you. How can you come out here in front of intelligent people and make such a statement? You want everybody to think you're a moron?
Well, if I didn't, I wouldn't have a tattoo on my arm, would I?
Well, never mind that. Our secretary, Viola Vaughn, has been complaining about you, too.
Well, I don't believe it, Abbott. Viola and I are good neighbors. She lives right next door to me, and we're very friendly.
Costello, Viola would make a nice wife for you. Our folks are very rich, and you should do all you can to win her.
Not me, Abbott. Her family's too snooty. Yesterday, her mother was driving along in a 1949 Hudson, and...
A 1949 Hudson? Why, just last week she bought a 1948 Hudson.
I know, but she had to get rid of it. The ashtrays were full. Anyway, I don't need to marry no rich girl. I'm making plenty of money in my detective business.
Hello. What is the Sam Shovel detective mystery about?
Well, it's a very intriguing case, Abbott. I call it the case of the cannibal who cooked the long-haired musician, or it was his first square meal.
Well, it sounds terrible, but let's do it.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, private detective. You need help tonight. I just left the locker room at the gym of the YMCA. I'm walking to my little office. I think I'm being followed. I hear footsteps behind me. I quicken my pace. Whoever is following me has quickened his pace. I decide to dart into the alley. A sinister-looking man ducked in the alley with me. I decide to run.
Stop, Sam Shovel, stop.
Listen, you, what's the idea of following me?
Who's following you? When you left the locker room, you buttoned my suspenders to the back of your pants. thing is liable to happen to you in this business. I arrive at my office. The floor is all covered with fallen leaves. There are twigs all over the floor. This is my branch office. I remember when I started this business in 1928. I didn't have a penny to my name. My clothes were shabby. My shoes were full of holes. That was in 1928. Then a horrible thing happened. In 1929, the Depression hit me, and I lost everything. That's long enough. I'll pick up the phone.
Hello? Who there?
Boo-hoo.
Huh?
Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
Oh, don't cry. Things ain't so bad.
It's times like this that I wish my pal Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad was here. There's a real cop. When he goes after a crook, he leaves no stone unturned. Anybody but he's turned over every stone in Los Angeles. Abbott is quite a talker. Every time he opens his mouth, he puts his foot in it. One day while he was taking a bath, and if somebody else starts to walk in, Abbott sat right down and wrote a big song hit. You've all heard it. All I want for Christmas is my 2 front toes. Lieutenant Abbott is used to getting hit on the head. He's got
around me, dear.
in his head that he has to comb his hair with.
Tighter.
Yes.
Tighter.
Yes.
Don't ever let anyone come between us.
A shadow couldn't get through.
Hello, Sam Devil.
It's my pal, Lieutenant Abbott.
Sam, you look mighty tired.
Oh, Gene, come in.
I have all
Waiting for you, sir.
You mean you have all...
In the morning.
Okay, chump. I have my shoulders. Besides, I ain't been feeling so good. I got...
Snuggle close and kiss me.
I'd love to kiss you, honey, but, gee, just when I get set, something happens, I have to unfuck her. Well, I'm ready now. Come on.
I've been looking for you. Where were you all day?
It's a bridal path. Come here. Oh, it's you.
You hit a better class of it?
The package wasn't for you.
You were there on a case, I presume?
Yes, a real clever crook.
The bags. We're checking out of here.
Now, calm down, dear. You're just upset because it's your wedding day.
Where's the accordion?
Here, and I'll turn on the radio.
Radio. People putting in and out.
Sit that, Sam. You're in plenty of trouble.
No, we're not.
Responsible for sending Machine Gun Magoon to prison and his mom. Seems that Dorothy is sworn to get
The most beautiful gun mall in the record. Lieutenant, you say that Dorothy was sworn to get me?
Yes.
Well, I got news for you. She can have me.
So there you are. Don't move, coppers. These guns are loaded.
Yeah, it's her. It's Dorothy.
Lieutenant Abbott, I'm going to kill you.
Please don't kill me, Dorothy. I'm too young to die. I beg you. I beg of you on bonded knees.
Not bonded knees. You're wrong. That's bended knees.
He's right. With all the stuff he guzzles, his knees are bonded.
Please, Dorothy, don't shoot me. Please, please.
Lieutenant Abbott, I'm ashamed of you. Groveling on your knees like a sniveling coward. Be like me. I'll tell her a thing or...
Sam Shovel, I'm going to kill you, too. Now, what were you going to say?
Abbott, you're taking up the whole floor. Move over, give me more room to kneel down.
Dorothy, please, Ferris. We'll do anything to make amends. Anything you say.
Yes, Dorothy, you shouldn't be mad at me. I think you're beautiful. Come on, let's you and me kiss and make up.
What do you mean kiss and make up? We just met.
Well, let's kiss and make up for all the time we lost.
Well, I don't know. My boyfriend, Machine Gun Magoon's in prison. And I am kind of lonesome.
Viola, why not let Sam cheer you up? He's quite a lover, you know.
How good would you say you are, Sam? You know, in my mob, we rate the guys according to the number of girls that are crazy about him. If a guy's got 6 girls crazy about him, he's called a cannon. 5 girls, he's a shotgun. 2 girls, he's a revolver. Well, Sam, how do you stack up?
Shake hands with a water pistol.
Oh, Sam, you're cute. Maybe you could be the guy to take Magoon's place. I'm going to give you a chance. Come here.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to kiss you a couple of times. How's that?
That's what I call a high dramatic kiss.
A high dramatic kiss?
Yes, he went from first to second without shifting.
Sam, Sam, I think you got her.
Huh?
I think you got her, Sam.
Yes,
Way
sir.
up to her, and she may not kill us.
Dorothy, if I can make you forget Magoon, will you spare our lives?
Sam, I'll accept your proposition. If you can give me a kiss that'll make me forget Magoon, I won't shoot you.
And you won't shoot me either.
It's a deal.
Sam,
I'm
that's me.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
All right. Sam, I'm depending on you. With everything you got into this kiss, it means our lives.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. They don't call me Love Lip Sam for nothing. Come here, Dorothy. Well, Dorothy, what do you think?
Ladies and
Wait a
gentlemen.
minute, just a minute. 2 shots, please. He ain't just going to kill me off alone. He goes with me. Now, Viola. It says here 2 loud shots.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to hear a detective show next week, tune into the Fat Man, Hillary Queen, or This Is Your FBI.
Oh, you get out of here, will you?
Now, before Abbott and Costello have their final fling, we bring you one more thought on this subject.
The saying goes that most fat men are good-natured. There are people, though, who say they have to be because they can't fight and they can't run. But Brad Runyon is one fat man who's done a lot of running, more than his share of fighting. He's the private detective on The Fat Man, heard Friday nights over most ABC stations. When master detective writer Dashiell Hammett conceived the character of Brad Runyon, he saw in his mind's eye a tough criminologist who tipped the scales at 241 pounds, who appeared slothful, but could move at a speed almost equaling his lightning thinking. Vast numbers of listeners make the Fat Man program a Friday night listening habit. So, for exciting entertainment, join the millions hearing Dashiell Hammett's Fat Man when it's on the air tomorrow night over most of these ABC stations. Now back for a final word from ABC's Abbott and Costello show.
Well, Costello, that was quite an interesting case you did tonight. Would you like to tell the folks what your famous Sherlock case for next week is about?
You really got you, didn't he?
Would you like to tell the folks what your famous Sherlock case for next week is about?
Yeah, yes, I would.
That's right.
Folks, next week I will do a murder story. I call it the case of the young bride who set fire to her 60-year-old husband's Fiat, or there's no fuel like an old fuel.
That's it, folks, and our writers are working on it now. Our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
How sound men, I don't know. Our producer is Charles Bender. Be sure to be with us next Thursday. Good night, folks. Good night, everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Now, 8 o'clock at KECA, AM and FM, Los Angeles.
In just a moment, biographies in sound, but first... Boy, that kind of music went out with a handlebar mustache, didn't it? But the kind of wonderful melodies you'll hear on NBC's Bandstand are guaranteed to remain popular throughout the years. This is Bert Parks, your Bandstand MC. I'd like to invite you to spend 2 full hours each weekday morning with America's top name bands. Groups like Guy Lombardo, the Dorsey Brothers, and Ralph Flanagan. They'll entertain you in person. So listen Monday through Friday to NBC Bandstand.
And now, stay tuned for Biographies in Sound on NBC. Transcribed.
Notre Dame! Notre Dame! Notre Dame!
Inside him, outside him. And when we get him on the run once, we're going to keep him on the run. And we're not going to pass unless our secondary comes up too close. But don't forget, man, we're going to get him on the run. We're going to go, 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 go. And we aren't going to stop until we go to that goal line. And don't forget, man, today is the day we're going to win. They can't lick us, and that's out of the goal. The first whistle man win there. Fight, 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 fight.
They knew Rockne.
I remember Rock best in the aftermath. He was interested in us, not only as football players, but also as men.
Rock never forgot his athletes after they departed from the school. And that, to me, is the sign of a great football coach.
He also had one other great ability. He could really fire a team up to where it would sure go to town.
He was probably the softest touch. He was the softest touch that I ever knew.
I always had time for a person.
Rock was gone, and with him had gone a part of every life his had touched.
In 1893, an emigrant family left the little mountain town of Voss in Norway and moved to Chicago. There was the father and mother, 3 daughters, and a 5-year-old boy named Knute Rockne, who later was more often called Knute Rockne. That boy became one of the most famous figures of his time, and he left a legend and a tradition that lives on even 25 years after his death in 1931. This is a biography in sound. They knew Rockne, an impression of an unforgettable personality created by the voices of those who knew him. During the 1920s, that period often called the golden age of sports, the name Rockne of Notre Dame was as well known as that of any figure in public life, and yet he was merely a football coach at a comparatively small school, the University of Notre Dame at South Bend, Indiana. But the play of his teams and his own personality captured the imagination of an entire country. He produced more championship teams and All-American players than any man of his generation. Yet that isn't why he's still so well remembered after a quarter of a century. He's remembered because of the sort of person he was. The echoes of the bands playing, the cheers of the crowds have died away, but the memory of this short, stocky, bald-headed Scandinavian remains bright and clear.
Well, as a neighbor knew Rockne, or Rock, as we always called him, and as his friends and neighbors called him, was a true neighbor in every sense of the word. I truly remember Rock as a tremendous person, great personality, a very tremendous sense of humor, always ready with a quick quip, and never the loss for the right thing at the right time. I remember when we were bowling at the Elks, he was on my team. I'd go down and miss the head pin. He'd yell out, "Ball one," and eternally that type of person. Of course, many people wonder Rock's attitude, reaction after a football game. I've been asked countless times whether he was high in victory and low and depressed in defeat. That is not true. He loved to win, as we all do, but took his defeats in stride.
This is Tom Hickey of South Bend, who was a friend and neighbor of Knute Rockne and his family for years. Rockne is remembered partly through the stories that are told and retold when his friends gather.
I remember I was out there one afternoon, and Rock had an Irish guard that pulled more bloopers and he normally would excuse, so he finally teed off on this guard. This guard would pull out when he should stay in and stay in when he should pull out, and finally Rock climbed all over him, and he said, "You are positively the dumbest Irishman I've ever seen in my life. Can you tell me anything or anybody that's dumber than a dumb Irishman?" This kid looked back and grinned. He said, "Sure, Rock, a smart Swede."
Rockne grew up in a middle-class suburb of Chicago. He took part in all sports, but it was only after a hard struggle that he made his high school team. He didn't finish high school, but an older sister still insisted that he go to college. That seemed like an almost impossible dream, and he worked 4 years in the post office until he saved up enough money. He had planned to go to the University of Illinois, but a friend talked him into going with him to Notre Dame. It was a Catholic school, of course, and although he wasn't then a member of the church, he learned to love the school and its campus.
I expect I knew Rock as well as anybody in the United States except possibly his lovely wife. He was captain of my 1913 team. Then he was my assistant in football from 13 to 18 and head coach of track.
This is Jess Harper, who now lives on a ranch near Sitka, Kansas. Looking back over more than 40 years, he recalls when he was athletic director at Notre Dame and Knute Rockne's football coach.
The point I want to bring out that so often we think of men that are great like Rock was, that he always was great. Rock was not. He made himself. He came to Notre Dame as a freshman and only weighed 135 pounds. He was a plunging fullback on his high school team in Chicago. He, by hard work, developed himself into one of the greatest ends that I ever saw play, even though he only weighed 156 pounds. He still could play end on any of the ball clubs that are playing today.
Yes, Rockne was a football coach, but something more than that. Part of that something more was rare determination.
In track, when he came to Notre Dame as a pole vaulter, he could vault 10 feet. In his senior year, he went over 12 feet and for a short time held the world's indoor record.
When Rockne took over as head football coach in 1918, he succeeded a man whose teams had attracted national attention. But it was Rockne and his fighting Irish teams that made Notre Dame famous on the gridiron.
We had a very good football field, a very good turf, but we only had a seating capacity of about 3,000 people. And about half of that was made up of temporary bleachers, compared to today with our fine stadium that seats 57,000 people.
It was in 1913, as a player under Jess Harper, that Rockne helped to make football history. He was an end, and along with Gus Doré, the quarterback, he helped develop the forward pass in a way that revolutionized football.
There's been lots of stories about that summer practice on forward passing. The truth of it was that Rock had always caught the ball in his stomach, and I told him he had to learn to catch it in his hands. So he and Gus Doré, our great quarterback, went down to Cedar Point, took a football with them, and practiced the art of catching the ball in their hands, which proved out so successfully in the Army game. In that game, the half ended 14-13. Between halves, I said to Doré, "You've got to go throwing that ball because they're playing an old-style defense. Backs up close." And he said, "I've tried to, and they didn't go." Well, I said, "Just keep throwing." He went back there and completed 13 straight forward passes.
Notre Dame won that game over a powerful Army team, 35-13. Later, as a coach, Rockne made many other changes that helped to make football a faster, more exciting game. Along with his other abilities, he was a student of the game. Yes, Rockne had something extra, something special, something that perhaps no other coach has had to the same degree.
He was a wonderful teacher. He went into every detail, and he had the ability to teach the boys on the field to do what he wanted them to do in exactly the way he wanted it done. He also had one other great ability, to instill a boy to play way over his head. He could really fire a team up to where it would sure go to town.
Yes, Rockne could really charge a team up so it would be sure to go to town. His pep talks in the dressing room before games and at halftime were legendary, along with the psychological tricks he pulled. He himself was sentimental, and he didn't mind using any emotional appeal he could think of. His players admired and liked to mimic him. One of these was Jack Cannon, an All-American guard on several of the greatest Notre Dame teams in the late 1920s. An all-time All-American, he's now a businessman in Columbus, Ohio.
The most unusual game that we played for Rock, I'll never will forget it, and that was the Army game in 1929. And I'll give you a scene of what Rock brought out. We left Rockne back at South Bend because he had this phlebitis trouble. And if you recall, back in 29, he was a pretty sick man. So we didn't see Rock all the time we were in New York. And so the telephone rang. For some reason, we have never seen a telephone in a dressing room. But Hunk Anderson answered the phone, and he said, "It's Rock from South Bend." And Rock was talking to each and every one of us on this long-distance telephone call, which we thought. And we said, "Yes, sir, we'll do the best we can, Mr. Rockne." "Okay, yes, sir, yes, sir." And he gave us our plays and things of that nature. Well, by goodness alive, we got out there in the field, and the first quarter, 0-0. Second quarter, 0-0. And we came in with our heads pretty well down. Everything was very quiet in the room. And the door opens up, and they wheel Rock in. It was electrifying to us. And there Rock was in the wheelchair with his leg propped up, and his hat was down over his head. He had a cigar in his hand and a handkerchief in another. Now, imagine I am Rockne. "Well, men, here I am. Yes, I called to you from South Bend. I was worried. They flew me up here against the doctor's wishes. I've tried everything I possibly could to instill this football game in your minds. And yet, you've gone out. And what have you done? Just think. 30 minutes have gone, this ball game. And you want to become national champions. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. I've never asked too much of you. But this I do. I want this ball game. I've tried awfully hard all season long. And now the time has come where I'm in this wheelchair. And when the doctor told me it'd be either life or death for me, I can't carry it on, boys. It's too much of a strain, too much. I've never asked for anything yet, but I'm asking for this one particular game. And boys, if you can just win this ball game and give it to me, I'll be the most pleased coach in America. I've never said this to anybody before, but I'm telling you, men, the doctor mentioned before I came into this dressing room, Rock, this is your last ball game. Your heart can't stand it. And boys, I'm asking of you. I'm turning in my resignation. And with that resignation, I hope that I might have this victory from you. Boys, the best of wishes to you now. I know that you'll go out and do the best. And with that, we went out that door so fast, there was an officer standing in front, and I think he went 15 feet. And we played that ball game nick and tuck to the last, I think it was a minute and 2 seconds. And Cagle was throwing a pass to Morrell, and the ball came down to around about the 15-yard line, and Jack Elder came and played out of position. He intercepted the ball, and he ran the complete end of the field around, and I think it was around 98 yards for a touchdown. We missed the goal, and it was 6-0. And the game was over. We came in, and there was old Rock. And he was standing this time. And lo and behold, he was shaking hands. And he says, well, boys, he said, we certainly enjoyed that game, didn't we? We got it on ice now, and I want to thank you all. Now, next season, I'll tell you what we're going to start off with. We're going to start off with the shifting ends, and we're going to have these weaving backs. Now, you boys that's graduating, I want to congratulate you. Meet me up at the hotel, and we'll have a nice dinner. Get on the train and come on back South Bend. All you boys now, you can turn in your suits to the managers. I don't want you to steal anything because they cost money. All right, boys, thanks again, and I'll be seeing you this spring practice.
He was an actor who played many parts, but underneath he was always Rockne, a loyal leader who wanted you to do your best, a deeply human person in spite of his fame. He coaxed, scolded, drove, and inspired. His teams, with the famous Notre Dame shift that he devised, played like machines, but each player remained an individual. In the fall of 1926, Joe Boland, who's now a sportscaster in South Bend, known as the voice of Notre Dame, was playing his final season. The second game of that season was the Minnesota game at Minneapolis. On the second play of that game, Joe Boland broke through the line to block a kick when an opposing player blocked him. His legs snapped. He crumpled to the ground and was carried off the field in a stretcher. Notre Dame won, but that night Joe Boland was in a hospital in a strange town coming out of the ether.
You don't converse easily when you're fresh out of the anesthetic and can feel a 4-foot-long cast around one leg. You don't feel very good about being hundreds of miles from home in a strange city facing a long period of convalescence without the teammates you know must depart by special train at midnight. But there's Rock sitting in the chair telling you how much he's depended on you, how well you've done for him as football player and friend, how much he thinks of you, and how he'll miss you in the weeks to come. He goes on to cheer you up, to take your mind off the throbbing pain, off the disappointment of a lost senior season, and all further eligibility along with the dream of All-America selection, now shattered, off the self-pity that tries to pry its way into your subconscious. And as you know, as you listen to Rockne, this man isn't just a football coach. He's something special. A different kind of man, even than the remarkable personality you had always known him to be. Somehow, that cast seems like a medal, and the pain a privilege. In a few short weeks, you'll be back on that campus, back with your teammates, back with the man now sitting in the shadows of that hospital room, whose presence through those hours of a heartbreaking Saturday night I'll never forget.
The boys would do anything for him. They idolized him, even in life. Because he was just a fine person.
This is Mrs. H. Watts Eicher, now of Washington, D.C. As Ruth Faulkner, before her marriage, she was Knute Rockne's secretary from 1925 until his death in 1931. And she recalls how she felt when she first met him.
It was a pretty awe-inspiring experience for a young girl. I was pretty terrified because I'd heard so much about him. And what an important person he was.
The driving energy of Knute Rockne was demonstrated by the schedule of his working day.
During a football season, a typical morning would be to start to take dictation. And there would probably be 15 or 20 interruptions with people coming to see him and telephone calls. So there wouldn't be much work there. And noontime, he always had a lecture. The boys got the football team together and had a lecture noontime. And he'd come back in the afternoon hoping to get to his dictation. And there would be the same thing. There'd be students, outside people, officials. Of course, he had the administrative work of the Athletic Association to handle. And, of course, 3 o'clock when school was out, he went out on the field. Mm-hmm. And there was always an accumulation of things to be done. And football season, in the evening, is when we got our dictation done.
And yet, in spite of his busy schedule, there's something else that Mrs. Eicher remembers most about Rockne.
He always had time for a person. As perfect strangers would come in the office, he had time for them. Because he figured if they had taken the time to bother to drive maybe 500 miles or 200 miles to come out there to pay their respects to him. He owed them the courtesy.
This is Kenneth Banghart, and this biography in sound, They Knew Rockne, will continue after a pause for station identification. This is a biography in sound, They Knew Rockne, an impression of Knute Rockne created by the voices of those who knew him. After Rockne was graduated from Notre Dame, he became a chemistry instructor and assistant football coach. He stayed partly because he had met and married Bonnie Skiles, with whom he shared the rest of the years of his life, along with a growing family, and partly because he loved the thrills and excitement of those golden Saturday afternoons in autumn. In the early 1920s, Rockne and Notre Dame went on to the years of their greatest triumphs, led by the most famous backfield of all time, the Four Horsemen.
Jimmy Crowley was at left halfback, Elmer Layden at fullback, and Don Miller at right half. And by the way, we got that name given us by Grantland Rice, and it came in his write-up of our game with Army in New York in October 1924. He started out his lead by saying, outlined against a blue-gray October sky, the Four Horsemen rode again.
This is Harry Stuhldreher, the quarterback of the Four Horsemen, and now an industrial executive in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You know, Rock always worked on the theory that if he couldn't do a good enough coaching job during the week, he didn't deserve to be coaching. Now, he spent a lot of time with quarterbacks. That's why it was a rare privilege for me to have known and worked with him, because we spent a lot of time together. And he would go over the game so thoroughly that the game was in our hands when we were on the field. As you recall, and so will a lot of the old-timers, we used the direct system of calling play. There was no huddle, and we had to stand up and call them as we saw them. But with such a good background and a good rehearsal beforehand of the opponent's weaknesses and developments as the game went on, you couldn't miss. On the most part, we were on our own, and it was a great training.
Every former Notre Dame player has one favorite story about Rockne. This is one that Harry Stuhldreher tells.
In 1923, when we played Princeton, as a matter of fact, it was the first time Notre Dame had ever played Princeton. And it was the week after our Army game in New York, and Princeton had an awfully good ball club. Rock was most anxious to not only make a good showing against Princeton, but to beat them. Down at outside of Palmer Stadium, they had, not a makeshift, but not too sturdily built locker room. And in this locker house, there were only two rooms, one for Princeton and one for the visiting team. Just as Rock was ready to go to work and give us a charge, a pep talk before this game and this big intersectional battle, Bill Roper, who was the coach of Princeton and a great psychologist and a great talker, went to work on his Princeton squad. Went on to say that these so-called hayshakers out of the Middle West were coming down into the Upper East to show us how to play football. And they're not going to pull anything on us. We'll show them how this game is to be played. And all that went on in that vein. And when Roper completed this wonderful charge to his team, Rock just turned to us and said, "There you are, fellas." And we went out and played the game on Bill Roper's pep talk.
To those who lived through them, the years of the Four Horsemen were probably the most memorable, even though there have been many other great Notre Dame teams. Certainly the team of the Four Horsemen and the Seven Mules, as the line was called, was the greatest up until that time. But as they look back over more than 30 years to their playing days with Rockne, they remember something more than the newspaper headlines, the exciting trips, and the victories.
Rock had the unusual ability, I would say, to know a boy. There were many boys that he would never say a word to and get the most out of. Other boys he would encourage. And other boys he would be on all the time to get the most out of. And it would only take Rock about 2 weeks to find out what type of a boy he had to deal with. But there's one great thing about Rock. Rock never forgot his athletes after they departed from the school. And that to me, is a sign of a great football coach.
This is Donald C. Miller, the right halfback of the Four Horsemen, now an attorney in Cleveland, Ohio.
All through that time, he got the spirit of Notre Dame that's on the campus. There's no difference between a freshman and a senior. There's no difference between a wealthy boy and a poor boy. And there, as you know, there's all nationalities. It's getting so you can't have an Irish name to play on Notre Dame anymore. But it's true that you get a certain spirit down there that you find in very few campuses throughout the United States. And I say at Notre Dame, there is a chance for a boy. It's an all-boys school. For a boy to get that spirit of Notre Dame, and it's truly a great spirit, because afterwards it's just like one big fraternity. They all stick together pretty well the rest of their life.
Rockne left behind a great deal more than a remarkable record of victories and championships. All over the country there are successful men in all walks of life who feel they owe their success partly to Rockne.
Well, I think anyone that ever played under Rock has the spirit of aggressiveness and sincerity, and I believe that the majority of his men have been more or less successful throughout the country over the period of years that played under Rock. He certainly left a great impression on each man that ever was on that squad, that ever was under him.
Elmer Layden, the fullback of the Four Horsemen team for 3 years, later became coach at Notre Dame, and he's now a business executive in Chicago.
I remember Rock best, of course, in the aftermath, and he was interested in us, not only as football players, but also as men. I think he gave to me more than I can ever repay, because he was not only a coach, he was a friend. I remember him particularly because one day he was down at one end of the field working with the line, and we were running signals as a backfield, and he called to us something we were doing because we weren't putting all of our best efforts. And we thought he had eyes in the back of his head.
Jim Crowley, who was known as Sleepy Jim in his playing days, was the left halfback of the Four Horsemen and is now a radio and television executive in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Rockne was a highly intelligent man. Very few people know it, but he was a professor of chemistry there from 1914 till about 1920. Boys who took chemistry from him have told me that he was one of the greatest professors that they came in contact with during their 4 years there. He had a dynamic personality. He was a hard-driving coach, very aggressive. But he kindled this aggressiveness with human kindness. If you had a sprained ankle, it was Rockne who taped your ankle. If you had an infected hand, it was Rockne who got a bucket of hot water. And it was Rockne who grabbed you by the wrist and dunked your hand and held it into the hot water. On the trips, it was Rockne who carried the keys to the trunks, and it was Rockne who doled out the sweatshirts, the sweat socks, etc. He was at once your dad, your pal, your friend, advisor, and coach. Rockne was a great dressing room psychologist. And the two factors that made him a great dressing room psychologist, in my opinion, were these. First, he was a great orator, and secondly, he was a marvelous actor. Yes, a great actor. He could get a lump in his throat and could make his lips tremble at the proper time. Let me give you a little example. In 1922, our team was decimated by graduation. We had 9 sophomores on the first team. In fact, we were so young-looking that one sports writer said that he bet there weren't 2 safety razors in all that luggage that we had. We went down to play a great Georgia Tech team who hadn't been defeated on their home field in 9 years. We were to be defeated by 35 points because of our inexperience. It was our first big game. We were boys just out of high school. But Rockne came into that dressing room before game time, and he had a great number of telegrams in his right hand. He said they were from prominent alumni. In his left hand, he held a lone wire. He said it was from his poor sick little boy, Billy, who was critically ill back in the hospital in South Bend. And then he read the wire. The lips began to tremble. A lump came to his throat. He says, I want Daddy's team to win. Well, we loved Rockne so much that we didn't let him finish his talk. We knocked him down. We went through a bolted door. We got out into the field 10 minutes before game time, waiting for Georgia Tech to give us this terrific licking, which they did. We made 20 goal line stands that afternoon, but we took a terrific physical beating from this heavier, older Georgia Tech team. But we won the game 13-3. I remember going to the depot that night from the hotel where we stayed. We looked like an Elks parade because we walked down the middle of the street. And the reason we walked down the middle of the street was because of these terrific Charlie horses we had. We couldn't step up and down off the curbings. We had a terrible train ride back to South Bend. We couldn't sleep, and they switched cars at every station. And when we got back to South Bend the next morning, because of this wonderful, terrific upset victory of ours, there were 10,000 people there at the depot ready to greet us. And as we stepped down the long steps of the train, with our faces racked in pain, whom do you think was the first one we saw in the front lines? You're absolutely correct. It was that poor, sick little boy, Billy, looking like an ad for some breakfast food, and we were all basket cases.
Not all of Rockne's friends were great athletic stars. He liked and helped boys for what they were, not for the use he might make of their athletic ability. Patrick Canny, now an attorney for a railroad in Cleveland, was just a boy who wanted an education. Knute Rockne encouraged him to go to Notre Dame and gave him a job as custodian of athletic equipment. He was with Rockne on the great teams of the middle 1920s.
He had the quickest brain, I think, of any man I ever saw, and I've been trying lawsuits for 25 years, and he was good in anything he undertook. It wasn't just football. It was speech-making. For instance, before he became a coach, he stuttered a little bit. He couldn't speak. Nobody listened to him. He'd put you to sleep. But he worked hard and studied hard himself and learned to be a great orator. And on the field, he was a great man for detail. I've seen him when I was out there. We'd have 4 scrimmages going on at the same time. I mean, that'd be 8 teams. Say, in the 4 corners of the field, we had a big practice field then, bigger than it is now. And he'd stand in sort of the center and watch, say, teams A and B playing down in the northeast corner. And he would watch a play and pick out 4 or 5 defects of 4 different players in just one play. That'd be over, and he'd turn his head around, and he'd see the fellows in the other corner. He'd watch a play, and he'd pick out 3 or 4 there. And the same thing with the teams on the south end of the field. I've seen him call these teams out for practice. And he would start at the center. And he'd pick these boys by name, either their first name or their last name. He'd go center, right guard, right tackle, right end, left end, quarterback, fullback, left half, and right, and never make a mistake in 6 teams.
Donald M. Hamilton, now a lawyer in Columbus, Ohio, was a football player at Notre Dame during Knute Rockne's college days. As an undergraduate, he was also an assistant coach in 1912, some 44 years ago, and remembers Rockne throughout his career.
They report that one time after he'd lost a ball game, they were on a train going someplace. And for the purpose of instilling a little more Notre Dame spirit into these players, he put up a photograph of each man's opponent in the berth so that fellow could look at him the last thing before he went to sleep and the first thing when he woke up in the morning.
During his last 2 years as a coach, 1929 and 1930, Rockne's teams were undefeated, winning over the greatest teams in every part of the country. One of the stars of those 2 great teams was halfback Marty Brill, who now lives in Whittier, California.
This was in 1929, and that's when I got to know Rockne very well. Rockne was a great psychologist. He had a couple of fellows that I was trying to beat out for right halfback, and we would be blocking on the ends, and he would particularly pat the other fellows on the back. For instance, we had a fellow named Manny Kaplan. He'd say, "Manny, that's a great block." Whenever I would block, it was never too good. I said, "Well, you should do better." Of course, every time he did this, it made me madder, and he knew that, and I would work harder. So finally, anyway, I made the team in 1929 and played varsity, started and finished most of the games in 29, and also played in the 1930 team.
And I've often been asked, how did Rockne get the team in such a mental condition that they go out and win all their games? As a matter of fact, Rockne used to tell us that he wasn't a psychologist, that it was just a matter of common sense. For instance, we were playing Carnegie Tech in 1929 at Pittsburgh. That was the year Rockne had the blood clot in his leg, and he was forbidden by the doctors to be at that game. But against the physician's orders, he got on the train and came to Pittsburgh. Of course, when we were in the dressing room before the game, we didn't even know that Rockne would be there. And just a minute before the game, we were sitting around, as before every game, and everybody was quiet and just sitting on the bench waiting for Tom Lee, the assistant coach, to come in and tell us, name the starting lineup and tell us what he wanted us to do. At that moment, they wheeled Rockne in a wheelchair, and you can imagine the effect it had on we players, not even expecting him there, and a minute before the game, they wheeled Rockne in. Now, to give you an example of the psychology that he used, he didn't go into a long speech about do this and do that and do the other thing. All he said was, I didn't come down here with this bad leg to see you lose. Get out there. With that, we practically tore the hinges off the door getting out on the field, and we won the ball game 7-0.
It was during Rockne's regime that the Fighting Irish became the favorite team not only of Notre Dame students and alumni, but of people in all walks of life everywhere. People who never realized the dream of going to college, and they felt that this was their team, even though they'd never seen a game or visited the campus.
They had a fellow by the name of Pete Coyle who sold newspapers in New York. He was just a newspaper boy, and matter of fact, he wasn't a boy. He was about 45 years old. And he was a great idolizer of Notre Dame and Knute Rockne. He idolized Rockne, and he told a Notre Dame alumnus, a prominent Notre Dame alumnus in Newark, that he'd like to just see Rockne sometime. So this fellow took him over, and Pete Coyle met Rockne. Rockne talked to him just like he would to the President of the United States. And Rockne says, would you like to take a trip with the team? Well, this was just too much for Pete. He didn't believe what he was hearing. So Rockne, to show him that he meant it, he took him on the trip when we played Southern California. He took him out with the team and treated him just like another member of the team.
When Knute Rockne died in 1931, one of his former players, who had also been his assistant coach, became the head coach of Notre Dame for several years.
Well, I remember the first time I met him. I come from Calumet, Michigan, which is the copper country, and hadn't been in Chicago before, and changed trains and got on the Grand Trunk and went to South Bend. I got off the train that night, and I met George Gipp and Larson, and we walked down in front of Hully and Mike's, where all the coaches and the players used to stay. And Gipp and Larson introduced me to Rock, and he says, what do you play, Hunk? I says, I play fullback. He says, I've got a lot of fullbacks. I need a guard. I said, you're looking at the best guard you ever had. So I started playing guard the next day, and I played 4 years for him.
This is Hartley Anderson, more often called Hunk Anderson, who played on Rockne's first team and helped coach his last team. He's heard or taken part in almost every story about Rockne.
Oh, I can remember hundreds of them, but one particular one was, I think it was in 1925 or 6. We were playing Northwestern down at South Bend. And at the halftime, they had us 10-0, and we didn't look very good. So Rock came in the dressing room at the half, and he says, well, if you fellas are going to play those panty waists unless you push them out of the park, I'm not going to coach you anymore. And he walked out of the dressing room, and all the boys started crying and saying, did Rock really quit? Did he really quit? So he went out and hid out, and we started the second half. I took care of him the rest of the time and got him charged up a little bit more, which wasn't necessary, and come out, and after they took the kick off, he would come back on the bench from someplace. Nobody knows where he was hiding, and they went out there and they took the kick off, and they didn't throw a pass, and they marched for 7 points, and they held Northwestern on the kickoff, and they went right back down for another 7 points. So it just inspired them, the thought that Rock was going to quit, that they really went out and put out for him.
Joseph M. Byrne, Jr., an attorney in Newark, New Jersey, went to school with Rockne, was graduated in the class of 1915, and is a member of the Board of Trustees of Notre Dame. He and Rockne were friends practically from the first day he stepped on the Notre Dame campus.
About 45 years ago, my father brought me to the campus at Notre Dame. And being a little alone there, I made it my business to get around, see what was going on, and the first thing I saw was a small varsity squad playing football, and I was quite attracted by a fellow by the name of Rockne. He was very aggressive, very vigorous, very thorough. At that time, his great play was the onside kick, in which he became an expert in recovery. As I got to know him better and knew him well, because Notre Dame in those days only had 800 students, including prep school and minims, you got to know pretty much everybody on the campus worthwhile. And I was amazed that as soon as the football season was over, that he went into varsity track on the 220, the 440, the broad jump, the relay, and the pole vault. And some of his records still stand there. But he was never too big for sport because he participated in inter-hall athletics and baseball at Notre Dame. But when I got a real good look at him, was when he played in the band, he played the flute, working his way through the university. A lot of people don't know about that, but he was also very active in dramatics, particularly portraying the girl of the Golden West. Absolutely miscast, but still a good ham. As regards his real mentality, he was assistant of professor of chemistry to Father Newland, who was the discoverer of synthetic rubber. Later, when he became head coach at Notre Dame and also director of athletics, I don't know of any fellow that arranged a greater schedule and played everybody, every place, everywhere, to the extent that we were nicknamed the Ramblers, which was not very popular with the university, and today and forever we'll be known as the Fighting Irish. A lot of people don't seem to remember that he was the producer of the only Rose Bowl team we had when we won in 1924 with the Four Horsemen. Despite the fact that he was very ill in his later coaching days, around 1929, with a thrombosis, he never stopped working. He presented innovations in the game, his shift, and his great play, the perfect play, off tackle, that shook men loose at all times. He was a great man in my book, great copy to the press. He went out of his way to give games to other coaches that couldn't make up their schedules. And he helped all his old varsity players get jobs, and some of the biggest men in business today. He was a perfectionist. He was marvelous in timing and everything that he did. That was the Knute Rockne that I knew, one of the finest men it's ever been my privilege to be associated with.
It was in 1924, after 14 years of association with the traditions of Notre Dame, that Knute Rockne joined the Roman Catholic Church. One of his friends in those days was the Reverend Vincent Mooney, now of the Immaculate Conception Church in Kenton, Ohio.
The Rockne I knew was delightfully different. Someone very, very special. He loved good books, good music, and he enjoyed the theater. Definitely dynamic, but extremely sensitive. He was nevertheless delightfully human, manifesting in many ways a charming, childlike simplicity, despite the publicity and the honors which came to him. Rock overcame a speech defect which militated against him on the platform. And for weeks on end, we spent considerable time at St. Joe Farm near the university, rehearsing his speeches. And Rock developed into a colorful after-dinner speaker. Many other incidents come to mind which indicate his depth of character. In 1925, we were going east for the Penn State game. And in order to pass the time in the Pullman, we discussed the possible lineup for that game. I asked him about two particular members of the squad, and he reacted quickly. One of them, he said, is girl crazy, and the other is soft and lazy. And this is their first and their last trip. Moreover, he said, both of them are Catholics, and as I see it, they don't work at it the way they should. Now, just to test his motives, I said I thought it was the responsibility of the clergy to care for the students' spiritual needs, and it was the coach's job to produce a team. Nonsense, Rock said. I have played and coached. We have a defense and an offense, and no one questions my interest in that squad. Give a normal coach those ingredients, and he should produce some results. Moreover, he continued, my job here at Notre Dame is quite different. If my influence is limited to the athletic field, then I will fail miserably in reaching my objective as a coach. After all, he said, education is something more than muscle building and treating a Charlie horse. We cannot ignore the fact that a sane and a balanced program of physical education and athletics has a real place in our schools and colleges. Then Rock concluded, when and if it ever becomes an organized racket, resulting in the exploitation of athletics and athletes, you can say farewell to our athletic programs.
It was in March of 1931, when he was looking forward to spring practice again after 2 undefeated seasons, that Rockne took off on a business trip to California.
I was the last person to see him in South Bend alive. I drove with him to the station, and he hopped out of the car and ran. We had an electric line from between South Bend and Chicago, and he was going up there to do a recording for Studebakers. And he hopped out of the car, and he says, I'll see you Friday. And I took his car on home and put it in his garage.
He went first to Kansas City to visit his 2 oldest sons who were in school, and then he went out to the airport and took off for the West Coast. It was a rainy, foggy morning, and the plane disappeared into a dull, gray sky. It crashed out on the Kansas plains, and all 8 persons on board were killed, including Knute Rockne, the boy who came from the little town of Voss in Norway, now only 43 years old and a world celebrity. When the news was first flashed, first the rumor and then the confirmation spread quickly over the Notre Dame campus.
On March 31st, 1931, Carl Cronin and myself were walking over to the Notre Dame athletic office to pay a visit to one of the assistant coaches. On the way over, when we got about 5 or 10 feet from the office, out walked the captain of the past 1930 team, Tom Connolly, and with him was Dan Halpin, our manager. They told us the news that Rockne had just been killed in an airplane accident. The shock was so great that we just couldn't believe it, and tears filled our eyes. It's hard for me to say just how much that Rockne was loved. You hear these stories, and you can't believe that a man was loved as much as he was in the Notre Dame campus. And we that played for Rockne know his fine qualities. The place doesn't seem quite the same without him.
That's Marty Brill, who was then a youngster still in school. And here's Tom Hickey, his longtime friend and neighbor.
Of course, Rock's death was a tremendous shock to me and our family and to all who ever knew him or ever read about him. And my first thought was one of utter loss. If I lost a very dear member of our family, I felt that the lights had gone out, and it had been a tremendous loss.
And, of course, thoughts turned to those who were left.
I presume that many people wonder what his sweet wife's reaction was to this terrible, terrible loss. And, of course, it was one of utter loneliness and semi-shock. But, of course, the sweet person she was, she felt that her faith, her family, her church would carry her through.
All over the country, those who had known Rockne at Notre Dame began to hear the news.
Where was I when I heard of Rock's death? On that chilly March day, thinking of my wedding day just 5 days off, I was walking across the campus of the College of St. Thomas in St. Paul, Minnesota. Rock had helped me get the job of athletic director and football coach there. He had been guest of honor at a huge welcome dinner for me just 2 years before on that same campus. When a panting student told me of the news flash, I refused to believe it. So did Father James Galligan, faculty moderator of athletics, who had been a lifelong friend of Rock's. It wasn't until he had confirmed the story through local newspaper sources that we did believe it. And even then, we found it impossible to accept, for we refused to think it. Rock couldn't be dead. Not Rock, that bubbling fountain of vitality. Not Rock with his zest for life, football, and people. Not Rock at the peak of his coaching career, his third national championship season only recently completed. Not Rock. He couldn't be dead. But he was, and slowly, ever so slowly, that completely final thought became convincing. Rock was gone, and with him had gone a part of every life his had touched.
That's Joe Boland, who had planned a far different kind of trip back to the campus, a wedding trip, instead of a far different journey.
Peg and I had planned our wedding for Monday, April 6, 1931, in the log chapel at Notre Dame, traditional setting for marriages of Notre Dame men. Those plans had been made long before the tragic event of March 31st, when life ended for Rock, who had promised to attend our nuptial mass. Instead, he was to be buried from Sacred Heart Church at Notre Dame on Saturday, April 4th. Hasty plan changes were made, and the three key male figures of the wedding party departed St. Paul together shortly after hearing the grim news. Literally, hundreds of other former Rockne players were traveling to South Bend at that same time, all still stunned by the enormity of the personal loss each man felt. That seemed to be the emotion permeating the entire atmosphere of the city and the university on and after our arrival. A deep sense of personal loss was felt, even among those thousands who had never known Rockne as anything other than a public figure. All through that sad weekend, it seemed as though a part of the heart of everyone who had known Rock was going on that last long journey with him from Sacred Heart Church to Highland Cemetery. That had to be true of Marty Brill, Tom Connolly, Frank Caridio, Margie Schwartz, and those others whose strong young arms helped carry him on that last mile from life. Muscular bodies still in the fine physical condition Rock had caused them to attain as they spearheaded the Irish to the National Collegiate Championship only a few months before. That had to be true of other former players, grizzled and gray, or fresh from that title season of 1930, who packed the pews of Sacred Heart Church and listened and agreed as Father Charles O'Donnell, poet-president of the university, described the Rockne they had loved so well as a go-giver in an age of the go-getter. That had to be particularly true of Bonnie Rockne and Bill and Jean and Knute Jr. and Jackie, the family loved so well by the man now gone. Most certainly far more than just a part of their hearts went with them. And so, 3 days later, in that little log chapel at Notre Dame, when Peg and I turned from the altar where we had just started our lives together, it was like having Rock himself there to find Bonnie Rockne kneeling near the aisle. As Bonnie said then, Knute would have wanted it this way.
Students, alumni, and friends gathered from everywhere to pay tribute at his funeral. One of them was Frank Leahy, then a student, who was to become one day the coach at Notre Dame himself.
Knute Rockne, the man, was perfectly described by Father Charles O'Donnell, president of Notre Dame in 1931, as he delivered his eulogy at Rock's funeral, a eulogy which shall be remembered forever. I'll always remember that talk. His words made an indelible impression upon me as I sat in St. Mary's Church on the campus at Notre Dame. Father O'Donnell said, "This week there has occurred a tragic event. Knute Rockne is dead." And who was he? Ask the President of the United States, who dispatched a personal note of tribute. Ask the King of Norway, the state legislature, the university senates, the civic bodies. Ask the bishops, clergymen. Ask the thousands of newspaper men whose labor of love in his memory has stirred a reading public of 125 million Americans. Ask men and women from every walk of life. Ask the children, the boys of America. Yes, ask all of these. Who was this man whose death has struck the nation with dismay and everywhere bowed heads in grief? This was Knute Rockne.
This has been a biography in sound. They Knew Rockne, an impression of Knute Rockne created by the voices of those who knew him. The program was prepared by Jack C. Wilson and Alan Ludden. Your commentator is Kenneth Banghart.